The monster roared, its fangs bared and its eyes burning with rage. It looked ready to tear someone apart. Ryu Hanbin blocked the monster's attack with his sword, the impact sending vibrations up his arm. He glared at the beast, his face set with determination. He pleaded, begging for just one chance to escape this hell. The monster leaped at Ryu Hanbin, claws extended, ready to strike. The young man stood his ground, his grip tightening on his weapon. He screamed, desperate for just one chance to change his fate. Ryu Hanbin looked absolutely ready to explode. His eyes burned with determination as he prepared to strike, not backing down for even a second. The force of the strike was insane. The air cracked as the weapon connected, and the sound echoed through the wasteland. The ground exploded from the impact. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, showing the raw power behind the attack. Ryu Hanbin was lying on the ground, completely beat. He looked like he had used every last bit of strength he had. The monster looked furious, its eyes fixed on Ryu Hanbin. The young man stared back, a question mark hanging over his head, wondering what was going on. Roar! And immediately, the hell dog lunged forward, its massive jaws wide open and ready to tear him apart. The thing looked absolutely rabid. Ryu Hanbin didn't hesitate. He swung his weapon with all his might, hitting the monster head on. The force of the impact made the air crack. He was starting to lose hope. There was nothing in this hell-like world. Please, just once, just this once, let me leave! Ryu Hanbin had just killed another hell dog. The system notified him that he had exterminated a LV4 hell dog. Ryu Hanbin was getting desperate. He was all alone with these monsters that just kept showing up. He didn't know how much longer he could take it. And then the system spoke up, telling him that he had gained experience. The young man looked down at his sword, praying for a miracle. He begged the system to let him leave, even just this once. The system then told him that he had met the required amount of experience. He waited with bated breath. The system window popped up again, telling him that he had gained a level. Ryu Hanbin couldn't help but smile, finally seeing a glimmer of hope in this awful place. But then, the system glitched out again. The screen filled with errors, crushing his hopes once more. Ryu Hanbin dropped to his knees, panting heavily. He was completely exhausted, but he couldn't stop now. He had to keep pushing forward, even if it seemed impossible. And just like that, the system window popped up again, showing his level dropping from 4 to 1. It was the same old story, the same old glitch that kept him trapped. He was on the ground now, begging for anything to change. Ryu Hanbin was willing to do anything, just to get out of this awful place. He just wanted a break. The system window then appeared, reminding him that the player must be at level 5 to proceed to the next area. The young man felt rage building up inside him. Ryu Hanbin screamed, begging to be let go. He yelled, asking to be allowed to leave this place. He was at his wit's end. The rocky wasteland stretched out as far as the eye could see, under a sky stained red. It was a hellish view that never seemed to end. Suddenly, a hell dog appeared, breathing fire. The heat was intense, and the air crackled with energy. Another year passed in that awful place. At the same time, the hell dog flew through the air, dodging attacks. 2 more years crawled by, each one feeling like an eternity. Because of that, the hell dog fell from the sky. Ryu Hanbin fell to the ground, completely exhausted. The young man looked like he couldn't take another minute of this torture. 3 more years passed in that awful place. It felt like an eternity trapped in this hellish cycle. Suddenly, a warning popped up on the screen. It said that with his current skills, he had less than a 1% chance of surviving in the next area. 5 more years went by. At the same time, Ryu Hanbin fought another hell dog, his face covered in blood. The hell dog fell from the cliff, defeated. The scene was a testament to the countless battles he had endured. A strange question appeared on the screen. It asked if he was willing to end his own life. Ryu Hanbin knelt before the wall covered in strange symbols, his hands pressed against the cold stone. He looked like he was begging for something, his shoulders shaking slightly. Another 7 years passed by, each one feeling like an eternity. He thought to himself that it had been 10 years since he had fallen to this world. The warrior admitted to himself that he had given up counting the days. Ryu Hanbin was surrounded, but he didn't seem to care. He swung his massive sword, the force of the blow sending the monsters flying back. The scene was a chaotic mess of bodies and broken rocks. The blade cut through the air with incredible speed. It looked like nothing could stop it. The air pressure alone was enough to tear through the monsters. The sword slammed into one of the monsters with a sickening crunch. The monster was instantly pulverized. Pieces of it went flying in every direction. Ryu Hanbin stood over another monster, his sword dripping with blood. The creature looked up at him, its eyes wide with terror. The young man was a force of nature. The monster's claws reached out, desperate to defend itself. It was a futile effort. The claws looked sharp, but they wouldn't be enough. Ryu Hanbin was getting stronger with each fight. He could feel it in his muscles, a raw power that was growing every day. Now that he thought about it, something was off. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something important. Ryu Hanbin lifted his massive sword over his head. The weight of it was almost nothing to him now. After all this time, he wondered what his level really was. The numbers the system showed him never seemed to match up with how strong he actually felt. Ryu Hanbin swung his sword at the monster with incredible force. The blade cut through the air, heading straight for its target. The area was covered in the remains of the monster. It was a brutal end to a long fight. Turns out, this is the survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. The title card makes it sound like it's going to be quite a journey. Turns out, this is a world called Thelha Rathana, and immediately after that, the system tells him that he's been selected as the chosen one. The system then explains that his goal is to survive and get stronger in this world. But at that moment, a monster bites his arm and he screams in pain. The monster pins the young man to the ground. He screams in terror, realizing he's in deep trouble. Suddenly, the guy kicks the monster away, sending it flying. The monster whimpers, clearly hurt. Ryu Hanbin was on the ground, panting heavily. He looked around, completely lost and confused, asking himself what the hell was going on and where he was. He noticed a dog and wondered what it was, but at the same time, the hell dog lunged at him with its fangs bared, ready to attack. He didn't even have time to process what was happening to him. Everything became a blur of pain and fear as the monster attacked. He screamed as he kicked the hell dog with all his might, sending it flying away. The monster whimpered in pain. The one thing he knew for sure was it dead? He stared down at the monster, trying to understand what had just happened. He realized that if he didn't kill the monster, it would definitely kill him. It was a matter of survival. The hell dog was ready to attack, its fangs bared and its eyes glowing red. And immediately, Ryu Hanbin told it to stay back, trying to defend himself. Ryu Hanbin shouted, demanding to know why he was being attacked. But then he noticed something strange. A guide line. The screen showed the hell dog's level and species, describing it as the lowest level monster in Thelha Rathana. It also said the monster possessed strength similar to an unequipped adult male. The screen explained that players could level up by gaining experience from defeating powerful monsters. Ryu Hanbin was completely lost, wondering what the hell this was all about. Ryu Hanbin looked at the hell dog, a confused expression on his face. He wondered if he had somehow gotten stuck inside some fantasy game world. The young man was starting to think this wasn't just a weird dream. He started to think about when things had gone so wrong. It was like his life had taken a turn he didn't see coming. He was lost in thought, trying to figure out what had happened. Ryu Hanbin's eyes were unfocused as he thought back. He was trying to piece together the events that led him to this strange place. The young man looked dazed and confused. Ryu Hanbin said that he would wake up slowly every day at noon. He wondered if he had been too lazy. It was a habit he had fallen into, and now he was questioning it. Ryu Hanbin remembered that he had just been discharged from his mandatory military service 3 months ago. He felt he had reason enough to lay back and relax a bit. He wondered what he should do today to kill time, as he had believed that after finishing his service, he would be able to dive right into being part of society. Ryu Hanbin thought that the last 3 months had been a total blur. Nothing about him had changed, not even in the 2 years he served. He was starting to think this was reality. The young man was getting pretty bored with all this. It hit him that this was actually his life now. He didn't seem too happy about it. He just kept eating, looking totally uninterested in anything around him. The guy looked like he had nothing better to do. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened. He looked up, totally surprised by something. He was so shocked that he fell backward out of his chair. The young man scrambled to get up, his eyes darting around in a panic. Ryu Hanbin screamed at the top of his lungs, his face contorted in a mix of shock and pain. He looked like he was going through something really intense. And in his old room, the chair spun around, now empty. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. The room was quiet, with just the chair and desk sitting there. The air hung heavy with unspoken questions. Suddenly, a message appeared, stating that all the chosen ones had been gathered. It was a pretty ominous message. He wondered if he was dead, if this was all there was. The young man had heard there were 7 billion candidates. Ryu Hanbin was surrounded by other figures, all standing exposed in the bright light. He wondered who was talking to him, questioning if it was some kind of God. He couldn't see anything clearly. The voice explained that they had billions of candidates to choose from, which was why they were able to find so many chosen ones. At the same time, Ryu Han Bin was still trying to figure out what the heck they were talking about. It made no sense to him. Then, another voice ordered someone to transmit the guidelines to all the players. It sounded like they were running some kind of game. One of the voices questioned if they were sure about doing things this way, saying it seemed too artificial. The other voice responded, asking if it was a person and not a god. It explained that it served as enough motivation and assistance in judging their situation, something already tested with previous chosen ones. The first voice said that he understood and announced that he was starting the guideline transmission. It sounded like things were about to get real. Suddenly, a blinding light filled everything. It was so bright that it was hard to see anything at all, and immediately, Ryu Han Bin was sent spiraling downwards. He had no idea what was happening, but it didn't feel good. Ryu Han Bin screamed, his face contorted in pain and confusion. Everything around him seemed to be glitching out. The young man looked down at his body, noticing it was still glitching. He was also able to read a message that said, "Oops, I made a mistake." Mistake? What the hell? Then, another message appeared, explaining that there seemed to be an error with the guideline. This was getting ridiculous. Ryu Han Bin thought to himself that it was only one person, so it shouldn't be too bad. He was trying to stay positive, despite the crazy situation. And immediately, Ryu Han Bin was falling downward. He screamed, his arms flailing helplessly as he plummeted. At the same time, a message appeared, stating that Chosen One, number 398, was starting dimensional transport. Ryu Han Bin realized that he had been chosen. Suddenly, enemies appeared all around him, screaming that he should die. The young man looked terrified, unsure of what to do next. The attacker declared that this was the world of Thelha Rathna, continuing to scream about death. He looked absolutely bloodthirsty. Ryu Han Bin was in disbelief, exclaiming that this was now his reality. A system message appeared, confirming that he had exterminated a level 1 hell dog and gained experience. He questioned if this was truly his reality. The young man gripped his weapon tightly, his hand covered in blood. Ryu Han Bin started to wonder, what about his life before this? He laid there, thinking about his parents. What was going to happen to him, he wondered. The hell dog's mouth was open, ready to strike again. Ryu Han Bin was getting angry. He swung his weapon down with a yell. Ryu Han Bin's hand was covered in blood as he tried to catch his breath. He was clearly exhausted from the fight. He kept panting, still trying to understand what was happening. The young man realized he had just been discharged from military service 3 months ago. He started to wonder why this was happening to him. Han Bin hadn't even dated a girl yet, and there were tons of people who evaded military service. Why him? A system message popped up, warning that he had less than a 5% chance of surviving with his current capabilities in Thelha Rathna. Because of that, Ryu Han Bin was completely stunned. He didn't know what to make of all this, and started laughing nervously. The warrior was in complete disbelief. Ryu Han Bin started to speak, asking if they were really testing his consciousness. He looked up, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He continued, wondering if they were testing him. The warrior seemed to be talking to himself, trying to make sense of the situation. Han Bin thought about the scumbags who had kidnapped a normal person. They abandoned him in a different world, telling him he had to kill monsters to get experience. He was asked if he would end his own life. The young man was clearly going through a lot. Ryu Han Bin found that hilarious. He wondered if he would be sent back home if he died. He knew he had to stay calm, realizing they would never have kidnapped him if they planned on sending them back home after they died. Ryu Han Bin realized that if he died, that was it. There was no going back. He was screwed if he didn't survive. He decided he needed to focus on surviving and finding a way out of this place. At that moment, a message popped up saying that the Chosen One had discovered his will and fighting spirit, and his strength had been boosted. Ryu Han Bin saw a new window appear, and immediately, it told him to pick a skill. The young man figured that since he couldn't always fight with his bare fists, the system was telling him to pick a class. He seemed to be thinking out loud, trying to understand the situation. He saw that warrior was an option, described as a melee class that could use various martial arts. On the other hand, Ryu Han Bin thought that melee was only fun in games, not in real life. Ryu Han Bin thought that long-distance combat was the best. He saw that the magician class used mana and could control magic, so He chose the magician class, but immediately, a loud beep told him that his selection was rejected because he didn't have the ability for that class. Ryu Hanbin wondered if a person's ability also mattered. He then tried to pick the magic swordsman class, but another beep told him that his selection was rejected again. He then tried to pick the healer or priest class. He already knew what the answer was going to be. And of course, the system told him that he had selected the warrior class. The young man was crying because it wasn't even a selection at this point. The system then told him to pick a beginner's weapon. Ryu Hanbin thought that a long-distance weapon was a must. He chose the long spear and nothing else. The system started to choose the weapon. The interface was bright, like a game screen, and right away, the system said that he had selected the long sword as his beginner's weapon. It didn't seem to be listening to him at all. Ryu Hanbin pointed, telling the system that it was supposed to be the long spear, not the long sword, but the screen showed an error message. Ryu Hanbin looked shocked and asked what was wrong with all these errors. He was starting to get really frustrated. The system suddenly admitted that it had made a mistake and that there seemed to be an error with the guideline. The thing even cursed. Ryu Hanbin looked stressed, realizing that the guideline, the only useful thing he had, was also malfunctioning. He asked himself, what was up with all these errors? He started laughing like a maniac, saying that he didn't like acting according to what those scumbags wanted anyway. He was going to do what he wanted. At least the sword was better than a rock, he thought to himself. But he didn't want to die, not even more than he already had. He was determined to survive, no matter what it took. He just couldn't bring himself to die again. Ryu Hanbin gripped the sword tightly, his eyes focused and determined. The young man was ready to face whatever came next. The story was about to get started. It was about to be revealed just how his life went to hell. Ryu Hanbin was about to explain how his unending, hellish life of leveling up began. The red sky and rocky landscape seemed to foreshadow the challenges he was about to face. Ryu Hanbin started swinging his sword, practicing his moves. He was determined to get stronger, no matter what it took. He kicked with all his might, practicing his swordsmanship. Because of that, he ended up on the ground, exhausted. Turns out, it had been 7 days since Ryu Hanbin got stuck in Thelharathana. He had no idea how much longer he'd be trapped there. Ryu Hanbin was fighting a monster, but at the same time, he was thinking about how he has asked the system countless times how to go back home. He hadn't gotten any answers. The system hadn't responded to him at all. Ryu Hanbin wondered if it was just bugged. In any case, he was fighting to survive. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin got hit by something. He grunted in pain. Ryu Hanbin shouted at the monster, telling the scumbag not to run away. He looked absolutely furious. The monsters Ryu Hanbin fought were always hell dogs. If there was one thing he'd learned, it's that these hell dogs also leveled up. Ryu Hanbin realized that after he swung his sword, the hell dog would rush in and attack. He wondered what kind of dog used its head like that. Was it getting used to fighting him, just as he was getting used to fighting these monsters? Ryu Hanbin thought that if that's how it was going to be, then he could just do this. He leaped at the hell dog, ready to strike. Ryu Hanbin whined as he realized he had no talent with the sword at all. He was getting frustrated, but Ryu Hanbin wasn't giving up. He was ready to try again. Ryu Hanbin gripped the sword tightly. He focused all his energy on the next attack, hoping it would finally be enough. He swung the sword with everything he had, and a burst of energy exploded from the blade. The force of the strike was immense, tearing through the air. The level 2 hell dog was finally exterminated, and he gained 22 experience. He tumbled to the ground, exhausted but victorious. Ryu Hanbin saw that he had finally gotten a skill when he hit level 2. He had a stab skill. He couldn't believe it. He had finally won. He thought that even though he hadn't properly learned to handle a sword, his stabby skill could be executed so easily. He realized this was just one of the functions of the guideline. If you browse through the system, it says that hell dog meat contains fats and essential amino acids, recommending it to be eaten cooked. It also says that hell dog blood contains moisture, carbohydrates, fibers, and essential minerals, recommending it as a drink. According to the system, hell dogs could be considered the perfect food, but unlike their violent nature, their teeth and claws quickly become dull and cannot be used soon after. Ryu Hanbin thought the meat was so rubbery. He realized that this place is definitely artificially created. Ryu Hanbin was sure there was a reason why they brought him here. The young man thought it wouldn't make sense for them to keep him stuck here for nothing. At the same time, Ryu Hanbin wondered if this was all there was. He had heard that there were 7 billion candidates. He wondered where the other chosen ones were sent as he continued to eat. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened in disbelief. He was clearly shocked by what he was seeing. The system message popped up. saying that he could leave the Rock Mountains once he reached level 5 and met up with other chosen ones. Ryu Han-bin was surprised, repeating the words Rock Mountains to himself, wondering where he was. The system explained that the Rock Mountains were a starting safe zone where the death rate was lower and gaining experience was more efficient. It was an area where the chosen ones could learn about their situation and grow to level 5. The message continued, saying that stat-matched monsters only appeared in safe zones and that he should meet up with other chosen ones in Thelna Rathna. It added that once he reached level 20, he would be able to complete the Thelna Rathna map and travel to the Rathna continent. Ryu Han-bin was so frustrated that he grabbed his head and shouted for the system to wait. Ryu Han-bin tried to make sense of it all, asking himself to get this straight. He realized that this area was a newbie area where players could raise their levels to level 5. If he got to level 5, he could go to the next area and party up with other chosen ones and level up to 20. He thought about what would happen once he reached level 20. Would he be transported to the Rathna continent where the real fight begins? Ryu Han-bin stared at the error message, asking what he had to do on the Rathna continent. He was immediately met with more errors from the system. He shouted that it was happening again. He realized that the Hell Dogs were getting stronger as he leveled up. Ryu Han-bin noticed the level comparison between himself and the monsters. He thought that might be an important fact. Ryu Han-bin wondered if he could ever go back home. He sighed, realizing that he couldn't trust his guideline anymore. He looked angry and confused. In order to meet other chosen ones and get more information, he needed a plan. The young man knew he had to reach level 5. Ryu Han-bin was determined to get to level 5 and leave this dump. He was tired of the constant errors and wanted to find some answers. Ryu Han-bin went looking for hell dogs to hunt. He got hit by one of them, and he yelled that it hurt, calling the monster a scumbag. He looked furious. The hell dogs got stronger as he did, so it didn't get any easier to defeat them. The hell dog was being attacked by Ryu Han-bin's sword. He gained experience after the fight. The system told him that he had met the required experience and would now gain a level. Ryu Han-bin looked like he was screaming in excitement. The system informed him that he had learned the side-slash skill. Ryu Han-bin continued to face the ever-growing hell dogs, ready to use his new skill. He fought, even though the level 3 hell dog possessed strength similar to an unequipped novice warrior. Ryu Han-bin swung his sword at the hell dog with all his might. Ryu Han-bin got hurt in the fight, his face showing the pain. But immediately after, a level 3 hell dog was killed, so at least he won. He ate, slept, and fought, repeating the cycle again and again. The young man was trapped in a loop of survival. He got injured, then killed the hell dog, and finally ate to recover. It was a brutal routine. He slept, fought, got injured, killed, and then fought again. The warrior was stuck in a never-ending grind. The system kept spamming messages that level 3 hell dogs had been exterminated. But then, a message popped up saying a level 4 hell dog had been taken out. The system announced that the level 4 hell dog had been taken out. It fell to the ground, defeated. Ryu Han-bin was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. He was clearly struggling to keep his balance. Ryu Han-bin was on the ground, struggling to get up. But at the same time, the hell dog was right above him, ready to bite him. Ryu Han-bin didn't waste any time and attacked. The hell dog growled, ready to fight back. Ryu Han-bin used the side-slash skill. The system then told him that he gained 81 experience. The system announced that Ryu Han-bin had met the required experience. He was ecstatic. The young man shouted that he had done it after 27 days. The system then told him that he would now gain a level. Ryu Han-bin thought about how he had even learned 3 skills up until now: stab, side slash, and vertical slash. He realized that not only that, but his body had begun to see the effects of the stats that he'd gained as well. He thought that this was a man's physique at its finest. Even the two-handed longsword that was difficult to lift at first could now be easily swung. In this world, one can see the results of their hard work. Ryu Han-bin flexed, admiring his muscles. He was proud of the results. Our hero thought that in this world, one could see the results of their hard work. Suddenly, Ryu Han-bin noticed an error message on the screen. He was confused. The young man exclaimed, "Wait, that's what I thought. What's going on?" Ryu Han-bin noticed that his level had gone up to 4, but then immediately dropped back down to 1. He was confused. The young man muttered, "Huh?" Ryu Han-bin started laughing, but it was clear he was annoyed. He said that the guideline was spazzing out again and asked if it was just the message that was bugged. Ryu Han-bin decided to check his status window. He saw that he was still listed as level 1. The warrior thought to himself that he should take a look at his status window. Ryu Han-bin screamed in frustration. He was clearly not happy with the situation. Ryu Han-bin tried to calm himself down. He told himself that he needed to calm down. Ryu Han Bin saw that he was level 1 again, but his stats were still there. He also noticed his skills like stab, side slash, and vertical slash were still available. At first, the warrior tried to look at things optimistically. Since he was in the safe zone, Ryu Han Bin thought that meant the Hell Dogs would also be level 1. He figured he could get more stats more easily, but then he realized this was freaking awesome. The rocky landscape stretched out before him, the red sky hanging heavy above. However, the Hell Dog in front of him was also level 1. The Hell Dog looked up at Ryu Han Bin, its eyes glowing red. The enemy was ready to fight. Ryu Han Bin realized he was wrong about the Hell Dogs. The Hell Dogs kept getting stronger, even though their levels didn't change. He kept putting his life on the line in every fight. He stood on top of the dead Hell Dog, covered in its blood. At the same time, Ryu Han Bin was fighting. The system kept showing him as level 4 and then level 1 again. He looked frustrated, knowing he was stuck in a loop. While Ryu Han Bin slashed his sword, the screen showed an error message. He hoped that this time, the system would work correctly. Ryu Han Bin was sure he'd get it this time. He was still level 4, then level 1 again, and he was starting to lose hope. Ryu Han Bin swung his sword with all his might. The force of the blow was enough to cut the Hell Dog in half, sending blood splattering everywhere. At the top, the system screen showed Ryu Han Bin's level fluctuating again. At the same time, he looked up with determination, hoping that this time would be different. He just wanted to level up, just once. The screen continued to flicker between level 1 and level 4. Below, Ryu Han Bin looked up with a desperate expression. He pleaded with the system. Ryu Han Bin screamed at the top of his lungs. He was so tired of this happening over and over again. The screen flashed repeatedly, saying that he would now gain. It was a chaotic mess of text. The screen kept flashing the message, "You will now gain," over and over. It was like the system was mocking him at this point. But then, the screen glitched out, displaying a big error message. The system was clearly still broken. Meanwhile, the Hell Dogs just kept getting stronger. Their red eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity. Yep, Ryu Han Bin kept killing the Hell Dogs that kept growing stronger. He kept checking his experience, hoping for a change. Ryu Han Bin realized he only needed 77 more experience points to reach level 5. He hoped that Lucky 7 would finally break the cycle this time. At the same time, a dead Hell Dog lay beneath him, a testament to his endless grind. For the last 7 years, he had been trapped in this hellish situation, constantly leveling from 1 to 4. He jumped away from the falling Hell Dog, already thinking about the next one. Chosen ones don't age, and their recovery ability heals all injuries in a single day. He looked up, exhausted, but knowing he'd be ready to go again tomorrow. The ground was littered with the bones of his enemies. Returning to level 1 didn't decrease his stats, but he couldn't learn a new skill, since he couldn't get past level 4. The young man walked forward, the bones crunching beneath his feet. The only skills he had were stab, side slash, and vertical slash. Ryu Han Bin was surrounded by bones, ready to fight again. The Hell Dog roared, its voice echoing through the rocky landscape. Ryu Han Bin looked down at the dead Hell Dog, realizing how lucky he was that it had crawled out. He muttered that the Hell Dogs only got stronger as his stats increased. He remembered the system said that the monsters were placed to help chosen ones get stronger. The young man wondered if they were just there to be killed. He asked how one could kill something that was already dead. Ryu Han Bin paused, gripping his sword tightly. He thought to himself that the same could be said. He finished his thought, a grin spreading across his face, that the same could be said about him. The system announced that the guideline transmission to the chosen ones was complete. The Jaren Rathna 5th operation was now starting. Ryu Han Bin thought to himself that he had gotten quite used to this, since it was the 5th time. He figured that even if it was another world, players would normally take at most about a year to clear the area. He continued, hoping that there would be some useful players this time around. The young man seemed to be expecting something. Ryu Han Bin wondered what kind of world this was. He asked himself if it was disposed of or broken, finding it quite suspicious. Turns out, Ryu Han Bin was currently logged into Thelna Rathna. He looked calm, but you could tell he was thinking hard. Ryu Han Bin reached out his hand, feeling the soft sheets. The room looked clean and modern, a far cry from the rocky wasteland he was used to. Ryu Han Bin wondered if he was back home. It made sense, since he had just gotten discharged. The young man decided he would sleep a little longer. Suddenly, a bunch of ding sounds went off. It was so loud that it woke him up. Ryu Han Bin saw a message asking if he would end his own life. Our hero's eyes snapped open, focusing on the message. He looked like he was about to explode with anger. Ryu Han Bin slapped the screen with incredible incredible force, completely shattering it. He looked absolutely furious. Ryu Hanbin looked around, confused. He asked where he was, still lying on the ground next to a dead monster. The young man looked up at the sky, remembering his past. He explained that he had been killing hell dogs like crazy for the past 10 years, and it looked like he had survived yet another day. Ryu Hanbin added that falling from a cliff didn't kill him anymore. Ryu Hanbin looked down at his hands, frustrated. He realized he was level 1 again. The warrior started laughing, but it sounded more like he was choking. Our hero looked down, completely dejected. He wondered if he could really say he was living life, and asked if he should just quit. Ryu Hanbin clenched his fist, looking determined. He seemed to be steeling himself for whatever might come next. Ryu Hanbin was agonizing over his choices again. He wondered if taking his own life would send him back home, but if he was gonna die anyway, wouldn't it be better to make it worth something? Still, there was a part of him that didn't want to die, so he decided he would take down one more scumbag. He was ready to unleash more pain. After being stuck in this hell for 10 years, Ryu Hanbin had given up counting the days. He wondered how much longer he had been there after that. 5 years? 7 years? He ended up developing a hobby, and even came up with work to do. Surviving alone wasn't an easy task, but this kept him busy. But this harsh environment didn't allow one to become lazy. This was reality. The young man felt the sword fit perfectly in his hand, ready to strike. Ryu Hanbin declared that this was his reality. At the bottom of the panel, the landscape seemed to echo his sentiment, with its harsh red tones and jagged rocks. He figured that if he couldn't change his situation, he might as well devote himself to what he could do. And since there was nothing but rocks and boulders, he could just make things. So, Ryu Hanbin built a house. He lived day by day with such devotion. He would even comment on the weather, even though it was always the same. Ryu Hanbin declared that he no longer lived with rage. He was still fighting, but he wasn't consumed by anger anymore. He smiled, despite everything. The young man was still fighting, but he was doing it with a sense of purpose. The hell dog was sliced in half with incredible speed. The attack was so fast that the monster didn't even have time to react. The hell dog snarled, showing its sharp teeth. It looked absolutely furious. The hell dog seemed to ask what was happening. It seemed confused by the sudden destruction of the house that took 3 years to build. Ryu Hanbin remembered that this house took him 3 years to build. He had put a lot of effort into it. Ryu Hanbin was furious that the hell dog dared to destroy his house. He thought that maybe he should build a palace next time, since the house was a bit small. Ryu Hanbin looked forward, his eyes filled with determination. He declared that he would take them down with their bones. At the same time, a massive hell dog appeared, roaring loudly. It was the kind that didn't even taste good, according to Ryu Hanbin. Meanwhile, the hell dog prepared to attack. Ryu Hanbin knew that by constantly hunting, he had learned the best strategy to defeat them. Suddenly, the hell dog unleashed Dragon's Breath attack. Ryu Hanbin seemed surprised by this turn of events. The hell dog's attack continued, blasting a hole in the ground. The young man was surprised that the monster was starting with an ultimate attack. The hell dog unleashed a massive explosion of fire and lightning. The raw power of the blast was intense. At the same time, the hell dog braced itself, ready to follow up. The monster looked ready to tear him apart. Ryu Hanbin knew it was impossible to dodge the attack since the area was so large. So, he braced himself, deciding to block it with his strength. Ryu Hanbin complained that the hell dog had burned the ends of his hair. He wondered why it had to do that when there wasn't even a hair salon around. The hell dog was surprised to see its enemy unfazed. It then rapidly cast thunderbolts, light, and fire magic, one after another. Ryu Hanbin declared that he would block the attack by carving up a huge wall of earth. As a result, a massive wall of earth rose up to block the incoming fire and lightning. The hell dog was still recovering from its previous attack when Ryu Hanbin came flying at it. The monster looked up, realizing it was about to take a serious hit. Then, Ryu Hanbin prepared his final strike. The hell dog could only look up in confusion, wondering what the heck was going on. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that he couldn't really say he had a talent for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the hell dog was getting slammed by the full force of his attack. Ryu Hanbin shouted that he'd got it. He added that he didn't have any other skills since his level wouldn't increase either, which really sucked. Ryu Hanbin was getting ready to unleash another attack. He was really putting his all into this, and he said he was going to do it. Turns out, after using vertical slash, side slash, and stab 10,000 times, he had combined 3 skills into one. He named it Cross Impact triple cross attack. The warrior admitted it wasn't a real skill, but he was confident that no monster could survive it. Ryu Hanbin was lying on the floor, exhausted. He wondered if he had somehow managed to survive yet another day in this crazy place. Someone was logged into Thelnarathina, and they realized it was Ryu Hanbin. The guy was shocked, saying that it was that kid that got bugged a long time ago. He couldn't believe that he was still there. The person remembered that the 5th generation was operating in Jaren Rathna right now. He added that the 4th generation was at Roha Rathna. It hit him that the 3rd generation went to Thelna Rathna, which meant it had been 22 years. The guy was in a panic, saying that he wouldn't be able to come up with an excuse if that person found out. He also said that he couldn't kill him either. He was so frustrated and didn't know what to do. Then, Ryu Hanbin's level 4 stats popped up on the screen. The person was baffled, wondering how he had survived for 22 years at level 4. He thought that his stats and skills were garbage too. Ryu Hanbin thought that after all this time, what he saw had naturally become the norm. He was probably used to it after all these years. He wondered why the sky was red, where the sun never rose or set without warning. He also asked himself why there were clusters of dead tree branches on the ground, and Ryu Hanbin couldn't believe it. He was finally free from that place. He had been stranded on a rock-filled mountain of hell. The young man was laughing as he fell through the air. Ryu Hanbin was sent flying and landed in some water. The sign said he was in the Sath Forest, in the Greyloot Kingdom, on the northern Rathna continent. He was laughing like crazy, happy to be out of that awful place. He stood up, looking around at the new scenery. Ryu Hanbin admitted he didn't know what was going on, but it was way better than that god-forsaken mountain. He noticed he was still a little damp. He thought it was weird that he suddenly became level 5 when he got here. Ryu Hanbin checked his stats. Level 5 swordsman, strength 8, health 21, recover 15, plus vertical slash, language translation, and a communication skill. The young man wondered why he was transported here in the first place, since he needed to be level 20 to come to the Rathna continent. He was still confused, wondering why he was transported here. What the hell was he supposed to do? Ryu Hanbin realized it was pointless to ask, since there was no one to answer him. Suddenly, a new window popped up in front of him. Ryu Hanbin had never seen this window before, and he stared at it with curiosity. Ryu Hanbin stared at the new message. It said his final mission was to kill one of the 6 goddesses of Rathna. He looked stunned by the insane request. If he killed a goddess, the reward would be eternal youth and immortality, and he'd be sent back to Earth with his stats intact, plus 3 wishes. Then his reward was going back to Earth? The system warned him to keep his identity as a person from another world a secret, and to register at the Hunters Guild in the corporate city of Onpros. Hunter? Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the forest. The wyvern appeared above him, letting out a deafening cry. Ryu Hanbin turned and ran, shouting that it was a monster. He didn't want to fight whatever that thing was. He stopped and looked back, asking what the hell that thing was. Ryu Hanbin was clearly terrified. Ryu Hanbin stared in disbelief. He asked why the hell the first monster to appear was a dragon. The wyvern glared down at him. It called him a disgusting otherworldly demon and asked how he dared enter its forest. Ryu Hanbin looked up, realizing he was in trouble. He wondered if the wyvern planned on fighting him without a weapon. The young man cursed, realizing he needed to grab his sword. He steeled himself, knowing he had to act fast. Ryu Hanbin knew he was out of time. If he didn't do something right now, it would be too late. Ryu Hanbin yelled that he would burn the enemy to ashes. He added that if he was in a situation like this, it was the perfect time to shake his enemies. He declared that killing the enemy came after. The young man looked confident, ready to beat the wyvern. The wyvern said how ridiculous Ryu Hanbin was, and immediately, the young man jumped away to grab his sword. Ryu Hanbin looked around for his sword. He was shocked that it wasn't there. The screen showed the survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. It was an epilogue about a brilliant dragon in the sky and dragon knights of the Xrad kingdom. Turns out that dragon mount's name was Ephor, and she was the great pride of the knights. She kept asking for food in a cute way, but a big problem came up for Ephor. The kingdom's prince kept bugging her to let him ride her. However, it wasn't easy to ride a dragon. Ephor's knight was killed, and she had to run away from the kingdom. Luckily, some nice knights helped her escape. The lonely dragon didn't even have time to be sad, because otherworldly humans kept showing up in the forest. Even though she was trained to fight, Ephor never killed anyone. She would let them live, telling them to wait. So, was this kind dragon really a source of disaster? Then, lots of of otherworldly hunters got together to hunt her down, beating her badly. Effer realized that letting those otherworldly humans live was a terrible mistake. She looked sad and a little ashamed. Effer was crying, saying that she had no choice after all those otherworldly humans kept showing up. She insisted that she wasn't a dragon. The wyvern continued, explaining the difference. Dragons have 4 legs with wings on their shoulders, but wyverns have wings on their forelegs. She insisted that this was common knowledge. Ryu Hanbin didn't care about any of that. He demanded to know how she figured out he was from another world. He looked really angry. Effer started sobbing, saying she couldn't tell just by looking at him, but she knew that their bodies disappeared when they died, and Rathnians hardly ever came to this forest anyway. Ryu Hanbin wondered if she had just assumed he was an otherworldly person. Ryu Hanbin realized that meant no one would be able to figure out his identity just by looking at him. He wondered if this was the Sath Forest in the Grey Loot Kingdom, but then he remembered that the Grey Loot Kingdom was destroyed a long time ago. Now it's called the X-Rad Kingdom. He realized his guideline hadn't. Effer was being held down. He was saying that his guideline had not been updated. What the hell is going on? He asked, sounding really confused. The wyvern begged him not to kill him, saying he didn't think Ryu Hanbin would be so strong. Ryu Hanbin was about to strike him with his weapon, the jagged bone. He was asking if he was calling him an otherworldly demon. He looked furious. Ryu Hanbin was looking down at him. Effer was denying everything, saying it wasn't him and that the goddess had told him. The young man demanded to know more about this goddess. Effer said that otherworldly humans had started appearing in Rathna 40 years ago. The wyvern then said he was in pain and asked if he could go home and put on some medication. He looked like he was trying to distract Ryu Hanbin. Our hero looked absolutely furious and asked if he was doing it on purpose, threatening to hit him again. Effer was saying that at first, the otherworldly humans and Rathnians got along. He then said that if he did anything funny, he would kill him. He looked terrified, but it didn't last long. He continued. Effer explained that otherworldly humans started killing Rathians to get stronger. The wyvern was trying to make Ryu Hanbin understand the situation. At the same time, the more powerful otherworldly humans joined together. They created Great Ursula, which was a group whose goal was to kill the goddess. Ryu Hanbin looked up, thinking about Great Earth. He realized that otherworldly humans were strong. Effer explained that these humans could easily level up just by killing their opponents, just like dragons. The faces of these humans looked evil. It was not a good situation. There was no way to fight against them when they were being led by a leader who was level 100. The chaos of the battle was intense. It was a difficult situation to overcome. So before they came, Barolt the Sword King. He looked like he was ready to fight. He was clearly a very powerful figure. Zenobia the Archmage appeared. The scene showed her power over floating objects. She seemed to be a very powerful character. Then Garhan the Terrible showed up. He had a sinister expression on his face. He looked like he was planning something bad. After that, Holian the Transcendentalist of Life and Death appeared. She seemed to be using some kind of magic. The woman looked very serious. The text explained that the continent's 4 heroes had massacred the otherworldly humans in an instant. After that, the 6 goddesses blessed the continent. It was a time of great change. The text continued, saying that earthlings were considered otherworldly demons who had made contracts with the wicked demon god, which was why they were quickly executed. Ryu Hanbin realized he had been kidnapped out of the blue and left to rot on a rock mountain for dozens of years. He was not happy about it. Ryu Hanbin was not happy at all. He pointed out that after finally getting out, he was being told that the whole continent would become his enemy if anyone found out he was an otherworldly being. Ryu Hanbin couldn't believe it. He asked if the goddesses were scary enough to make that happen, since all this had happened before he was even born. He didn't give a rat's ass whether he made a deal with a goddess or became their underling. The young man was going to kill that demon god. Ryu Hanbin was determined to get his butt back home alive. He looked absolutely serious about it. Ryu Hanbin realized that he couldn't let anyone know his true identity. At that moment, Effer swore that he wouldn't tell anybody, promising to live as a normal wyvern and pretend not to know how to speak. The scream echoed through the mountains, loud enough to shake the trees. 5 days later, after leaving the South Forest, a huge castle wall stretched across the horizon. It was Onpros City, located in the northern part of the X-Rad Kingdom, with a large size and population. Nearby was the South Forest and a dungeon in the Ifan Plains. Countless monsters continuously appeared in that dungeon. Because of that, many hunters tried to get rich quick by putting their lives on the line. Ryu Hanbin was heading towards the Hunters Guild in Onpros City. The building looked pretty busy, with people coming and going all the time. The people who came to this place were either hunters looking for work or just looking to relax. At the same time, others were getting ready to risk their lives in the dungeons. Some people went went to the guild to become hunters. They were arguing with a woman about something, probably about getting accepted, or they could be otherworldly beings, just trying to find their place. They were walking into the guild, hoping to find some kind of purpose. The man looked absolutely shocked as he saw Ryu Han Bin walk in. He couldn't believe how huge he was, and admitted he'd never seen anyone like that before. The people inside the Hunters Guild looked up, whispering to each other. They were wondering if this guy was from another guild. The woman at the front desk started to get annoyed, but then she saw Ryu Han Bin. She immediately changed her tone, giving the guy a big smile. She asked if this was his first time at the Onpraus Hunters Guild. The lady wondered how she could help him. Ryu Han Bin paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He looked determined to say what was on his mind. Ryu Han Bin finally spoke, making his intentions clear. He wanted to become a hunter. A voice echoed from inside the cave, asking if Ryu Han Bin wanted to be helped. The voice sounded cautious, like it wasn't used to talking to people. Ryu Han Bin confirmed that was right. He explained that even if his looks weren't suspicious, the fact that he didn't have any clothes or gear from this world would give him away. He added that the creature would probably kill him after helping him. Ryu Han Bin pointed out that the creature had been killing people because it was a wanted beast. He reasoned that it wasn't like the creature could go around telling people about him. Plus, he added another point. Ryu Han Bin smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He admitted that it had been so long since he'd had a decent conversation like this with another person. He seemed genuinely happy to be talking. The blue creature stared blankly. Meanwhile, a group of people were celebrating, holding the creature's head up as a trophy. The blue creature looked thoughtful. It was probably thinking about whether it was making a huge mistake. The blue creature agreed to help, but told Ryu Han Bin not to tell anyone about it. Ryu Han Bin was super happy and thanked it. He even said, "Okili dokili," but the creature immediately pointed out that nobody says that there. The blue creature suggested that Ryu Han Bin change his clothes, but as the young man started to change, the creature was shocked. Ryu Han Bin asked what was wrong. The creature pointed out that he was exposed. Ryu Han Bin didn't understand what the big deal was. He pointed out that the creature was exposed too. The creature sighed. It said that the clothes were a bit small. It looked like it was going to have to rip off the sleeves to make them fit. The blue creature started explaining some common sense in this world. He told Ryu Han Bin not to take off his clothes just anywhere. Ryu Han Bin replied that he knew that already and asked how he could meet the goddesses. The creature explained that goddesses rarely meet people, even among Rathnians. He added that you either have to be one of the 4 heroes or have done a great service to meet with them and receive their blessing. He continued, explaining that the only way to receive that blessing was to become a hunter who hunts dungeon monsters that were created by the demon god Ormflaus. It sounded like a difficult task. Ryu Han Bin realized that the guideline also mentioned that he would need to become a hunter in order to contact the goddesses. The young man wondered what the guide was referring to, looking at his own hand questioningly. Ryu Han Bin realized there was nothing there for the creature to see. He figured he was the only one who could see it. He explained that it was like a guidance system for otherworldly humans like him. The blue creature asked what the system was saying because Ryu Han Bin mentioned it was broken. The young man didn't answer. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the hallway. Someone was walking with purpose, their armor clanking with each step. The man explained that unlike other jobs, a hunter has a more free lifestyle. He added that it isn't suspicious for them to have a high level. The speaker warned that Ryu Han Bin needed to be extra careful. The man explained that many others like him would have gone through the same method. The blue creature told Ryu Han Bin not to act like a foreigner. Ryu Han Bin replied that he wouldn't, but then he noticed his hair wasn't cutting correctly. He wondered if it was because he was putting too much energy into his body and that he couldn't seem to relax because he was so nervous. The guild staff told Eric Garoon not to be nervous and asked if he was from North Kambul. Eric replied that he was, but he was stuttering. He thought to himself that he looked shady for sure. The guild staff welcomed him to the Onpraus Hunters Guild. Eric thought to himself that he was safe. Ryu Han Bin thought he would have been in deep trouble if he had followed the guidelines' advice. He wondered how someone who wasn't even a hunter could travel across the kingdom. The young man told himself that he had to say he came from North Kambul. The guild staff asked if he wanted to transfer to their guild from another. Eric replied that he didn't. The woman then asked what she could help him with. Ryu Han Bin stated that he wanted to become a hunter. He was determined to make it happen. At the top, the guild staff looked at Eric Garoon with a suspicious smile, asking if he wasn't a hunter yet. At the bottom, 2 men were fighting, and one of them was getting knocked down. The crowd around Ryu Han Bin started whispering, wondering if the huge guy wasn't a hunter yet, and if he was an otherworlder. They were immediately shushed. Ryu Han Bin wondered what was wrong with everyone. and if he had made a mistake. Meanwhile, below, the two men continued fighting. Ryu Han-bin thought to himself that he needed to place his hand on the measuring stone. He was relieved that they hadn't attacked him yet, which meant they weren't sure if he was an otherworlder. The guild staff explained that depending on his abilities, they could create proper verification according to the rules of the guild. Ryu Han-bin wondered if all he needed to do was place his palm on the measuring stone, and if it checked to see if the person, Ryu Han-bin, worried that if he found out he was from another world, he wouldn't be able to meet the goddesses. But then, he realized that running away right now would be the same as revealing his secret. Below, he looked at the sword in his hand. Destroying this entire place would be easy to do, he thought. But whatever. He grabbed his weapon, ready to do what he had to do. He was sure it'd work out. He clenched his fist, ready to face whatever came next. It'll work out. And so began the survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. The lady was so shocked she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Oh my god, she thought. Below, she saw that all his stats were at heroic levels. The man, with zombies behind him, was also shocked. He thought, my, I nearly got caught. The man, now on some kind of creature, declared that he would go slay Ormflaus, the evil god. He knew it. At the same time, the strange creature was dancing and said that otherworlders are amazing. He added that this is called dancing. Below, a man watched in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he just saw. He wondered if he could dream. The screen showed Swordsman level 5. It didn't seem to match what anyone had just witnessed. The man suddenly sneezed. He sneezed again, but then chuckled to himself, finding it funny. Suddenly, the crowd burst into laughter as Ryu Han-bin stumbled and fell. One of them exclaimed that he thought Ryu Han-bin was an otherworlder. Ryu Han-bin looked confused and asked what was going on. He started to apologize, still a little dazed from the fall. The woman explained that most people coming from the backwoods to register are otherworldly humans. She added that if Eric Garoon's level was higher, they would have mistaken him for one. The man at the table scoffed, saying those scumbags always start at level 20. He added that they always say they want to become a hunter, even though they're already level 20, finding it unbelievable. He wondered if otherworlders were really that incredible. Ryu Han-bin thought to himself that the registration was 300 EX. He never thought he'd be happy that his level was so low, calling it a dumbass demon. The lady at the desk smiled, waiting for the young man to pay the fee. He looked nervous, gripping his coin purse tightly. Ryu Han-bin realized 300 EX was about 3 million Korean won. He thought to himself that he didn't know how hard he had saved up 400 EX. The fighter promised to pay the lady back later, wondering if being frugal would make his money last for 6 months. The men at the table noticed the country boy's hands tremble. They wondered how other worlders seemed to take out money from nowhere, but others had money to begin with. The badge replacement fee was 80 EX, and it said he should come back for a new one when he leveled up. The badge identified him as Eric Garoon, a level 5 swordsman and beginner hunter at the Onpraus Hunters Guild. Eric thought to himself that it looked like he was starting from the bottom. Eric thought that this was where he would start for real. The young man needed to make his name known in the hunters' circles. He asked if there was a certain quest they had in mind. The mention of exploring the dungeon shocked him. He repeated the word, clearly surprised by the suggestion. The man with white hair said it would be better to stay put if he was planning on becoming monster food. He added that a level 5 should know his place. Eric was confused and asked what he meant. A woman asked Mr. Loud if he and his party were planning on going to South Forest. She explained that she had heard that the dungeon monsters were increasing in numbers and attacking nearby houses. Londe said that he didn't feel easy about sending useless hunters to do the job, so he would have to go since his level was high. Someone wondered why he was acting so conceited when he was the same level as Effer. Another person noted that there wasn't even a dungeon there, so they wondered why those monsters were there. He added that he didn't feel like drinking anymore, wondering if something had appeared. He guessed that Eric was higher than the rest over there. Atisse admitted that she didn't really want to get involved with him because he was annoying. She asked Londa if he still had room for one more in his party. Someone was shocked and told Eric that completing missions alone was impossible, much less going to the dungeon. Atisse said that doing miscellaneous work while learning the ins and outs with Londe's party would be much better. Eric wondered if he really had to join a party with this obnoxious jerk. He thought to himself, what should he do? Londe said that he already had a newbie in his group and no room for Eric. He looked pretty annoyed. Atisse introduced herself as a level 37 magician, but she noticed that the guideline was showing a higher level. She seemed confused. The woman with red hair thought that she probably had her own reasons. Eric realized he might have been staring for too long. He figured it was fine though, since Londe had said he didn't have room for him anyway, but he was was still thinking. The man declared that if Miss Segure, the pride of Onprow's Hunters Guild, made a special request to take care of this level 5 insect, then he would do it. He demanded to know what they had called him. The man told himself that he shouldn't fight Eric. He called Ryu Han Bin level 5 and asked if he was dreaming of becoming the Sword King while carrying around a big toy sword. He was clearly mocking him. The man tried to lift Ryu Han Bin's sword, but he was struggling. He wondered how the young man was carrying this thing around. It wasn't budging at all. The man strained, sweating and gritting his teeth as he tried to lift the massive sword. It was clear he was putting in a ton of effort, but the weapon wouldn't move an inch. A woman watched with wide, terrified eyes. Her face was pale, and she looked like she was about to faint from fear. Ryu Han Bin stood tall, holding his massive sword high above his head. Eric Garoon, clinging to his shoulders, told him to let go. From below, the crowd was going wild, cheering him on. They were shouting, telling the young man to fight and kill him. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, a stern look on his face. He announced that he had finally found him. Ryu Han Bin hoisted the massive sword high above his head, completely ignoring the terrified guy underneath. Eric Garoon was stuck between the giant weapon and a very muscular man, which was not a good place to be. Eric's eyes were wide with terror. He was sweating bullets, realizing how close he was to getting crushed by that sword. Up above, a woman watched with a mix of concern and disbelief. Meanwhile, the crowd below was still staring upwards, their faces a mix of shock and anticipation. A man watched the scene unfold with a strange glint in his eye. He seemed to be calculating something, a smirk playing on his lips. The man pointed out that with a body like that, Ryu Han Bin could easily take care of level 10 monsters. He seemed impressed by the sheer size of the guy. Berkman yelled at Eric, telling him not to get involved since he was training the newbie. He turned to Ryu Han Bin, asking if Eric had said his name. The guy added that fighting wasn't a problem. The massive sword was still raised high, a clear threat hanging over Eric's head. He was warned that if he wrecked the guild, he'd have to fight everyone. Eric was absolutely terrified, raising his hands in protest. He shouted that he didn't want to fight anyone and definitely didn't want to get kicked out. The guy was clearly furious, pointing a finger at Eric. He reminded him that nobody else would take in a level 5 like him. The man asked if he really thought he could do anything with such a weak level. Ryu Han Bin realized the guy was right. Thinking about how he'd spent most of his money just to register, he felt helpless because of his low level, wondering what he should do. But then, he reassured himself not to worry. Berkman patted Ryu Han Bin on the shoulder, telling him that leveling up with a body like his would be super easy. The guy seemed really impressed by his physique. Ryu Han Bin looked surprised as he was asked if he wanted to join their party. He couldn't believe the man was so interested in his muscles. Berkman explained that he knew muscles like that didn't just appear overnight. He figured the only reason Ryu Han Bin's level was so low was because he lacked experience. The old man's level was pretty high. Ryu Han Bin admitted that, being an otherworlder, his growth rate was high, so he wouldn't be able to stay in the party for long. He knew he'd quickly outgrow them. Ryu Han Bin then said that he'd still need to wear a helmet when he beat his head against a wall. He thanked them for accepting him, clearly relieved. Turns out, Onpro City was built because of the dungeon and the monsters around it. The whole city's business is based on monster hunters and the materials they bring back from their hunts. There are two main places to hunt around Onpros. One is the Ifan Plains dungeon, and the other is the entrance of the Sath Forest. Those are the places where hunters usually go to make a living. The villages are close to the forest, but there's not much food around. But since the monsters don't usually leave the trees, the city doesn't give out many quests to hunt them down. But lately, there have been a lot more monsters attacking near the forest. Because of that, a lot of hunters have joined up to go on quests to take them out. The Devolk is a high-level monster that lives in the Sath Forest. They move slow, but they can crush rocks with their grip and use their weight to make their attacks even stronger, so you don't want to get close to one of those. The Devolk slammed down with incredible force. The armored guy braced himself, trying to block the attack with his shield. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The monster yelled, "Hoot!" right in the armored guy's face. He looked absolutely furious, teeth bared and eyes narrowed. The Devolk attacked again, swinging its massive fist. The armored guy managed to block the blow with his shield, but he was clearly struggling. The force of the impact shook him to his core. The Devolk roared, "Ki!" as its fist slammed into the ground. The ground cracked under the force of the blow, showing how strong the monster was. Berkman Ropal, a level 25 swordsman and the strongest tank in Onpros, grinned. The enemy was down. He was clearly enjoying the fight. Berkman realized realized he had been too careless. He had let his guard down for a moment, and now he was paying the price. And immediately, Lord Devolk attacked, going for a pincer move. Berkman managed to block the blow with his shield, but the force of the impact sent him flying backwards. Berkman grunted in pain. He had taken a direct hit, and it was clear that he was hurt. Lord Devolk didn't stop there. He went after Amber Bonnet next, swinging his arm at the woman with incredible speed. She was sent flying through the air, but Amber Bonnet wasn't down yet. She recovered quickly and thrust her spear at Lord Devolk. The attack looked like it hit, but it wasn't clear how much damage she did. Amber Bonnet looked down at Berkman, who was injured on the ground. She teased him, asking if it wasn't time for him to retire, since he was getting pushed back by the Devolk. She then laughed, saying that retirement sounded nice. Berkman's eyes widened as he noticed his injury. Amber told him to step back and get treated, clearly worried about him, but the swordsman dismissed her concerns, saying it was nothing. Berkman told Amber that she didn't need to be concerned about him. The spearman blushed, stammering that she wasn't worried about him at all. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared, casting a spell. The person asked for the presence of Prelur's breath, a healing spell. Erwin Ropal, Berkman's younger sister, was healing him. The spiritualist asked her brother if he was all right. Berkman replied that he could now last the entire day, and she told the idiot not to die. Erwin Ropal looked at the monster with a smile, thinking that her brother couldn't do without her. The monster then bit down on something with a loud snap. Hubert Krutos cast Fire Hammer at the monster. The spell engulfed the creature in flames. Hubert Krutos warned that it was dangerous, Miss Ropal. The level 18 magician, a supporter in the back of the party, wondered if something was there, because everything was so bright. The narrator described Berkman's party as the #1 party when it came to a well-balanced, coordinated team that didn't solely focus on attacks. It could also be called the most reliable party on Pros. Ryu Han-bin thought that there was no better place to be. He stared intently, his expression unreadable. Eric Garoon looked around, saying that his body itched. He noticed an ant, and then said that everyone was like him. The level 5 bag boy swordsman thought it was all so boring. Eric continued, explaining that he had been left out of the main fight because his level was so low. They still let him fight the weak monsters, but they still split the profits equally with him, which was good. The monsters started making noise, saying that things were all well and good, but there was a problem. They all shouted that it was him. Lord Devolk appeared, surrounded by monsters. The level 25 monster said it was ridiculous to think that such a human could be his opponent. Lord Devolk, looking absolutely furious, shouted that he would kill them all if they were lying to him. The enemy was not messing around. The monsters looked down at their fallen comrade, making strange noises at the sight of the red monster on the ground. They seemed confused by the situation. Ryu Han-bin prepared to use a skill, but the system informed him that Stone Bullet wasn't a real skill. He looked a little confused. He noticed that he was the highest level among the monsters there, but the monster's level was still too low for him to gain any experience from it. The young man thought he should ask the party to hunt stronger monsters next time. Amber called out to Eric, telling him that they were done here and it was time to go gathering. Eric replied with an enthusiastic yes. The group headed back towards the village, ready to turn in their quest and get some rest. The monster lay dead, its body being carved open. The scene was brutal, but it was just business for the group. Amber held up a brutal piece of the monster, looking happy. She asked if they could get about 15x for it. The group gathered around the dead monsters, looking at the loot. They noticed a fairly large magic stone and thought they could get a good price for it. Ryu Han-bin thought about how they could also sell the Devolk hides, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He admitted that if he saw this scene before he was kidnapped, he would have been sick, but now he had carved up so many hell dogs, it didn't bother him anymore. Amber watched Eric, impressed by how fast he was butchering the monster. She exclaimed that she had been doing this for 20 years, asking how he was so quick. Amber asked Eric how old he was, pointing out that she hadn't aged a day after 24. She then asked if it was okay to ask about his parents, seeming a bit hesitant. Eric explained that he was kidnapped 20 years ago, so he didn't remember what his parents looked like and that it was impossible for him to go home. He added that was why he had a body like that, implying he had a secret. Amber seemed surprised by this revelation. The group reassured Eric that there was no need to struggle any longer, telling him that he was part of their family now and that everything would be okay. Ryu Han-bin thought to himself that these people were so nice. Eric thanked Berkman for allowing someone as low-leveled as him to join their party. The leader of the party replied that levels didn't matter, mentioning that he had been level 25 for 5 years. Amber was confused, asking if Berkman wasn't level 25 right now. Berkman explained that the Lord Devolk would be considered a high-level monster there. He added that they didn't need to hunt stronger monsters, since they would never go to places like the dungeon. The man looked up, his face showing a mix of surprise and confusion. Eric declared that he was going to go and practice his sword. He seemed determined to improve. Amber called out, telling him not to push himself too much. She warned him to stay away from Sath Forest, since it was dangerous. One of the women thought to herself that everyone believed that such a nice man was an otherworlder. She announced that she would go with him because she was worried about sending him alone, figuring that it would be a good idea in case a monster appeared nearby. Eric showed up, asking how practice was going. The man called out for Eric, his voice echoing in the open field. He seemed to be searching for the young swordsman. Ryu Hanbin lay on the ground, looking up at the trees. He couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed impossible. He sprinted through the forest, desperate to find any monster that could give him experience. The young man was starting to get frustrated. The warrior's face was contorted in disbelief. That's insane, he thought. It can't be true. Ryu Hanbin was sure there should be at least one monster around. He knew that there should be at least a level 13 species Haku or a level 21 species Mudian nearby. The blue monster asked if it wasn't scary living here alone. It bragged that there wasn't a monster as strong as it in Sath Forest. Ryu Hanbin looked at the monster with a raised eyebrow. The monster's voice echoed as it spoke. Ryu Hanbin immediately face-planted into the ground, not wanting to deal with this at all. Ryu Hanbin thought that it made sense, since monsters with similar levels as Eifer didn't even give him experience. He wondered what the heck his real level was then. The young man decided he should go back before it got too late. The sky was turning orange as the sun began to set. The air felt heavy and still. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened. This sounded like trouble, and he could feel a strong presence approaching fast. Ryu Hanbin could sense that this new monster wasn't as big as the hell dog he fought before, but he knew it was still stronger than anything else he had faced recently. He could feel the adrenaline pumping. He knew for sure that this wasn't a normal monster. He thought if he could take it down, he might finally level up. He was ready to test his strength. Ryu Hanbin was pumped up. He figured if he could hunt this thing, he might actually level up. The young man was getting excited at the prospect. Ryu Hanbin shouted for the monster to bring it on. He was ready to fight with everything he had. The warrior felt the anticipation building. Ryu Hanbin swung his sword with incredible force, creating a shockwave. At the same time, a tease was sent flying backwards from the sheer power of his strike. The woman's eyes widened as she was sent flying. She looked completely stunned by the force of the blow. It was clear she hadn't expected that. Ryu Hanbin's eyes went wide with surprise. He hadn't meant to hit her that hard. The warrior looked genuinely concerned. He realized he might have overdone it a little. Ryu Hanbin quickly apologized, saying it was his bad. Ryu Hanbin looked up in shock, seeing someone exposed. The mage from Lauda's party was standing there, trying to cover himself with a red cloth. He was clearly embarrassed. The mage quickly changed the subject, saying that wasn't important right now. He was sure it was weird, but there was no monster to be found. The mage looked around, confused. The mage was sure the sound came from there, though. He apologized, saying he would pretend he didn't see anything. The mage wanted to get out of there fast. Ryu Hanbin stared at him. He thought it was suspicious that the mage would say something like that. The warrior was starting to get a bad feeling about this. Ryu Hanbin realized this wasn't somewhere a level 5 should be. He thought to himself that this wasn't even a public bath. The young man was getting more and more suspicious. The mage thought to himself that he needed to hurry and find the monster. He had heard a huge sound while passing through, so he just thought there would be a big monster. Meanwhile, the woman's face was visible. The mage figured his party should be waiting for him, so he was gonna head back. He started to walk away, not wanting to stay there any longer. The scene showed the forest on fire. It looked like a dangerous place to be. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin shouted for the mage to stop right there. He demanded that he answer him truthfully, looking absolutely furious. The mage looked back, clearly surprised by the sudden shout. Ryu Hanbin asked if he had seen that monster, warning him that there would be consequences if he didn't tell him. He clenched his fist tightly, showing the raw power behind his actions. The air crackled with energy, emphasizing the force. Ryu Hanbin stood over the woman, looking down at her with a stern expression. He was clearly not backing down from this confrontation, despite her state of undress. Ryu Hanbin insisted he didn't know why she was doing this, repeating that he knew nothing. He also questioned what her deal was with Laude, his voice rising in anger. The woman defended herself, saying she didn't know why he was accusing her of looking down on low-level people. She stammered, trying to explain that wasn't what she was trying to do. The woman admitted that she guessed she was a bit emotional. In the background, someone appeared to be watching them from a distance. Laude looked down, about to say something nasty. His face was twisted in a cruel smile, ready to unleash his anger. Suddenly, Laude charged forward, yelling that Ryu Hanbin was only level 5. He looked absolutely furious. Ryu Hanbin stopped him, asking what was going on. He complained that his wrist hurt, demanding that Laude let go, calling him a jerk. Laude shouted, asking if humiliating Miss Seguria wasn't enough. He accused him of even laying a hand on their party's lady, looking enraged. Ryu Hanbin was confused, wondering what lady he was talking about. The woman thought it might be a good idea to get away from there before things got worse. Laude was getting ready to use a special move, even though it involved a super embarrassing pose. He thought to himself that this was the downside of being a magic swordsman. He was holding his sword with no hesitation. Laude was ready to say one last thing before the fight. Laude shouted the name of the enemy, who would be defeated by his dual blades. But then he remembered that the mage should probably put on some clothes. He quickly realized he had forgotten about that. The man's face was filled with rage. He looked like he was about to explode, clenching his teeth in fury. The man finally made his move, swinging his sword down with incredible force. He was ready to attack. Laude's eyes started glowing with power. He said he was going to show the difference between their levels. Suddenly, a huge blast of energy erupted. It was clear that Laude was serious. Laude was getting ready to use his skill. He shouted, "Light thunder word ring!" The man said he really didn't want to make this into a big deal. He looked a bit annoyed. The swords clashed together with incredible force. The power of the impact was intense. Laude was still blocking the attack with his sword. He apologized, but it was clear he wasn't backing down. The grip on the sword tightened. It was like all the power was being focused into that one hand, and immediately another massive explosion lit up the sky. The power of the blast was visible even from far away. Back in the village, everything was in ruins. A man sat with his head in his hands, looking completely defeated. He looked absolutely crushed by what had happened. It was like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Laude heard what happened from Mr. Atisse, who told him it wasn't his fault, but Laude replied that it was a pain he couldn't be forgiven for, and that they should wait for the results. He looked devastated by what had happened. Laude then rushed to the doorway, clearly worried. He asked how the person inside was doing, his voice full of concern. A woman, Miss Seguria, was being comforted by Mr. Eric. He told her that since Mr. Eric had brought him there quickly, his life wasn't in danger, but it was impossible. Mr. Eric tried to comfort her, saying that she had done everything she could. Someone called out to Mr. Laude. All the men that stood there fell silent, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. The blame may have fallen on Laude himself, but the pain and suffering he was going through was something that no one could comfort him from. Down below, the patient looked like he was in agony. That morning, Mr. Atisse took Laude back to Onprow City. He seemed lost in thought as the carriage made its way back. Later, Laude learned the truth about Atisse's gender, and he had a hard time facing him again. At the same time, the monster that made the loud sound was nowhere to be found, but the monster was soon forgotten as he spent 3 months with Berkman's party. In front of South Forest, someone asked what was going on. It turns out Mr. Laude from Berkman's camp went to the dungeon alone. Miss Amber said that it sounded serious. One of them said that going to the dungeon alone with Laude's level was basically suicide. The other person replied that they thought his level was fairly high. One of them explained that it might be true that he's used to fighting local monsters. She added that those monsters were hunted for survival, so it helped to naturally raise his level, but there weren't any high-level monsters. Another person agreed, saying that Effer and Lord Devolk were unique. She then asked if dungeon monsters were different. The text bubble clarified that they are not originally from this world. It was explained that they are created by dungeons that were set up by the evil god Ormflaus. It's common to see monsters over level 30, or even higher than that. Laude thought to himself that if they're over 30, it might help him to level up. He decided that he needed to go to the dungeon, even if he had to go in secret. One of the people was furious, saying that monsters weren't the only problem. He complained that many other worlders were also secretly hunting there, calling them evil scumbags. He then recalled that the screening for dungeon entry was tough, so he told everyone to forget about going there. Another man wondered why Laude went if it was so dangerous. He guessed that it was probably because of the hope of finding a healing artifact. The other man repeated the word artifact, clearly intrigued. The man explained that the source placed within those dungeons were artifacts. He added that they are items that come in various shapes and all have different abilities. He continued, saying that according to rumors, one of those artifacts was able to heal any type of wound. He concluded that Laude was most likely hoping to find that. Countless monsters had been creeping out of South Forest as of late, and he hoped it wasn't a bad omen. He thought to himself that dungeons and artifacts were like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. He decided to put out the lights, figuring that was his only option. Ryu Han Bin walked through the dark forest. The trees loomed over him, and the shadows seemed to move on their own. Han Bin admitted that no matter how many times he came to this forest, it was still spooky. He couldn't help but wonder if a huge monster would suddenly appear. Since Effer lived around here, Ryu Han Bin decided he should go and ask her about the monsters. He figured she would know more about the area. Ryu Han Bin wondered where Effer's house was again. He hadn't slept much in 3 months, so he was having a hard time remembering. And immediately, Ryu Han Bin screamed in terror. He hadn't even noticed the monster standing right behind him. Ryu Han Bin stopped dead in his tracks and shouted, "What the heck?" He raised his sword, ready to strike the monster that had appeared out of nowhere. The system displayed the monster's stats, level 31, species, Tatiro. It also said that attacks made by swords were useless because its entire body was covered in armor, but it was weak to magic and usually lived in dungeons. Ryu Han Bin wondered what a dungeon monster was doing here. He realized that the system said it was resistant to physical attacks, which was not good for him. The Tatiro monsters looked at him and said that he would be a bad opponent for them. They called him human meat and mentioned that they could talk. The monsters dismissed him as a mage, saying he just had an insignificant knife. They were clearly underestimating the young man. The Tatiro monsters swarmed Ryu Han Bin, confident in their armor. They mocked his sword, calling it useless. One of the monsters cackled, realizing the guideline had been lying to them. He seemed pretty happy about it. Another monster stared, simply repeating the word knife. It seemed to be processing something. One of the Tatiro realized that Ryu Han Bin's sword was actually knife-shaped magic. He quickly corrected himself, saying it was just a dead knife, and called himself stupid. The monster roared, declaring that the knife couldn't hurt them. He said that they were going to eat the knife holder, meaning Ryu Han Bin. The Tatiro monster looked up at Ryu Han Bin, confused by something. It asked who he was talking about. The monster then warned that the dungeon outside was dangerous. It told him to hurry. Ryu Han Bin didn't listen and kept attacking. Now scared, the monster asked where he was going. Ryu Han Bin stood over the monster, victorious. The tension in the air was palpable. The monster begged him to take it along. It was desperate to escape whatever was happening in the dungeon. The Tatiro reached out, pleading for help. Suddenly, a new monster appeared, towering over Ryu Han Bin. The monster announced its arrival with a loud shout. Ryu Han Bin, ready to attack the Tatiro, was stopped in his tracks. He looked up, completely confused by the interruption. At that moment, a small, bug-like monster crawled out of a glowing portal. It made a strange clicking sound as it emerged, catching the young man completely off guard. Facial transition magic was now active. The destination was set for the Ipan Plains dungeon, so, because of this portal, monsters found their way into the village. But Ryu Han Bin had never heard of portals appearing out of nowhere. He asked if they had made it. Ryu Han Bin wondered if they really couldn't use magic. He was gonna let it slide, but he guessed not. Ryu Han Bin figured he might as well get rid of it. He raised his massive weapon, ready to strike the portal. The monster shouted for him not to destroy it, saying that no one must enter. It claimed that it was under someone's absolute orders. Ryu Han Bin decided that he would just say he didn't see anything. The man ordered the bug monster not to let anyone through, saying that this way, he wouldn't get spotted by other people he knew, and neither would someone else. At the same time, the monster asked if that was really the case. The bug monster nervously agreed, saying that it didn't know anything. It looked terrified. Suddenly, someone attacked, hitting the man hard. He screamed in pain. The man with the axe yelled for whoever was there to stay away. He shouted for Alicia to hang on, sounding desperate. The man swung his axe, calling the attacker a bastard. He was furious. The bug monster kicked him hard, yelling off. The force of the blow sent the man flying, and he screamed in pain. The man realized that kicking and hitting the monster with his axe wasn't doing anything. He figured that magic was the only way to stop it. At the same time, Alicia looked at him with concern. She was obviously worried about him. Suddenly, the bug monster stabbed Alicia. She screamed in terror. The man with the axe yelled Alicia's name, sounding desperate. Alicia started chanting, asking the light to blind her foes like the sun and resonate like a raging thunder. She looked determined to protect herself and the man. Alicia Alicia cast the spell, and a bright flash of light filled the area. The monster was blinded by the sudden burst of light. Raud was hit by the flash too. He realized his vision was blurry, but he could still see with one eye. Because of this, he called out for Renard to use healing wind. He sounded desperate for help. Renard wasn't answering, so the man asked anyone, to please help him. Raud kept calling for Renard, begging someone to answer him. He was clearly terrified. Meanwhile, someone was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Alicia was injured and on the ground. She shouted for the magician to kill the monster, not caring who it was. She was desperate for someone to protect her. Raud was facing the giant bug monster. He looked absolutely terrified, not knowing what to do. Someone begged for help, hoping someone would save them from the monster. The man looked up, his face showing pure shock. He was clearly not expecting what he was seeing. The monsters didn't hesitate. They fired beams of energy at the person, trying to take them down. It was a brutal assault. The man was thinking how it was impossible to one-shot a Tatiro's hard neck. He figured it had to be a chained attack. Tatiros usually push their arms out to protect their heads, and the gaps between the shells are way too small. He realized that the attacker had exposed the monster's head and lowered its guard. The attacker landed a critical hit, attacking between the legs first. The man exclaimed that it was a technique only dual-wielding magic swordsmen could pull off. He asked if they were from the Onfrost Hunter Guild, and if they were Raud, the magic swordsman. Raud seemed happy that he was recognized. He exclaimed that he had started exploring the dungeon by himself a couple of months ago, which was amazing. But he corrected himself, saying it wasn't that, and that he had been lost in the dungeon for 70 days. Raud explained that after that incident, he remembered drinking away in the guild. When he woke up, he was already inside this dungeon. It was a terrible situation. Raud continued, saying he didn't remember coming in and couldn't find a single soul to help him out. He then asked why the man had come here by himself. At the same time, Ryu Hanbin looked surprised. Raud then exclaimed that he could leave now. Raud mentioned that he heard Ryu Hanbin was looking for a healing artifact. He asked what that was and if Alicia was okay. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin was pouring a potion. He said that he somehow stopped the bleeding, so she was fine, and that they had some poti. But then he realized it was a high potion and that it was so hard to get. Alicia spoke up, wondering if Ryu Hanbin was doing this just because she was a woman, but then said that wasn't it. She then asked why he would use such an expensive potion. She looked at him suspiciously. Alicia argued that the potion wouldn't help her injuries, and that it would be harder to leave if someone was injured. She would rather have it used than wasted, and promised to pay him back once they got out. Ryu Hanbin replied that it was good because exploring dungeons with that kind of injury was impossible. Ryu Hanbin asked Raud if he was leaving after coming all the way there just to help some stranger out. He looked surprised by the hunter's decision. Raud insisted that he was a proud hunter and told him not to look down on him. He then said not to mind it and that it was nothing and to only think about leaving. He then said that he had a stomach ache and irritable colitis, and he couldn't last long either. Meanwhile, Alicia looked at Raud. Ryu Hanbin thought about how Raud had an injury that he couldn't heal using the high potion to help some strangers like them. At the same time, the dungeon started to rumble. Ryu Hanbin exclaimed, wondering if it was an earthquake. He looked around nervously. The group heard the rumbling, and Raud said that dungeons aren't like the real world, so it couldn't be an earthquake. He figured it had to be a monster. Raud then told them to quickly run through the tunnel, saying he'd rather die than make a fool of himself in front of a woman. Raud yelled at them, asking if they were deaf. He insisted that they couldn't take on all those monsters by themselves. The hunter told them to go because it was coming out. Meanwhile, the group ran through the tunnel. Alicia yelled, asking what Raud was doing. She said that they were only going to be in his way, and they couldn't let his sacrifice be for nothing. At the same time, the group continued to run through the tunnel. Raud yelled, asking why they were leaving. He cursed, saying he should have leveled up a bit while he was in the dungeon. Below, the tunnel was dark and ominous. Raud steeled himself, muttering that he could handle a couple of Tatiros. He looked determined, but also a little nervous. Raud fought against the large monster, yelling. He was determined to hold it off, but it looked like there were more monsters coming, and immediately after, Raud was surrounded by a group of smaller monsters. He looked like he was in serious trouble. Raud ran away from the monsters, yelling at the others to run because it was dangerous. He seemed pretty freaked out by whatever was happening. Meanwhile, Alicia looked shocked and asked what the hell had happened in there. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The scene showed showed the other side of the dungeon. It was filled with dead monsters and a strange, glowing pool. It looked like a total disaster zone. Ryu Hanbin was surrounded by monsters and yelled as he swung his weapon. He was cutting through them with ease, but there were so many. It was a chaotic scene. Ryu Hanbin was trapped in a web, looking annoyed. He had hoped for a good experience in the dungeons, but it was not turning out that way. He was clearly not happy about it. Ryu Hanbin swung his weapon, complaining about how hard it was to fight in such a small space. He remembered having to hold back his strength when he was with Buckman. The young warrior unleashed his attack. Meanwhile, the monsters below were scared and told each other to run away, but they were also brave. The monster yelled that the others wouldn't pass. It looked determined to stop them no matter what. Ryu Hanbin attacked, yelling that he would stop them. He wanted to get some experience points. The fighter was not going to let them get away. Ryu Hanbin couldn't find any more Tatiros. He wondered where they had all gone. The young man stepped forward. Ryu Hanbin was surprised by what he saw. He wondered if it was an artifact. It was a fireball bracelet power core. Ryu Hanbin thought, oh hell no, don't these kinds of items usually pop out after defeating a mid-boss? He remembered that the level 40 Tatiro King was dead. The fighter wondered if he took out the power core. Would all the monsters nearby go away? He would not be able to level up if there were no more monsters, but there were only Tatiros around here. He also knew that there was still the final boss and central core artifact left, but something felt missing. The screen said that the wearer was able to shoot a fireball by shouting fireball. It also said that there were 30 uses left. Ryu Hanbin thought that a chunk of fire being fired off his hand was more than enough. It was a man's fantasy. Ryu Hanbin looked around and asked if nobody was around. He was about to try out the skill. The young man prepared himself. He focused all his energy. The warrior was ready to shout the magic word. Ryu Hanbin shouted, "Ball!" He was excited to see what would happen. So, why do monsters spawn endlessly in a dungeon? It's a pretty good question if you think about it. Turns out, the answer was discovered by hunters who explored the dungeons. And surprisingly, the dungeon monsters don't reproduce like normal creatures. Instead, they're being created in a special room. The cause behind the magic that creates countless monsters is the magical core centered in this room. The mystery of the magical core taking the form of an item still can't be explained, but hunters have called these items concentrated with immense magic. Ryu Hanbin shouted, "Ball!" At the same time, they call these items artifacts. Ryu Hanbin looked at the item in confusion, wondering if it was broken. He noticed a level requirement of 31, unlike other normal tools. But the young man figured that anyone who could reach this point should be able to meet that level requirement. Since he was only level 5, he thought it was useless. These artifacts found in dungeons were a symbol of honor for hunters and even traded at high prices. Ryu Hanbin wanted experience instead of trash he couldn't use. He wondered if he should sell it, but thought it would be weird for a level 5 to do so. Whatever he did, his level was always a problem. However, it was rare for hunters to return alive with artifacts in their possession. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin realized that the room was moving. That was because of their deep regret over their hardships through the years and arrogance developing after discovering an artifact. He looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Ryu Hanbin walked deeper into the dungeon, ready to make them believe the hell they were seeing was another opportunity. He was ready to get out of here. He smirked, thinking that this had to be the boss room. He was finally going to be able to leave this place. Ryu Hanbin announced that he was finally out of there. The young man needed to get back before Mr. Buckman woke up, so he hoped the boss would show up quickly. He wondered if all the monsters left together on a trip. They even left the most important dungeon core there, so Ryu Hanbin yelled at them, saying he was going to take it. The warrior declared that once he took that core, the entire dungeon was going to disappear. He yelled that they were all going to be homeless because there was a burglar there. Ryu Hanbin was suddenly attacked by the dungeon's tentacles. He looked surprised by the sudden attack. Ryu Hanbin was now tied up, but he noticed something finally showing up. He looked up, waiting to see what it was. It was the dungeon boss, the tentacle beholder, at level 45. Ryu Hanbin thought about how much experience he would get from it. Ryu Hanbin realized this wasn't the time to mess around. He noticed that both his arms and legs were restrained. The young man knew that if he made a mistake and got attacked, it was over for him. He was finally finally. The guy with white hair suddenly yelled out. Ryu Han-bin was standing behind him, looking confused by the sudden outburst. The guy with white hair seemed to be looking at Ryu Han-bin's stats. He asked if Ryu Han-bin was really only level 5. Meanwhile, our hero looked shocked by the question. Ryu Han-bin realized he might have been exposed. He thought that he needed to come up with some kind of excuse fast. Ryu Han-bin was trying to think of something to say. Meanwhile, the guy with white hair was just standing there, waiting for an answer. The guy with white hair started laughing like a maniac. He said that Ryu Han-bin was creeping him out, which was pretty funny. The guy with white hair grinned. He said that he knew there was a monster right there, one with low combat strength, but able to shapeshift into the enemy's fear and trauma. Ryu Han-bin looked confused as the guy spoke. He said that it was a despicable form, but it wouldn't work on him, because there was no way a level 5 would be in this dungeon. The white-haired man smiled creepily. He was glad that Ryu Han-bin was able to see through his form, which meant he was safe. But then, a voice shouted that he was going to become manure for the dungeon. The text described that the floating monster with no blind spots could thoroughly attack and defend its territory by combining its extremely fast tentacles and excessive strength. The description continued, saying that it aimed for the hunter's blind spots. Ryu Han-bin was on guard, trying to figure out how to deal with this thing. The swordsman attacked with a grunt. He put all of his strength into the blow. The monster launched an impenetrable blow. The attack was fast and strong. The monster fell to the ground with a loud crash. It was clearly in pain. The monster was falling, but Ryu Han-bin had to dodge another attack. He thought to himself how close that was, adding that if he hadn't dodged, his pants would have been torn apart. Ryu Han-bin wondered if the boss monster wasn't too weak. The guy with the sword looked at him, confused. The swordsman yelled that Ryu Han-bin was a total jerk as he swung his sword. He was clearly angry, and immediately, Ryu Han-bin was hit by the attack and exclaimed in pain. The monster was falling after taking a hit. It looked like it was in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, the young man continued to fight, dodging the attacks from the other enemies. The swordsman cursed at Ryu Han-bin, saying that he had lost everything because of him. He was furious and blamed the young man for his misfortune. Ryu Han-bin wondered if he was being seen as a fake and if the swordsman had lost his mind. The monster made a weird noise. It seemed confused by what was happening. The monster continued to fall, crashing through the dungeon. It lamented the loss of his honor within the guild, as well as his party. Raud looked absolutely shocked, realizing that even his egg was gone. He was clearly struggling to understand what was happening. The monster screamed, accusing someone of turning him into a demon. He then mentioned Artis. At the same time, Rude screamed that the monster was lying about having a relationship with Artis. The monster kept screaming for someone to die, over and over again. He looked completely deranged. The enemy was determined to kill the human. The monster and Rude were still fighting each other. Meanwhile, Ryu Han-bin was thinking about what he should do if Raud was being controlled by the enemy. The monster yelled at the human, asking how he dared to play with him like a ball. He was furious and ready to attack. The monster pointed out that he hadn't attacked the human yet. He guessed that the human was either a comrade or a party member. At the bottom, the worms were still slithering around. The monster continued, saying that for someone who cherished their comrade, losing their life by that comrade's hand would be the most horrible thing ever. He looked like he was enjoying this way too much. Suddenly, Ryu Han-bin appeared with his sword raised. He offered the monster his experience. Below, Rude looked absolutely terrified, not knowing what was going on. The monster changed his mind. He seemed to have thought of something even more evil. The monster declared that he was going to turn the human into manure for the dungeon. But then, he decided to remodel him as the dungeon's mid-boss. He would make him slaughter all the humans who dared to set foot in that place and then devour them alive. The monster was still scheming, thinking that his first meal would be someone special. He looked forward to the delicious experience. Suddenly, the monster lunged, screaming that Ryu Han-bin would be his first meal, but our hero was ready for the attack. The tentacle beholder was trying to get into Ryu Han-bin's head, saying that no matter how strong he was still just a human. He added that there was no way the guy would cut down his own comrade. At the same time, Ryu Han-bin looked unfazed by the monster's words. The monster was shocked, saying he missed the mark. He wondered when Ryu Han-bin had swung his blade. The ground cracked from the force of the swing. As a result of the attack, the monster's vision was splitting. Something bad was definitely happening. Ryu Han-bin looked at the monster and said, "Aw man, seriously?" He seemed a little annoyed. The monster was falling to pieces. He couldn't believe that this was a level 45 monster. He was clearly outmatched. The monster couldn't believe what was happening. He was screaming, asking how it it was possible for him to lose. Ryu Hanbin was standing there, looking unfazed. He was thinking that even the wind pressure from his swing was too powerful, and the guideline didn't even appear. He figured the dungeon boss was too weak, adding that Ryu Hanbin wasn't human. If such a monster existed, there was no point in opening the portal. The creature thought that all that was left was hope for the monsters in the Jot Forest. Before Ryu Hanbin took the core of the dungeon and made it disappear, the monster had to report back to him. As he was thinking this, one of his minions looked up at him. The little monster looked confused. He wondered if Ryu Hanbin was just a bug. The monster said that he was going to head back, but then he stopped, eyes wide. He told the minion to wait. The numbers were flying around, and the monster was losing his mind. He couldn't believe it was 54 billion. That's insane. The next morning had arrived. Buckman was pumping his muscles, feeling great. He was grunting with the effort. Buckman stepped out of his tent, feeling strong and powerful. He asked if his brother had seen Eric around. Gorman replied that he hadn't seen Eric since he woke up. He wondered if he'd gone to the bathroom, but even his weapon was missing. Gorman wondered if Eric went to the forest and got... Suddenly, the woman screamed. The man holding the small monster apologized for startling her. Eric was being scolded for disappearing without telling anyone. The woman looked really worried. He apologized, saying nothing had happened. At the bottom, Eric was smiling like crazy, but he kept saying nothing happened. He looked like he was hiding something big. Minutes earlier, Eric was staring at a huge number. It read 100,000. He was clearly surprised by the massive amount of EXP. The system window popped up, showing that he had exterminated a level 45 tentacle beholder. He obtained a whopping 113,340 EXP. Eric realized that a giant magic hound only gave him 258 XP. He needed 1,100 EXP to level up from 4 to 5. He figured it would only take 2,200 EXP to level up to 6. He was trying to figure out how many levels he jumped with 100,000 EXP, looking excited. The screen showed the EXP required until the next level, 54 billion. Eric's eyes went wide. He was totally shocked by the insane number. Eric realized that if he needed that much EXP, things were way worse than he thought. He looked totally stressed out by the insane math problem. Meanwhile, Eric was eating a meal with a big smile. Eric looked around a cave, still confused about the EXP situation. At the same time, Eric was hanging out with a little monster, looking like they were friends. Two people were talking about Eric, wondering if something had happened to him, but the woman said that he claimed nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, Eric was eating a big piece of meat, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. Eric stared at the tent, realizing he was done for. He looked absolutely hopeless. The sky was a mix of orange, blue, and purple, as if signaling the end of the day. A week had passed, but Buckman's group couldn't find any monsters outside of Sayat Forest. As a result, they returned to Onfros earlier than expected. At the gates, the guards stopped their wagon. The guards told them that the carriage was for the Onfros Hunters Guild and demanded to see their permit. One of the men asked what permit they were talking about. At the same time, the man argued that he had worked there long before the guard's dad was even born, but the guard said that those were the rules. An old man asked if something had happened, explaining that they had been gone for 3 months. Then, he recognized the man in armor. He shouted that it was Captain Buckman. The man in the armor said that he was Gorman and greeted the captain. Gorman then asked what was going on. The captain was told that the Hunters Guild had recalled all adventurers outside of town 5 days ago. He looked absolutely shocked by the news. The town looked quiet and empty. The text in the air announced that the Ipen Plain dungeon had closed. Back in the wagon, the atmosphere was tense. One of the men wondered if they should be celebrating the dungeon closing. Below them, the town looked quiet and unsettling. One of the guys explained that he was able to use the portal because he didn't take the core of the dungeon. He figured that someone else must have taken the core and closed the dungeon, which was why the streets were like this. The man then asked who they thought had closed the dungeon. He seemed really confused. One of the people in the wagon said that for a hunter, closing a dungeon was an incredible accomplishment, but only an earthling would hide this fact. He looked really worried, adding that wasn't the only problem. The same man continued, talking about the Inquisitor, who was sent by the church to find and execute earthlings. The Inquisitor would drag people away and torture them to confess, because they couldn't tell them apart from the earthlings. The man added that the Inquisitor targeted any suspicious individual who was above level 20. He was clearly scared. One of the men said that the standard was absurd. He added that Mr. Buckman and Madame Amber were both above level 20. He stated that this was also why most hunters had left the town, because earthlings would never be welcomed. He looked really serious. The man with the beard announced that nothing was certain yet. He told everyone to finish what they had to do. He said that they should reap their their rewards because they had been camping outside for weeks. He then told them to head to the guild and turn in the demon stones. The guy with the beard said that they should sell the monster materials in Eric's bag. He then told everyone to celebrate how Eric completed his first request. Meanwhile, someone was lying down, looking thoughtful. One of the men asked Amber if she could go with Eric to the Bolton shop, but another person said that she knew where the store was and could go by herself. She told the man to go on to the guild. Another person pointed out that Eric didn't even know the market prices and then asked Buckman a question. The man said that Eric would find out, even if they didn't tell him. He was talking about how valuable what he was carrying right now was. He smirked, knowing Eric would be surprised. The sign read, Bolton shop. Someone inside was clearly surprised by something. The shopkeeper refused to buy whatever it was. He explained that even though Buckman was a loyal customer, he couldn't risk getting involved. He added that the town's prosperity was all thanks to the dungeon. The shopkeeper continued, saying that without the dungeon, no one would stay in a place with an earthling and an inquisitor. He wondered who he would sell his goods to then. The young man looked like he was about to beg him to reconsider. The shopkeeper shouted at the young man, telling him, half? No, half of half. He asked if the guy was deaf. He explained that regardless of money, if an inquisitor, suddenly, a cloaked figure interrupted them, telling them to continue. He said he would wait in line since he arrived late. The newcomer's masked face was unreadable. The shopkeeper was terrified. He shouted that the cloaked figure was from the Church of Darkness, the Inquisitor. He thanked the owner for the introduction, clearly panicking. Ryu Han Bin looked at the Inquisitor suspiciously, wondering what level he was. The cloaked man thanked the shopkeeper for his products, speaking politely. Ryu Han Bin stared at the Inquisitor. His eyes narrowed. He looked like he was trying to figure out what was going on. The Inquisitor spoke, asking what was wrong. The system window showed that his level and species were unmeasurable. He wondered why they couldn't see his level. Eric told him he didn't know what he was talking about. He closed the distance between them in a heartbeat. Eric admitted he heard that a lot, adding that he never lost when it came to heights, but the Inquisitor was really tall. He wondered why the Inquisitor was so shocked to see him, and why he didn't just step back if he was so scared. Eric insisted he had no religion, then asked what fairy tale the Inquisitor liked. The Inquisitor found it weird that Eric was an orphan from a remote village with no religion, yet he was a hunter walking down the street. Eric said he had only recently become a hunter, and that the Inquisitor had the wrong person if he thought he was an earthling. The Inquisitor held up a small device, clearly about to test Eric. The Inquisitor saw that Eric was only level 5, which was impossible given his strength. Eric figured that since he got inspected, he could sell these items, right? The Inquisitor simply responded that he understood. Eric was selling his loot to the merchant. He was amazing, especially doing it right in front of the Inquisitor. He figured it was normal, though. The merchant was having a hard time pricing the items because he didn't have anywhere to sell them now. He was clearly confused. Eric was getting nervous. He thought it would be okay since his level was low. He felt like his heart was about to explode. Eric thought the merchant seemed pretty strong, even though he couldn't see his level. Maybe it was due to the mask. He asked the merchant if that was also an item he sold. Eric was starting to freak out because of the merchant's reaction. No, this item, he stammered, and at the same time the merchant was crying as he stared at the item. Suddenly, Eric bolted, trying to get away from the merchant as quickly as possible. He didn't want to deal with whatever was about to happen. But right then, the Inquisitor knelt down, picking up the artifact. The sudden movement made Eric freeze in place. The Inquisitor held the artifact in his hand, examining it closely. What's the explanation for this? He muttered to himself. The Inquisitor looked up at Eric, his voice laced with suspicion. Where did a level 5 obtain an artifact? He demanded. Eric was sweating bullets, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. He was thinking, I thought it would work out fine. I don't know anything. Should I deny that I don't know? Artist Bannister told him that a level 5 wouldn't go into a dungeon. He added that it was a valuable item, so he should guard it well. Artist thanked him and then said that since Eric was a beginner hunter, he would tell him a story as a lesson. Artist Bannister leaned in closer, ready to begin his story. It was a story that would also serve as a lesson, he said. Artist began his story. It happened 15 years ago in a small eastern village where a married couple lived. The husband was a veteran hunter. He wasn't the leader of his party, but he had the power to attract people. It was just an average day, and his party was in charge of a quest. The veteran hunter was suddenly terrified by a seemingly harmless monster. The rest of his party couldn't figure out why the strongest and most heroic member was acting so strange. When his party members pushed him for an explanation, the veteran hunter shouted that the monster's level was over 800. Since his comrades didn't believe him, he revealed the whole truth about himself. He confessed that he was an earth earthling and that he could see everyone's levels. But at that moment, the monster discovered them. The veteran hunter was left alone to fight the monster, buying time for his comrades to run away. He knew he was done for. Artist looked down, lost in thought. He then asked a simple question. Who died in this story exactly as expected? Artist continued the story, saying that it was always the earthling who revealed his own identity. No, it was never anyone else's fault. Artist explained that the earthling's party leader was spared. Everyone else was killed. The party leader was exempt since he reported the truth to the Inquisitor, and the other party members died while being investigated for suspicion of taking sides with the earthling. As a result, their remains were left as a warning. The earthling, who miraculously survived, returned to his home. However, the villagers, who heard the rumors and were influenced, burned the house down. There was no person left who welcomed him. He massacred all the villagers and ran away, completely consumed by rage. Artist Bannister stared down at Eric, reminding him that anyone involved with an earthling ends up miserable. But he wondered what sin a level 5 like Eric could have committed. Artist continued, asking what reason Eric had to tell him this story. He added that getting rid of an earthling's artifact by using a naive beginner hunter was a common thing. He offered to give Eric as much protection as he could with his own power. The air thickened with tension as Artist demanded to know which party Eric belonged to. His eyes narrowed, waiting for an answer. Before Eric could answer, a sudden strike came from the right, hitting him hard. He was caught completely off guard. The force of the blow sent Eric flying backwards. Who was attacking him and why? Just as Eric was about to speak, a hand slammed down on his head. "Excuse me," the attacker said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Artist immediately intervened, his expression serious. He told the attacker that the priest seemed to have misunderstood something, adding that what he did was dangerous. Artist turned his fury on the attacker, his face contorted with rage. He screamed that the guy was a worthless, useless buffoon, asking if he couldn't even take care of a simple chore. Artist then blamed himself for leaving the artifact in the attacker's hands. He was starting to think that this was all his fault. Artist snapped, telling the attacker that was enough. He called him a muscle-brained vermin, ordering him to shut his mouth and stay hunched over. But then he paused, asking who he was. Artist Bannister gave a polite smile, trying to ease the tension. He said that he was sorry for the late introduction. Artist explained that he was the 37th head of the Bannister family. He added that they were the dragon hunter Bannister family. He had heard rumors that they had lost their place, but seeing the glowing dragon insignia, he figured it must have been a lie. Artist was still talking to Eric, explaining that he couldn't remove his mask while on unofficial business. Meanwhile, Ryu Han Bin looked confused by the whole situation, wondering if he was helping at all. Artist apologized for the situation, explaining that he had told the guy to bring an artifact to help with research, but things didn't go as planned. He said that he understood the story the other man was setting, and he needed to match it. He then apologized to his master. Artist said that he was still busy with the research. He told them to may the darkness protect them. He then thanked them and told Eric to never attempt to act anywhere else. Eric stared at Artist, pointing out how he hadn't asked any questions about what he saw in the forest. He wondered what would happen if he was a dangerous man, and if the fact that he had an artifact wasn't suspicious. He repeated his question, asking what if he was a dangerous man. Meanwhile, Artist watched him carefully, waiting for his next move. Artist said he just thought Eric was a suspicious person. He asked what part of him was suspicious. At the same time, Eric was wondering about the artifact and what its ability was. Eric described the artifact's abilities, saying it could create fireballs and electric attacks. Below, Artist stared at Eric with a serious expression. Suddenly, Eric apologized. Eric attacked, telling Artist to come quietly. Eric was thinking back to the first day he joined the Buckman party. He remembered fighting a tree ogre. The monster was only level 13. He thought, no. The next monster was a little panic, and it was level 15. He thought, no. He finally escaped from the rock mountain, but he was starting to get annoyed. He wondered if there were only monsters like these mud slimes around, since he was level 21 now. He was complaining that these monsters were trash and didn't give him much experience. He remembered that the magic hound was better than this garbage, since he could at least gain 1 experience point then. Rick was completely focused on leveling up, swinging his sword and yelling about his need for more power. At the same time, below him, Eric's feet were visible, standing still as he observed Rick's battle. Rick suddenly stopped, remembering his name and Eric's. Eric looked up, surprised to be called out. Buckman told Eric not to be too nervous about joining the party, offering him a special welcome meal for the newbie. But then he got annoyed and told someone to stop talking nonsense to the newbie. Another member of the party chimed in, telling Eric to think of going out to the field field as waging war. She said that Buckman might have accepted him, but she hadn't yet. Eric was told that the party didn't need a kid who was picky about side dishes, and he should know that. Someone wondered how long someone like him would last there. Meanwhile, Rick was eating something and thinking that it couldn't be worse than magic hound meat. Rick stared at the food, his mind racing. He wondered how long it had been since he'd eaten anything that wasn't magic hound. How long had it been since he'd even used a fork? He looked around at the others, a strange feeling washing over him. Rick realized he wasn't alone anymore. The party was grilling meat and laughing, enjoying the moment. At the same time, they were all trying to feed Eric, who looked overwhelmed by the attention. Eric smiled, the first genuine smile they'd seen. He said that it was really hot and asked if he could have another bowl. Eric told them that they didn't have to force him to eat it. He said that if he ate all of it, even if they cooked it to play a joke on him, he could still feel that he had escaped the rock mountain. The cloaked figure, holding the other person, spoke calmly Finn as they were fighting. He told the other to please follow him quietly. The cloaked figure paused, sensing the air around them. He realized this wind wasn't magic, or at least he couldn't feel any mana. He thought it was the wind of healing, and that the other guy was a pretty high-level spirit magician. The cloaked figure frowned, realizing the situation was getting complicated. He thought to himself that a high-level spirit magician wouldn't be an easy fight. The cloaked figure looked serious. He realized that if he fought for real, his true identity would be exposed. He then told the other guy not to worry so much. The cloaked figure explained that if he stayed inside, he'd be safe, even if he lost his arms and legs. But he wanted the other guy to walk and follow him on his own 2 feet. The cloaked figure realized that he was running out of options. He asked Ryuhan Bin if he was looking for a dungeon closer. It seemed like the cloaked figure had something in mind. The cloaked figure asked if he could find a dungeon closer. Would Ryuhan Bin promised not to hurt anyone else? He quickly added that they didn't have much time to waste. Ryuhan Bin looked the cloaked figure in the eye. He declared that he was the dungeon closer they were looking for. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the dungeon. It announced the return of a hero as light flooded the entrance. A man stepped forward, a mix of surprise and embarrassment on his face. He admitted he hadn't expected to actually return. He was also ashamed, admitting he hadn't realized someone could close the dungeon alone, adding that it was full of hardships. Raud was remembering the dungeon incident. Turns out, he had ended up getting knocked out. He was disgusted. He had defeated the boss without even realizing it. He took out the dungeon nucleus and closed the dungeon, but then it vanished, leaving them to starve in the middle of nowhere. Raud continued, explaining that they had found him as they were leaving Onfros. He was just grateful to be alive. He added that he had found them first, and they had saved his life, so they should at least do this much for him. Raud looked at them with a strange smile. He told them to look carefully, because the legend of Rude was about to begin right now. Raud suddenly yelled that he wasn't the one. He told the others to get inside right away. Rude Estelpia was 21 years old. The guards said they were putting him in a cell for now, adding that they thought the artifact was real. Meanwhile, the 2 people were talking about Rude. One of them admitted that he didn't know Rude was a dungeon closer, and that he thought he had temporarily become a monster back then. He didn't realize it was really Rude. The representative of the Church of Darkness apologized to the others. He insisted that the church hadn't done anything wrong, but he was still worried about what would happen to Rude. The Church of Darkness representative explained that Raud's location was a secret. He added that Raud would be investigated and imprisoned soon, but if his story checked out, he'd be released. Eric seemed relieved, just hoping they'd lock him up. Eric was thankful that things had worked out thanks to Rude. Then, he noticed something odd, a car powered by demon stones. He commented that it was pretty rare to see one in the countryside. Eric realized that he had stopped them from selling their stuff. He turned to Eric and asked him to come over for a second. Turns out, Eric didn't have any cash on him, so he asked if he could give Eric a promissory note instead. He figured it would be too complicated for the countryside boy, so he'd have the real recipient sign it. But he hesitated, remembering his mom warning him not to sign anything carelessly. The church member insisted that he wasn't trying to get Eric to join any church, adding that the Church of Light might do that though. He admitted that it was too much money for him to refuse, and then asked Eric to sign the note right there. Eric took the pen and signed the promissory note. He hoped he wouldn't regret this later. With the deal done, the church member placed his hand on Eric's shoulder. As a result, he gave him a blessing, hoping that darkness would protect him. Thank goodness, it ended without anyone getting hurt. But then, Artis called out to Eric from behind. Artis looked at Eric with a serious expression. The voice echoed through the mostly empty hall. He was asking if there was anything he could do, now that he was here. The place was the Onfrost Hunter Guild. Eric looked down, his face showing regret. He told the person that he was sorry. The man told Eric that he shouldn't feel sorry for the guildmaster running away. He added that he didn't know that Buckman's party had disbanded so quickly, with everyone leaving in a hurry like crazy. Meanwhile, the same man asked Amber if she had been able to sell some demon stones. The woman at the table, Amber, told him that she had sold all of the demon stones. She revealed that all of those demon stones only earned 5 silver coins. She said that this was all the money the guild had. The two people at the table looked at each other, shocked by the news. They asked what she meant by that, clearly not understanding the situation. The woman looked absolutely furious. She was thinking that the guildmaster should be ground to dust and drunk. He ran away with all the money, and he didn't even call them because he knew they would notice if they came. The man offered beer, saying it was free, but the woman yelled back, asking how she could drink beer now. She reminded him that they had no money. If the guild went bankrupt, where would they get their commission, and from whom could they receive their money? The man asked Amber if she remembered years ago. He was talking about when he was going to protect a remote village where there were no dungeons or guilds, and insisted he was a lone hunter. He reminded her that he saved her hundreds of times back then. The man told Amber that it didn't matter if there was a guild or not. He had been with her since that day, and his heart hadn't changed at all. He then quickly added that she was like that, and that was why he was still single. He then corrected himself, saying that was not it, and repeated her name. Just then, Buckman arrived, saying that if he wasn't too late, he was with them. He also brought a lot of snacks. Buckman was happy to offer Eric some food, saying they could congratulate him with a fun party. Buckman continued, suggesting they should say more things after the celebratory party for Eric. He also mentioned getting together alone with the woman once everybody was gathered. The party was in full swing. Everyone was eating and drinking, enjoying the moment. The group seemed relaxed and happy, enjoying the food and each other's company. Suddenly, the man looked utterly shocked. He was thinking, why, you? Everything had been so calm just a moment ago. But suddenly, the door below exploded inward with a loud crash. Buckman looked absolutely furious. He was about to do something about this. The guy who'd burst in was holding Eric's bag tightly. He was panting hard as he demanded to know why the man had it. Eric was in bad shape, looking up with pure terror in his eyes. He begged someone to help him. The guy holding the bag went down hard. Buckman didn't hesitate, running straight at him while Eric was shouting for Artis. The guy who'd burst in was still out cold, but several people were already hauling Eric's bag away. It was a heavy-looking thing, stuffed to the brim. Artis was sitting down, looking pretty relaxed, all things considered. He said that Eric was amazing for carrying all that heavy stuff. Buckman stepped forward, looking concerned. He demanded to know what was going on and why they were carrying Eric's bag. He pointed out that the materials inside were gone, which was not good. Artis looked up, a little worried. He asked if something had happened to Eric, explaining that Eric had asked him to do this. Buckman ignored him and kept digging through the bag. He called out to the others to take a look at what he'd found. The hunter stared into the bag, eyes wide. There was money inside, and a lot more than he expected. Turns out, each of those bags was packed with 1,000 EX, and there were 10 of them. That was a lot of cash. Buckman's jaw dropped. How many monster materials had Eric sold to get this much money? It was way too much. At that moment, Artis spoke up, telling Buckman that Eric had also asked him to give him something. Buckman took the item, his eyes fixed on it. He just nodded, confirming that he recognized it. Buckman looked at Artis, needing to understand. He asked if Eric had mentioned why he was quitting. Artis looked down. He said he didn't hear the reason either. Just that, far from the others, a figure walked through the town at night. He seemed to be leaving, disappearing into the darkness. He looked absolutely terrified, like something was chasing him. The fear was written all over his face. Back at the Hunters Guild, someone held out a piece of paper. He asked if they could recognize what it was. The man stared wide-eyed at the paper in his hands. He looked completely stunned by whatever he was reading. The paper was a strange golden coin. It had a map etched into its surface, and the words Great Earth written around the edge. The words Great Earth seemed to be the most important part. They were engraved deep into the coin. The man's eyes widened as he stared at the coin. He was thinking that Great Earth was destroyed by the 4 heroes 20 years ago and disappeared since then. The man in the cloak said it wasn't something he knew. He seemed to be thinking hard about it, though. The masked man continued, saying that since he was only level 5, it wasn't something he should even know about. He seemed to be looking down on the other guy. The masked man started writing something down. He said that because the other person was only level 5, he couldn't possibly be from another world, clearly doubting him. The masked man's expression turned dark. He muttered, but just in case, as if he was bracing for something bad. The masked man showed a series of disturbing images. He warned him not to forget the ancient story he had told him, as if it was a threat. Suddenly, a fist slammed into the ground with incredible force. The earth cracked and splintered under the blow. Ryu Han Bin stood over the broken cart. His fist clenched so tight, his knuckles were white. He muttered that he wasn't. Ryu Han Bin's eyes narrowed. His face hardened with a resolve that didn't quite reach his soul. He admitted that he wasn't doing this because he wanted to. The group of toughs surrounded Ryu Han Bin, their expressions a mix of anger and confusion. The air crackled with unspoken threats. The men's faces contorted with rage, their eyes burning into him. They looked ready to explode at any second. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Amber and the other women were in a panic. One of them said he couldn't just quit like that, and they should go talk to him, asking what more did he need to hear. The man insisted that he was definitely going to tell Eric to think things over again. But then he told the others to stop, calling Artis brother. Artis's brother looked determined, but he admitted that he couldn't force anyone to risk their lives doing their dangerous work. The group looked at Artis, concerned, but one of them just said his name, not sure what to add. Artis's brother added that if they ever met Eric again, they should tell him that they always welcome bag carriers. He added that he would fix him up and re-educate him completely. Amber looked determined and said that she would do her best to get him to come back. She muttered that if that scumbag came back, she wouldn't be too nice to him. Artis told her not to be too hard on Eric because he might have been too cold to him. Atis looked down, his red eyes intense. He muttered that he didn't know what was going on, but even just a little. Atis's face was close, his red eye filled with emotion. He confessed that he was jealous. Eric was surrounded by a bright blue light that shook the room. Something was happening to him. Someone offered Eric water, and he took it. The old man shouted that he was awake. The other man told the old man to go away, saying he had done good work. Eric looked around, confused, and wondered where he was. The muscle-bound guy pointed a thick finger, accusing the newcomer. He said he hadn't seen him around before, but since he had a sword, he must be a hunter. The accuser added that he had heard the hunter hurt their kids' arms and legs. More people joined in, their faces twisted with anger. They shouted that the hunter had destroyed their stuff too. They demanded to know how he dared sleep in their territory after doing that, calling him a bastard. The hunter apologized for their stuff, but explained that they had twisted their own arms and legs while attacking him. He added that he had no place to sleep and had just entered an abandoned house. The muscle-bound guy didn't buy it. His eyes narrowed. He questioned how a human body could be as strong as a brick. He accused the hunter of using some kind of magic, calling him a bastard again. The hunter denied using magic at all. He challenged them to try hitting him if they didn't believe him. He taunted them, asking if they were just a coward who couldn't do what the guy behind them said. The muscle-bound guy shouted that it wasn't right and that he hadn't said any of that. Ryu Han Bin looked up at the mob, saying it was a lie. Ryu Han Bin didn't even hesitate. He threw a punch with so much force that the air around his fist seemed to crackle. The muscle-bound guy was clutching his hand, looking completely shocked. Ryu Han Bin saw the system flash a screen in front of him, showing that the guy was only level 11, a total weakling. Ryu Han Bin stared into the distance, his mind racing. He wondered what he should do now. The crowd was whispering, trying to figure out if he was a spirit magician or a magical swordsman. Ryu Han Bin realized it would be easy to destroy the place and run away, but he wasn't sure if he should. Ryu Han Bin realized that drawing more attention to himself wouldn't be good. He tried to explain that he'd only caused a commotion because he thought there was a monster attack. An old man dismissed the threat, saying it was just a runaway dog. The younger man with him still looked worried, saying that this place was dangerous, but the old man brushed it off. Ryu Han Bin glared at the old man, asking why he was calling him a dog. He added that he hated dogs. Ryu Han Bin's eyes narrowed as he said that the dogs probably hated him too. He asked if the old man wanted to know why. The old man smirked, saying that Ryu Han Bin was trying to look fierce. He wondered if he was from Rock Mountain. The old man argued that they couldn't just let Ryu Han Bin go. He demanded to know why they were letting him go when they had no idea what he was capable of. Ryu Han Bin stepped forward and asked what they'd do if they didn't let him go. He added that if he'd wanted to, he could have turned everyone into mincemeat. Ryu Han Bin looked surprised, almost caught off guard. He asked how the old man knew about Rock Mountain. The old man chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face. He suggested that if Ryu Han Bin was so curious, he should come work with him. After the dungeon was destroyed, the world was still trying to recover. The destruction had changed everything. The story now takes place in Onfrost City, specifically in the suburban area on the East Castle Wall. It was a place trying to rebuild. Many houses were damaged and people were trying to fix them. The whole area looked like a disaster zone. One of the robbers laughed, saying the house was pathetic. He ordered his people to take all the kitchenware and furniture they could find to sell for money. A woman holding her child shouted, asking why they were doing this to her family. She said they must not have heard who the man of the house was. The robber grinned, boasting that they would end him today. He even added a deer to the end of the threat, like he was talking to his wife. Suddenly, the old man burst into the room, looking absolutely furious. He shouted at the robbers, asking what the hell they were doing. The old man warned that they were in his house, messing with his family. He told them not to lay a single finger on his loved ones. The robbers sighed, saying the old man was making him tired. He ordered someone to get the hammer. The old man stared at the weapon in disbelief. He stammered, asking if that thing was really a hammer. The attacker just shrugged, carrying the massive rock hammer over his shoulder. He said it was just a rock on an iron spike, like it was nothing special. The old man yelled that even if the guild closed down, he was still a hunter. He insisted that he could fight against them. The attacker didn't even flinch. He just calmly stopped the old man's sword with his bare hand, the metal screeching against his skin. The attacker stared down, his eyes cold and lifeless. He told the old man to step aside, like he was a bug to be brushed away. The old man stared in disbelief. He stammered, realizing that his sword wasn't even cutting through the attacker's skin. The attacker's muscles were so huge, they looked like they were about to burst through his shirt. He looked like he was made of stone. Then, the whole house exploded from the force of his attack. The attacker was standing in front of the rubble, and someone shouted that he wasn't human, that he was a monster. Meanwhile, a family watched with worried eyes. They didn't know what was going to happen next. Turns out, the Onfrost Architecture Association was strongly supporting this whole project. They were the ones trying to fix the city. The man explained that they fixed the city's castle wall and tore down old, broken houses. They were trying to make things better for everyone. The man explained that they were also providing durable housing. He added that their houses were made of the same stuff as the noblemen's, mixed stone, and they finished it with golem magic to make it even stronger. He continued, saying that they put a special slime resin coating on the houses to stop monsters and enemies from climbing up. He added that if they agreed that soldiers could use the house in case of emergency when citizens needed to get out, then the bald man then said that they could live there without paying rent, and as they stayed, they'd even get support money for helping to keep the castle wall up. He admitted that they had explained all this before, but he had been drunk then, and he apologized. The man sighed, saying that he'd had a hard time with hunter work lately. He said they'd helped him so much, he couldn't thank them enough, especially the guy standing behind them. He admitted that he had shoved his sword at Ryu Hanbin, and now he didn't know how to apologize. The bald man asked if he had no more work there, right? He pointed out that the other man was apologizing, and told him not to be like that, asking him to please have a meal with them. Ryu Hanbin looked serious. He announced that he was going to make a report about the situation. Baldy looked at Ryu Hanbin with anger. He said that Ryu Hanbin was talking to them nicely, and demanded to know if Ryu Hanbin was being horrible. Ryu Hanbin stared at the group. His eyes narrowed. He muttered that they were weird, and asked what was so weird about it. Baldy laughed, calling Ryu Hanbin weird. He wondered if there was anyone worse. He added that Ryu Hanbin didn't have to force himself to be there, but he could accept the apology from the other man. The tension in the room was thick enough to quiet with a knife. A small child reached out and grabbed Ryu Hanbin's leg, completely unaware of the conflict around them. The kid looked up at Ryu Hanbin with wide eyes. He pointed out that Ryu Hanbin was weird and not from this world, which made Ryu Hanbin freeze. Ryu Hanbin looked down at the children, his expression softening. He started to say something, but only got out the word, "Look." Ryu Hanbin knelt down, his face etched with regret. He apologized, his voice barely a whisper. Ryu Hanbin stared at the floor, his mind racing. The weight of his strength, the years of fighting, and the revelation that he was an outsider crashed down on him. Baldy was completely taken aback by Ryu Hanbin's sudden apology. He stammered, repeating the words back in disbelief. He thought that Ryu Hanbin must be furious, but he couldn't understand why Ryu Hanbin apologized. Turns out, after joining the association half a year ago, Ryu Hanbin gets 600 EX for each job. Someone pointed out that's higher than the middle-class hunter. With his help, work that would have taken a month is finished in a day. So, Ryu Hanbin is already famous among architecture businesses in other cities. But the thing is, nobody could talk to Ryu Hanbin. He seemed like he was in his own world. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin burst into the room. The old man looked up, surprised. He demanded to know where Ryu Hanbin's manners were, and that this wasn't his room. Ryu Hanbin pointed at something, his face angry. The old man said that there was no such building design there. Nobody here must have seen a building like that. Ryu Hanbin looked absolutely furious. He shouted that he'd been sent there after paying a lot of money, but he wasn't doing anything. He complained that he never talked, and everyone thought he was mute. Ryu Hanbin slammed his hand on the table, making the old man jump. He demanded to know if he was kidding him, or if he was playing with him. Ryu Hanbin towered over the old man, his voice rising. He pointed out that he had done what the old man wanted for 5 months after he talked about Rock Mountain. Ryu Hanbin's anger reached a boiling point. He shouted, demanding to know what more the old man wanted from him. Papers flew everywhere as he gestured wildly. Ryu Hanbin collapsed to the floor, his anger suddenly gone, replaced by despair. He asked quietly what he was supposed to do. The old man looked at Ryu Hanbin with a deep frown. He told him that he sucked. The old man continued, saying that years ago, everyone lived like humans, including them. Ryu Hanbin looked at the old man, a strange glint in his eyes. He said that people from another world were involved, and he thought the old man knew about it. Ryu Hanbin pressed on, recalling how the old man couldn't sleep comfortably and ate food while hiding. He asked if the old man knew why he didn't talk. Ryu Hanbin admitted that he was from another world, but that wasn't the whole story. The old man stared at his own reflection, a sad look on his face. He told Ryu Hanbin that it was because he didn't live like other people. The old man continued, explaining that to people from another world, they only saw hunters. He recalled how, years ago, when the first person from the outside came, there were a lot more people in jobs that had nothing to do with hunting. Meanwhile, Ryu Hanbin listened intently, his expression unreadable. The old man said that if he didn't fight and lived quietly, nobody would think he was weird. The old man looked up at Ryu Hanbin, his voice filled with a strange emotion. He pleaded that if he wanted to live like a human. The old man warned Ryu Hanbin not to get associated with hunters after this job. He added that this was a hunter job request. A gloved hand knocked firmly on the wooden door, the sound echoing in the room. The person on the other side declared that they had no reason to accept whatever was being offered. Ryu Hanbin stood tall, holding some papers, while the old man sat behind his desk. The old man stated that such work didn't help him at the moment. The old man leaned forward, his expression intense. He admitted that someone had told him that Ryu Hanbin would take the job no matter what he said. Ryu Hanbin turned his head slightly, looking into the room. He told the person on the other side to come in. Ryu Hanbin's face was set with a serious expression. His eyes narrowed slightly. He waited, his expression unreadable. Ryu Hanbin watched as the person walked into the room, his expression still unreadable. He waited, trying to figure out who it was. Ryu Hanbin stared, surprised. Then Eric entered, looking relieved. Eric exclaimed, "Thank God you look healthy, Artis." Ryu Hanbin started to panic, pointing at the old man. He asked how Artis knew he was here and came looking for him. He added that he had to hide his face and wondered how the old man was going to hide his huge body with that piece of fabric. The old man adjusted his glasses, looking unconcerned. He told Ryu Hanbin not to panic, that everyone knew. He explained that Artis visited him a lot, so he wanted to hear Ryu Hanbin's story as well, so he let her come in. He promised to make sure that she didn't get involved with him anymore. Ryu Hanbin looked down, his expression troubled. He apologized for Artis, but asked the old man if it would be best if she wasn't concerned for him anymore. Artis stepped forward, smiling. She said it was her first time properly introducing herself, and that she was Artis Bannister from the Onfrost Hunter Guild. She added that they should drop the formalities. She mentioned that Eric used to be a hunter in the past, and she already knew about it. The old man slammed his fist on the table, looking absolutely furious. He said that Eric was now working for the Architecture Association, so he was family. The old man shouted, accusing Artis of looking down on their Architecture Association and demanding if she wanted him to just hand Eric over. Artis calmly explained that she wasn't asking for Eric on behalf of her guild. It was a personal request, and there seemed to be a misunderstanding. She then asked what Eric had to do with him. Artis paused, looking thoughtful. She said that their party had been different back then, and she didn't know Eric well at all. Artis explained that when her party members saw her with Eric at the Saat Forest, he protected her. She asked why Eric would hide being with her, just because they were in different parties. She didn't go into too much detail, but she made it clear that the old man was misunderstanding something. Artis continued, saying that after the Raud incident, Eric seemed to be tormented with guilt. The old man was getting even more worked up, denying that he was thinking anything weird. Artis added that after Eric came back to the city, things were difficult difficult. Artis explained that Eric had requested to give a promissory note of 1 million EX for her at the Hunter Guild. She said that Eric had paid her and he could quit being a hunter. Suddenly, Eric went flying out of the building, crashing through the wall with a loud creak. The old man shouted that if Eric caused such a serious incident to a woman, he should be responsible for it. He added that he had nothing to say to Eric until he finished his business with her. Artis was glad that the old man gave his permission so easily. She thought that too many things had been left out of the story, and she didn't want to talk about the Inquisitor. Eric thought the situation was horrible. He pointed out that he had stopped being a hunter a long time ago. He corrected her, saying it had been 5 months, not 1. Artis tried to reassure him, saying that the duty this time was just exploring Sa'at Forest and collecting samples. She promised there wouldn't be any danger, so he shouldn't worry. Artis promised that if something happened to him, she would protect him. She added that they were comrades now, so he should talk to her comfortably. The next destination was Sa'at Forest. It looked peaceful from a distance. They walked deeper into the forest together, but Ryu Hanbin was lost in thought. He followed Artis for now, but wondered why she had asked him to come along. Ryu Hanbin wondered if Artis had realized something about him after the last incident. She asked if he was doing okay, and to tell her if he was having a hard time. He thought to himself that it had only been 10 minutes, but it had already been 5 months since Eric had stopped being a hunter, so why now? He remembered the old man's advice. If he acted natural, people wouldn't be suspicious. Suddenly, the system flashed a screen. Race, Kellogg, a low-level monster who lives in the forest. Level 2. Ryu Hanbin stared at the monster, surprised. What? It is so cute! Artis, stop for a second! He then asked, do you like me so much? Ryu Hanbin was getting too close to the monster. He asked Artis if they could take it as a sample and raise it. Suddenly, Artis yelled, fireball. Artis rushed over, checking Ryu Hanbin for injuries. She asked if he was hurt and that there could be poison, so he should take a potion. She noticed the bite on his hand, but was relieved he wasn't injured. Artis told Ryu Hanbin to call her straight away if he found a sample next time. She then asked if his blood was blue and was relieved to see it was red. After that, their exploration continued. Ryu Hanbin looked down. A baby Kalak perched on his shoulder, but then Artis just torched everything. The trees went up in flames. She torched everything in sight. Ryu Hanbin just stood there, watching the forest burn. And then Artis torched the forest again. She said that this forest has a lot of dangerous monsters. Artis looked at Eric, her eyes full of worry. She asked if he was hurt. Ryu Hanbin said that he was okay, but he forbid Artis from using fire magic for now. He told her not to worry about the forest, because if he stopped the magic power, the fire would be extinguished. Artis looked up at the sky and said that she would try as much as she could. Wow. Then, the sound of wood splitting echoed through the forest. It was a strange sound to hear after all that fire. Ryu Hanbin asked if Raud's group was the first one Atis had ever joined. Atis confirmed that it was. Ryu Hanbin looked concerned and said that wasn't good at all. Atis explained that he felt awkward around Rude, and he actually didn't have any experience with parties. He added that it was his first time even sleeping outside. Ryu Hanbin asked why he joined the Hunter Guild then. Atis said he thought it would be fun to collect research materials on his own. Atis went on to say that magicians also increase their level when they do magic research, so he never had any reason to go outside. Ryu Hanbin was clearly confused and asked what kind of dragon hunter catches a dragon at home. Atis insisted that he had nothing to do with his family's business. He added that these days, dragons are nearly extinct, so it's hard to even find them. Ryu Hanbin looked surprised and asked if there really weren't any dragons, and why. Atise tilted his head and asked if Ryu Hanbin was interested in them. Ryu Hanbin grinned, imagining the possibilities. He said if he caught one, he could level up. He added that where he lived, there weren't any dragons, and they were rare monsters, so it was hard to even see them. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin thought about monsters. He was starting to see things differently. Ryu Hanbin turned back to Atise and continued, explaining that dragons were definitely something to be feared. He described them flying in the sky with wings as big as castle walls, burning the earth with limitless magic power. But the real reason why he was afraid of them was, Ryu Hanbin said that your level rises when you just kill the enemy, like the people from another world. But he added that dragons are intelligent and you can talk them. Ryu Hanbin's expression softened. He suggested that maybe they were hiding for them to survive quietly. He added that they could be lonely. Ryu Hanbin said that even if they were lonely, it would be better for them to live safely. He mentioned a wyvern he knew. Atise laughed, saying a wyvern who could talk was the best joke he'd heard recently. He added that it was true. Eric looked right at Ryu Hanbin, his face full of regret. He apologized. his voice barely a whisper. Artist spoke, his voice sharp with urgency. He ordered Eric to take his hand off his wand immediately. Eric's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. He warned that this place was way more dangerous than they thought. Before anyone could react, a monster lunged out of the forest. Eric and Artist moved instantly, attacking the beast. The monster dropped to the ground, twitching. Eric stared at the dead creature, completely shocked. He asked what Artist had done. Artist explained that he had shot a magic chunk that burned the monster's lungs, ensuring it would suffocate to death soon enough. He then asked Eric why he had done it in such a way, suggesting that the monster's cries could alert its group and bring an attack down on them. Eric was surprised by Artist's quick thinking. Artist remarked that Eric was on a different level compared to the magician of Buckman's party. He had thought Eric was just a young master who researched at home, and that it would be good if he joined his party. But he didn't think now was the right time to say something like that. Eric asked if Artist could cut open the monster's stomach while he kept watch. He admitted he thought rich people weren't interested in demon stones, finding the whole situation really strange. Artist explained that normally, people don't have to kill monsters in this forest, since they don't approach humans much. But today, many monsters had come close to them. Eric realized it was because he had burned all of them. Looking closely at the monster, Eric realized it was a kobold, level 21. He was shocked as he realized it was a dungeon monster. Atis looked absolutely serious as he stared at Eric. He told Eric that the demon stone wasn't the problem, and that he needed to open the kobold's stomach. High above, 2 kobolds stood guard in a rickety watchtower, their eyes scanning the surroundings. They seemed to be watching for any sign of trouble. Below, in the dark village, more of the monsters lurked. Eric figured that the finger they had found inside the monster probably belonged to one of the villagers from this place. The situation was getting worse. The wild monsters had started eating the abandoned corpses and were now hunting humans as prey. Eric wondered if there was a new dungeon nearby. Atis explained that whenever a dungeon was formed, the land changed, and Onfrost would know about it. So, why were the dungeon monsters here? Something wasn't adding up. Eric told Artist that they had checked it for now, so they should go back and report to the guild. But then, Atis suddenly stopped, staring through the telescope. He realized there was something happening in the village. There, tied to a wooden frame, hung a person. It looked like they were being held prisoner. Atise shouted that he had to go save him, and started running. Eric grabbed Atise, trying to hold him back. Eric told Atise to think about it calmly. The captive might already be dead. From the darkness came the sound of whimpering and barking. The monsters were close. From the darkness came whimpering barks. The monsters were attacking something, trying to tear it apart. Suddenly, the tower exploded in a burst of fire. Whoever was tied up there, they might be dead. But Atise stared at the burning tower. He realized that it might still be possible the person was alive. Eric asked him what that was. Atise said it was a device that shot demon stones using magic. Atise shouted that he would take care of them, so Eric should hide there. He called out to Artis as he ran. Eric watched Atise run towards the tower. He couldn't believe what that guy was doing. Hanging from the rafters was a dead human, level 27. There was no doubt about it. He was already gone. The whole village was burning. Flames licked at the sky, consuming everything. Explosions ripped through the village. Monsters swarming everywhere. The attack was still going on. Atise was casting a spell, his face grim. He realized that the village had been under kobold control for more than half a year. Atise fought the monsters, but he knew what it meant. He figured that they were the only survivors left. Atise looked up at the burning building, his eyes wide. Were they hiding in the buildings? He asked, clearly surprised by the kobold's tactics. From the window, a kobold grinned, holding a crude bomb. I heard that they are intelligent, but the kobold thought, I didn't know that they would hide and use throwing weapons. The kobold unleashed a blast of fire, the flames licking at the air. The heat was intense, threatening to consume everything around it. Atise reacted instantly, raising his hand to cast a counterspell. He wasn't about to let the kobolds have their way. Atise focused, his eyes narrowed. Facing a flame magician while hiding inside a building, he thought, realizing the danger of fighting fire with fire in such a confined space. The flames roared around Atise, threatening to engulf him completely. He had been too reckless, and now he was paying the price. Atise glanced down at his hand, realizing he'd overdone it. The monster behind him was ready to strike. The monster roared, its breath hot and foul. It charged forward, ready to tear Atise apart. The monster lunged, its fangs bared and eyes filled with rage. It was moving faster than Atise could react. Atise's face was pale with fear. He knew he was in serious trouble. The explosion ripped through the air, shaking the ground. The monster's face contorted in pain and shock as the flames engulfed it. From above, the village looked like a graveyard. with burnt houses and scattered debris. Atise and Ryu Hanbin stood near a covered body, the only signs of life in the desolate landscape. Ryu Hanbin stared at the body, his expression grim. Burning the mountain with fire was nothing. At the end, you were right, he said, his voice low. This person is dead, and quite a long time ago. Those bastard monsters, they hanged up a man to kill him. It wasn't done by the monsters. He died due to the cold. Atis looked up, confused. Froze to death? I lived here for 1 year and never felt cold. That's not it. Ryu Hanbin nodded grimly. This person. He pointed to the golden card in Atis's hand. He was a level 27 hunter at Onfrost Hunter Guild. Atis's eyes widened. Him too? What do you mean him too? Ryu Hanbin sighed. There was a lot of hunter markings on the trash outside the village. Ryu Hanbin was thinking out loud. Not all the villagers could have been hunters, but the Sot Forest didn't provide much work. If a number of people disappeared like this, the guild would know about it. The hunters must have disappeared slowly to a place where people wouldn't know. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened. Dungeon! He shouted, the realization hitting him hard. Ryu Hanbin continued. The dungeon at Ipen Plain. Rude closed it half a year ago, so the timing is right. But how do you transport people from Ipen Plain to here? Ryu Hanbin frowned. That dungeon was centered on Onfrost, and on the opposite side, it is too far away. Atise, he said, turning to her. Atise looked up at Ryu Hanbin, pointing towards the glowing portal. Wouldn't it be possible with this? She asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Atise stared at the sight before her, completely shocked. This is, she began, unable to finish the sentence. It was a portal, shimmering with magical energy. A portal! Atise exclaimed. She pointed out the objects floating above it. It's closed right now. Ryu Hanbin turned to Atise, a skeptical look on his face. Could the kobolds make something like this? He asked. He snorted. Kobolds? The only thing they can make are corpses and trash. Ryu Hanbin's eyes narrowed as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Then, what about Totiro? He wondered aloud, his voice laced with concern. Atise shook her head, dismissing the idea. Let's stop joking around, she said. A short-distance portal can only be made by a level 40 magician who is experienced with spatial transition magic. Atise stared at the portal, her expression filled with concern. From here to Ipen Plain, she said, her voice trailing off. She looked worried. At least level 60. No, maybe higher. Ryu Hanbin glanced at the portal, a shiver running down his spine. That makes me shiver, he muttered, steeling his resolve. Atise turned her gaze back to the swirling portal, a new worry etched on her face. The magician who made that portal, what if you meet him as your enemy? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Ryu Hanbin stared at the portal, his expression hardening with resolve. Of course then, he said, his voice grim. His eyes widened in disbelief, her face paling. This can't be. Lich, she exclaimed, fear creeping into her voice. Ryu Hanbin's expression turned grim as he assessed the situation. It seems so, he muttered, his eyes narrowing. Also, it seems that its level is high. Suddenly, the system identified the figure as a lich, a level 72 magician who had slowly transformed into an undead monster, resurrected with a destroyed body. The lich cackled, its voice echoing through the ruins. This one didn't expect that a guest would come and left a seat empty. The lich scanned the devastated village, its skeletal fingers twitching. Well, I still see no trace of him. It looks like my kids played well with you, the lich said, its voice dripping with amusement. Let's see. A trace of burned mana. The firepower is good too. The lich's gaze snapped towards Ryu Hanbin and Atise, its eyes burning with an eerie light. You there! The lich boomed, its voice echoing. Are you a magician? And is there another person? Atise quickly silenced Ryu Hanbin, putting a finger to her lips. What's wrong with him? Shh, she whispered. She explained that the lich had probably lost his 5 senses when he became an undead. Instead, the lich was sensing the mana around him. Atise explained. Even if the lich sensed her as a magician, he couldn't sense Ryu Hanbin because he has no magic. Atise looked at Ryu Hanbin with worry. Eric, if it's you, then you might be able to escape, she said, her voice laced with concern. Suddenly, the lich's voice echoed, demanding an answer to his question. If a question is asked, you have to answer it, he boomed. A green light flashed in his empty eye socket. Ah, now I can see a bit. The lich's voice thundered through the air, singling out his target. Eric, he shouted, his skeletal hand outstretched. Eric tried to reassure Atise. It's all right. He missed, he said, trying to sound calm. He told her not to worry about him and to keep her eyes on the lich. Eric knew the lich wasn't going to let them go. He was sure of it after getting hit. Eric and Atise stared at the lich, Lich, a chilling realization washing over them. Eric admitted that they were no match for the Lich if Atis fought alone. Eric paused, his mind drifting to a distant memory. He remembered once asking his married colleagues, "What is a married couple?" He recalled the answer, the words still echoing in his mind. It was about sharing a vision, looking at the same place together, as a couple. Eric's thoughts turned to James and Katerina. He'd been so impressed by the idea of shared vision that he'd brought them into existence. The Lich's face contorted in rage. Husband and wife. Of course, Katerina refused my confession and dated James, but who cares? He shouted. Suddenly, a blast of magic erupted from below, interrupting his rant. The Lich's eye sockets narrowed, his gaze intense. "By the way, are you even listening to me?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the battlefield. The Lich gestured dramatically, his voice booming across the battlefield. "Now give up," he yelled, his words hanging in the air like a challenge. Eric frowned, watching Artis's movements. "What is it, Artis? Your aiming is weird." "That's not it," he said, concern etched on his face. Artis gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her focus. "This guy's magic is guiding my mana and curving it. It's a waste of time," she explained, frustration evident in her voice. The Lich's face contorted into a sinister grin. "You can't add an ember to your mana output," he said. "But since it's fun to use your magic as a shadowless spear, let me tear you a bit apart, okay?" Even as the Lich prepared his attack, Artis looked at Eric with pleading eyes. "Even if my level was high, Eric, run," he urged, his voice strained with desperation. The Lich raised a bony finger, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I already said its use." The Lich's face twisted, and he finished his sentence. "Less." A massive explosion erupted behind them, sending shockwaves through the air. Eric grabbed Artis's hand, and they both sprinted away from the blast, hoping to outrun the Lich's devastating magic. Ryu Bin looked up, his brow furrowed in thought. Why was it effective this time? He wondered out loud. Atis's eyes narrowed with determination as he explained the plan. "Since there's no use in a physical attack against a Lich, of course," he said. He didn't think about blocking the Demon Stone, which isn't mana. In addition, he won't be able to move if the remaining mana explodes. Atis continued, glancing towards the dark forest ahead. "It's going to be difficult for him to trace us once we go into the forest, due to its surrounding mana," he explained. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened, a strange sensation washing over him. "This feeling, fear," he muttered, trying to understand it. "That's not it. Something that is more than likely to be captured by hand. Something that's more certain." Without a word, Ryu Bin grabbed Atis's hand, his grip firm and urgent. Atis looked back, startled by the sudden movement, but didn't resist as Ryu Bin pulled him along. They had entered a place called the Crevasse Dome. It was a massive structure made of ice that towered over them. The dome stretched upwards, dwarfing them in its shadow. They were completely alone in this frozen wilderness. A strange orb pulsed with an eerie light. It floated in the air, casting an unnatural glow all around. Atis looked around, his breath clouding in the frigid air. "It snows in a prison made out of ice?" he said. "Eric, although I survived thanks to you, there's no time to be amazed. We will freeze to death, like the hunter we saw before." Atis's eyes widened in alarm, his face pale with fear. "The mana in the atmosphere froze?" he asked, his voice trembling. Eric looked at Artis, his voice laced with worry. "Hey Artis, is it still not ready? The spell doesn't work because the temperature of the mana dropped." "What are you saying?" The Lich suddenly appeared between them, casually explaining the basics of magic. "The fire magic that ignites mana and the ice magic that freezes mana are the opposite." The Lich grinned, his skeletal face somehow managing to look smug. "The enemy's attack seems to be fire magic, so I froze it. So this is the end of the theory lesson." The Lich cackled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Next up, experiment time." The Lich unleashed a wave of freezing energy, creating a massive storm of ice that engulfed everything around them. The air crackled with cold as he summoned the freezing storm. The air was bitingly cold, sending shivers down his spine. Ryu Bin thought to himself that it wasn't so bad that he couldn't handle it. He figured his high stats were probably helping him out a lot. On the other hand, Artis was struggling to endure the cold. The Lich asked how it felt to have his lungs freezing. He added that he wouldn't know since he didn't have lungs. The Lich said, "They say it's painful when the mana inside the body freezes." The Lich leaned in close, promising that if Artis just fainted quietly, he wouldn't do a painful experiment. He swore he wouldn't. Ryu Bin thought to himself that the skeleton wasn't planning on killing Artis right away. He could fight once Artis lost consciousness, so he could live like a human. He was doing this for Artis. Artis fell to his knees in the snow, his breath clouding the air. "I'm sorry, Eric." He looked down, admitting, "I was selfish." Artis was clearly desperate. He began using magic on himself, the energy crackling around him. Ryu Hanbin's eyes widened as he saw what Atis was doing. "What are you doing? Using magic on yourself?" The lich cackled, clearly pleased. "Kya, ha 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 ha. I like it very much." In order to stop the body temperature from dropping, Atis was burning his own magic inside his body, and it looked incredibly painful. He's lost his mind, he thought, wondering how long Atis could even endure that kind of torture. Atis looked at Eric, his expression serious. "Artis, you, Eric, since it's the last chance, listen well." Atis continued, his voice strained. "Whatever happens from now on, if a hole in the wall forms, run away." Eric looked absolutely furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you want to do by yourself?" he demanded, his voice rising. "Promise me." Eric's expression hardened. His eyes narrowed with determination. He wasn't going to let Atis do this alone. Atis looked back, his expression determined. "I promise." "Thank you, Eric," he said, his voice filled with a mix of relief and resolve. The lich's skull-like face appeared, his empty eye sockets glowing with eerie light. "So then, what funny magic will you show me this time?" he asked, his voice a chilling echo. Atis raised his hand, the air around him shimmering with heat. "Guess for yourself," he replied, his eyes narrowed in defiance. Atis faced the lich, the tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. The cold air crackled with magical energy as they prepared to fight. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the area, the ground shaking with incredible force. The air filled with fire and debris. The sheer power of the blast was terrifying. The explosion ripped through the ice wall, sending Atise flying backwards. He was thrown through the air, completely helpless against the force. Turns out, the explosion was caused by the serial explosion of the demon stones from the magic wand. By making a hole in the ice wall, the concentration dropped, eventually leading to a suicidal explosion. The lich's skull face appeared again. Or a smokescreen? He wondered. It's no fun if it's evident. He activated his mana detection. The lich frowned. Since the demon stone turned into powder, the noise is excessive, he thought. Based on the large mana left inside, it's still burning. The lich scanned the area, and there's no trace from the magician, he muttered, clearly annoyed. There's nothing working out. The lich's skull face twisted in what might have been surprise. He realized the dungeon had disappeared too. What a pain, he thought. The lich floated back, looking down at the monster below him. He wondered if he should mess with that level 5 guy from earlier. It might be fun, he thought. It was only now that Eric realized why he'd felt that strange presence in the forest that time. The memory suddenly clicked into place. He remembered following the presence, and then it hit him. That's why Artis had been there. The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together. Eric stared up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was starting to understand what Artis really was. Artis was a dragon, a real fire-breathing dragon, standing right in front of him. Artis looked at Eric, his expression serious. He said that he couldn't give him a full explanation right now, but he asked Eric to trust him for the time being. Eric looked down at Artis, his mind racing. No way. This is... The lich stared in amazement. A dragon, the lich continued, practically drooling. Not only that, but a baby dragon that's only 100 years old. That's why it used so many flame magics. Artis scoffed. His red eyes narrowed. Red dragons can spew flames from the day they are born. Stop acting so smart with mere rumors you've just heard. The lich shrugged. Well, it's true that I don't know much, but now's as good a time, no? Artis stood his ground, the water swirling violently around him. He faced the lich, ready to fight. The lich cackled, floating in the air. He was excited, practically drooling at the thought of killing a dragon to gain a ton of experience. The lich's eyes glowed with dark intent. He thought about how he could interpret Artis' abilities and create them for himself. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the water. The force of it shook the entire area. The lich was sent flying backwards, caught in the blast. He realized that no matter how young, a dragon was still a dragon. The lich floated upside down, his eyes narrowed. He realized that Artis possessed a power far beyond that of a normal human. He wondered if it was too much for him to handle, and freezing him to death might not be possible. Flames erupted around Artis, the heat intense. He wouldn't allow the lich to do any more damage. Eric watched, feeling the intense heat that was hot enough to turn the lich's ice into water. Despite that, Artis' level was still just. The system displayed Artis' stats. Species, dragon, fire dragon, level 52. Artis looked down at Eric, his expression determined. He told Eric to hold on for just a little longer. Artis raced forward, a trail of fire blazing behind him. He was pushing his magic to its absolute limit, hoping to break through the lich's defenses and get Eric out of there. The lich prepared his own counterattack, gathering a highly compressed mana of heat. But then he quickly changed his tune, realizing it was a feint. The lich smirked, kicking out his leg. He declared that no one would get hit from such an honest attack. The Lich continued, explaining that Artis had forgotten that the place was already full of his cold mana. He figured that even with Artis's best effort, it wouldn't go far, and he'd run out of stamina and die before piercing through the wall. Artis paused, his expression shifting to concern. He asked Eric if he was all right, telling him not to worry about him. Artis declared that now that the Lich knew he was a dragon, the Lich would have to try. He told Eric to focus on the Lich and that he would be fine. But before he could finish, a blast of cold magic struck him. He realized that the Lich was targeting him now, but he would try to endure it. Eric yelled out Artis's name, his hand outstretched, trying to reach him. Eric was furious and asked what Artis was thinking, reminding him that he was only level 5. Artis responded with a what and a because before telling him to focus on the Lich. Eric flew through the air, completely speechless from the force of the blow. The Lich said he was speechless and that Artis could have easily blocked the shot, but got hit for that human. He said who would have thought a dragon would protect a mere human? Artis, now in his dragon form, yelled for Eric to stay back. He asked if Eric had been brainwashed, trying to keep him out of harm's way. Artis's face was set with determination. Even in his dragon form, which hadn't reached level 70, he was resolved to fight. Even as he fell, Artis was thinking of Eric. He just hoped Eric was safe. The Lich cackled, saying he figured out what the human was, a snack. He taunted Artis, saying that Artis must be angry, that he was going to take it away. The Lich then told him to shut up. Artis shot back up into the air, his rage boiling over. He called the Lich a disgusting monster. As Atis was thrown backwards, he heard the Lich's words. He yelled back that the Lich was suddenly saying something very human-like. The Lich's face twisted with anger. He began to rant about why superior beings like them had to live hiding in the gaps of humanity. He continued, his voice dripping with contempt, calling humans weak and inferior. The Lich's skull-like face seemed to leer as he declared that humans should be afraid of them, that they should be worshipping them. The Lich finished his rant, his voice echoing with hatred. Below, Artis watched him, his red dragon eyes narrowed. The dragon, Artis, stared down, his fiery breath flickering below. Eric was sent flying backwards from the force of Artis's punch. He managed to think to himself that it was a dragon's punch. Artis watched Eric struggle on the ground. He commented that Eric's punch wasn't too shabby, but only if his level was a little higher. Eric, his face etched with worry, told Artis that was enough and that he should just faint already. Artis asked if Eric was afraid of him because he was a dragon. Eric glared back, replying that he had seen monsters much bigger than Artis. Artis's voice echoed, taunting Eric. He said that Eric's size was cute at best and asked if it was true that there were no dragons in his hometown. Artis continued, saying he was curious about Eric's hometown, but it looked like his time was up, and he asked Eric to fulfill their promise. Eric's face was filled with disbelief. He asked Artis why he was doing this. The ice wall shattered in a burst of light and force. Chunks of ice went flying everywhere. The Lich's skeletal face twisted in surprise. He wondered aloud if Artis had blown up the ice wall from the inside. Artis roared at Eric to run before the ice rebuilt itself. Eric looked back, shocked, and asked what about Artis himself. Artis insisted that he still needed to stop the Lich. He reminded Eric that they had made a promise. Eric finally understood. Artis planned to fight to the death so that Eric could escape. Eric steeled himself, deciding that he would watch the situation from outside for now. The Lich was stunned. He couldn't believe that Artis would go to such lengths to let a human escape. This was a bit too unexpected. Artis stood at the mouth of the ice cave, watching Eric run. He cursed, realizing all the magic he'd prepared was about to be wasted. The sky above darkened as the Lich unleashed a large-scale freezing magic. A wave of frost and ice spread across the landscape. The Lich raised his skeletal hand, casting Blade Squall. Razor-sharp winds swirled around him, ready to tear through anything in their path. Eric was surrounded by a forest of ice, feeling the cold close in. He wondered where it all went wrong, knowing they were in a desperate situation. Eric thought to himself, was it because he thought he could block the attack, or because he didn't tell Artis that the man hanging was already dead? The Lich's skull seemed to mock him as he thought about his failures. Was it because he didn't step up, even knowing the Lich's power? The ice continued to fall, a deadly rain of frozen shards. Or was it simply because he wanted to live an ordinary life? The ice dome still loomed over the forest, a testament to the Lich's power. Below, the dragon-like creature lay defeated, its sharp spikes stained with blood. Eric stared into the distance, his face etched with longing. He thought to himself, I want to live like a human. The dragon-like creature Artis, lay on the ground, his armor glinting in the dim light. He whispered, "That's what I only wanted." Eric looked down at Artis, his heart heavy with sorrow. The ground was littered with shards of ice, a cold reminder of their desperate fight. The Lich floated in the air, his skeletal face showing a hint of surprise. "I am shocked," he muttered, clearly not expecting this outcome. The Lich's skeletal face twisted in fury. "It's not funny anymore," he hissed, his voice echoing through the icy cavern. "You are only a monster." Eric's heart pounded as he looked at the dragon, his body covered in blood. "Artis! Artis!" he yelled, his voice cracking with fear. "Are you okay?" Artis looked at Eric with a tired smile. "I guess you're safe, Eric," he said softly. "I should be the one saying that to you. Don't worry. Dragons are strong." Eric's brow furrowed with worry. "You're not strong," he exclaimed, his voice filled with desperation. How long could Artis last? Eric stared down at the blood pooling around Artis's legs. "The ice from him pierced Artis's wound is melting," he said, his voice trembling. "And the bleeding won't stop." Eric stared at the dragon's massive form, lying still on the ice. "Even after Artis becomes unconscious and I defeat the Lich, can Artis stay alive?" he wondered, his heart heavy with doubt. He glanced at the emergency potion in his hand, his brow furrowed. "Even if he stays alive, I can't just heal his huge body with just an emergency potion," Eric thought. "If Artis sees me fighting..." Eric looked at the dragon, his expression filled with regret. "Don't make such an expression, Eric," he thought to himself. "I'm the one who should be apologizing. It would have been nice if I was stronger." Eric's face twisted in pain. "I promised that I would protect you," he thought, his voice filled with sorrow. "I am sorry, Artis." Eric's eye narrowed, his expression hardening with resolve. "Promise? Just because of that promise?" Eric stood over the fallen dragon, his expression hardening. He knew what he had to do, even if it meant risking everything. The Lich floated in the air, surrounded by shards of ice. "A young dragon raised by humans and became like a human," the Lich said with disgust. The Lich's skeletal face filled Eric's vision, its eyes burning with cold fury. "Do you think it's just for the strong to protect the weak? Do you think it's cool?" the Lich asked. The Lich continued, his voice dripping with scorn. "That's just fantasy made by weaklings. They're just making excuses, trying to make a bunch of powerful people protect them." The Lich raised its hand, and a massive sword of ice materialized above him. "Ice Giant's Judgment Sword!" the Lich shouted, preparing to strike Eric and Artis down. The Lich's words echoed in the air, a chilling ultimatum. As long as Eric lived, there was no guarantee that Artis wouldn't reveal his true identity. Eric glared, knowing what was coming. The Lich's skeletal face twisted into a cruel grin. He demanded that Artis kill the human. Only then would he accept the dragon as a comrade. Artis looked down at Eric, his red eyes filled with a strange sadness. He admitted that, from a human perspective, they were both just monsters. Eric spat back at the Lich, his voice filled with determination. He said that giving up on trying to live like a human would only lead to becoming as ugly as the Lich. Eric's eyes blazed with resolve. He declared that even if he were to die in that moment, he would still choose to live like a human. He wouldn't give up on his values. The Lich's skull-like face remained impassive, his empty eye sockets staring down. He waited for Artis to make his choice, his voice echoing in the frozen cavern. "Yes?" Suddenly, Artis unleashed a blast of ice magic. He shouted that it was goodbye. Eric started laughing, even as the ice magic hurtled toward him. He thought that Artis was pushing himself too hard, and that the promise meant nothing. Artis's face was grim. He thought that it wasn't easy to live like a human, and the same went for that promise. Suddenly, Artis noticed Eric running towards the attack. He reacted in shock. Artis, still in his dragon form, watched as Eric ran toward the Lich. He shouted at Eric, demanding to know what he was doing. Eric looked back, a strange smile on his face. He thought to himself that he, too, wanted to live like a human. Suddenly, Eric jumped high into the air, soaring towards the Lich. Artis stared in disbelief, shocked that Eric flew. Artis watched Eric fly through the air. He couldn't believe that Eric could jump that high, but knew that it was the same as getting killed first. Artis was furious. He yelled that Eric was only level 5, wondering what he could possibly do against the Lich. Eric moved in for the attack, performing a horizontal slash. He was determined to do whatever it took to win. The Lich was caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. He could only utter a shocked, "What?" The ice shattered into a million pieces, the force of the attack sending shards flying everywhere. The sound of the breaking ice echoed through the cave. A massive dome of ice quickly formed, creating a barrier against any further attacks. The air grew colder as the magic took hold. Suddenly, the ice dome exploded outward, sending chunks of ice flying in all directions. The force of the blast shook the ground. The last shard of ice fell to the ground. The remnants of the Lich's ice magic were now just scattered fragments. Eric could only gasp, completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he just witnessed. Ryu Han Bin looked at the dragon, puzzled. The ice only shattered when we blew it up from the inside. He scratched his head. Did I swing too hard? Eric was freaking out internally. Nobody saw it, right? He couldn't believe Ryu Han Bin destroyed it with just one swing. And that was the same Lich who didn't even get hurt when Eric, a dragon, attacked him. Eric stared at Ryu Han Bin, his eyes wide. What's this? I definitely saw you measure your level with the measuring stone. Eric, your level is... He trailed off, lost for words. That is, well, it's a long story. Ryu Han Bin gave Eric a smile, trying to calm him down. We both hid who we really are, so don't get angry, okay? Eric looked down at the skeleton, realizing something. You disguised yourself. Is there a magic which could deceive the measuring stone? That's not it. Suddenly, the words entangle of Gehenna flashed in the air. Massive tentacles erupted from the ground, writhing and twisting like living nightmares. Eric stared in shock as the tentacles wrapped around them. It's summoning magic. What's this unpleasant tentacle? Eric was trapped, unable to move as the tentacles tightened around him. The voice echoed, explaining that these tentacles would get stronger by absorbing his energy and wouldn't stop until he was dead. The Lich's face appeared, grinning with sick delight. He sounded almost giddy at the thought of experimenting on Eric's corpse. Eric turned his head and looked at Artis, realizing something important. The Lich's body was made of mana, which meant normal attacks wouldn't work. The Lich's face loomed closer, his voice filled with menace. He demanded to know how Eric had disguised himself as a level 5, threatening a painful death if he didn't answer. Suddenly, Ryu Han Bin's muscles bulged. His eyes narrowed. He was surrounded by the tentacles, but he didn't look scared. He looked ready to tear them apart. The Lich stared at his hand in disbelief. It's dirty, he muttered, clearly disgusted. Ryu Han Bin looked down at the Lich, his muscles still bulging from the effort. He ripped apart the tentacle of Gehenna with his bare hands, Eric thought to himself. Ryu Han Bin glared down at the Lich. Hey, skeleton, let me ask you something. Artis and I have never said it. Ryu Han Bin's eyes narrowed. So how do you know my level? He demanded. The Lich continued to speak, lost in thought. He recalled that he wasn't sad when he learned he had died the first time because he had been chosen. His life on Earth had been hell anyway. The Lich remembered being more careful with his second life. He couldn't afford to die again. He recalled the meticulous planning it took to steal the scroll of the undead. He had conquered them both, death and fear, or at least the Lich thought he should have. The explosion was huge. Back in the present, Eric stared at Ryu Han Bin. No matter how many times he saw it, Ryu Han Bin was incredibly powerful. Artis stared at Ryu Han Bin, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe that Ryu Han Bin had destroyed Gehenna's tentacles just by hitting the ground. Ryu Han Bin frowned. He was pretty sure that he'd shattered the Lich's bones that time. He couldn't understand how the Lich was still moving. Ryu Han Bin looked up, but it seemed the Lich had already stitched himself back together. He was starting to get annoyed. The Lich stared down at Ryu Han Bin, his voice filled with a mix of anger and confusion. You, who are you? What kind of person are you? That's what he wanted to know. The Lich continued, lost in thought. Until now, not one person assumed that he was level 5 when they first met him. That meant there were two possibilities. Ryu Han Bin stared down at his dragon-bone sword. The Lich's words echoed in his mind, suggesting he was either a gifted fortune teller or something else entirely. The Lich continued and accused Ryu Han Bin of being an otherworlder. Ryu Han Bin's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he considered the implications. Suddenly, the Lich was sent flying high into the air, knocked away by an unseen force. The impact was so strong that the air around him seemed to crackle with energy. The Lich cursed as he was launched towards a nearby mountain. He was completely helpless against the force that propelled him, his body a mere projectile. The Lich's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Did Ryu Han Bin know he was an otherworlder and come to hunt him down? He had completely underestimated him, thinking he was just a country bumpkin. The Lich was still reeling from the force of the blow. He couldn't believe a monster like Ryu Han Bin actually existed. Ryu Han Bin swung his dragon-bone sword with all his might. The simple word, top, was all he needed to say. The dragon-bone sword slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, tearing apart the frozen landscape. The Lich screamed as Ryu Han Bin's attack caught him. He was sent flying, completely overwhelmed by by the sheer force. The Lich, desperate and enraged, screamed, "Do you know how many good people like me are suffering because of evil people like you?" The Lich was clearly outmatched, but he didn't seem to care at all. He just laughed, blue energy crackling around his skeletal hands. "Don't make me laugh." Suddenly, the Lich summoned a massive ice puppet Frost Knight. It towered over Ryu Han Bin, a hulking figure of frozen magic. Ryu Han Bin stood his ground, facing the Ice Knight. Atis was beside him, ready to assist. The air crackled with tension. Ryu Han Bin didn't hesitate. He swung his Dragonbone sword with incredible force, aiming directly at the Ice Knight. The Dragonbone sword connected, and the Ice Knight shattered into a million pieces. Fragments of ice flew everywhere. Ryu Han Bin swung his Dragonbone sword with so much force that the ground beneath him exploded. The impact sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. Artist watched the display of raw power in shock. His power level doesn't compare to a normal human, he thought, still trying to understand what he was seeing. Artist was still confused, but something is off, he thought. A sword skill of that capability would be impossible with just a human's strength alone, so that means that he's most likely an aura user. Meanwhile, the Lich floated in the air, seemingly unharmed. How is it that the Lich is able to regenerate? Atis wondered. The Lich glared at Ryu Han Bin. "If you aren't attacking me with your aura, then that means you plan on turning me over to the Inquisitor for the bounty money," he shouted. The Lich was desperate. "I'll give you double, no, triple the reward money," he shouted, holding out the dice in his hand. "What the hell are you talking about?" Ryu Han Bin didn't care about the Lich's offer. He just wanted the Lich to stop trying to run away. "Get down here," Ryu Han Bin yelled, launching a stone shotgun attack. Ryu Han Bin was getting annoyed. "This is annoying," he said. "At the very least, the Hell Dogs didn't regenerate. Eric, use your aura." The dragon, Eric, knew what to do. "The Lich's body is composed of mana," he said. "If you sever his mana connection with your aura, you can neutralize him." Ryu Han Bin was frustrated. "I get that you're supposed to use energy skills like mana, aura, prana, or force," he shouted. "And I know that swordsmen can use these as they level up as well." The dragon, Eric, looked frustrated. "But I can't use them," he shouted, his voice echoing. "I'm level 5, remember. To explain, aura is often described as being your life energy. Form an image in your mind." Eric looked thoughtful. He couldn't use aura. He was useless. Ryu Han Bin was suddenly struck by a barrage of ice shards. They exploded against his back, but he didn't seem to notice. Ryu Han Bin swung his massive weapon, trying to crush the Lich, but it was useless. The Lich floated in the air, unharmed. "The same goes for your auraless attacks," the Lich sneered, preparing for the final blow. But Ryu Han Bin unleashed the stone shotgun attack on Eric. "They should work just fine on your dragon friend," Ryu Han Bin said, as the stones flew towards the dragon. Eric looked absolutely furious. "That bastard!" Eric shouted, his voice filled with concern. "Don't worry about me." Ryu Han Bin ignored Eric's words, continuing the attack. "How can I not worry?" he shouted, firing more stones. "He plans to increase the distance between you and him." Eric looked at Ryu Han Bin, completely confused by what was happening. "What?" he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. High above, the Lich prepared his next move. He summoned massive shards of ice, ready to strike at both Ryu Han Bin and Eric. The Lich cackled, revealing his yellowed teeth. "In other words," he explained, "the reason Ryu Han Bin couldn't use aura was because of that normal human body." The Lich continued his taunt, perched high above. Even if Ryu Han Bin could block liquids made from magic, did he really think he had any protection from the mana itself? A sphere of pure mana began to form, swirling with intense energy. The air crackled around it, a silent warning of the destruction to come. The Lich's skull-like face appeared, eyes burning with malicious intent. He would just super compress the mana energy, he declared. A beam of super compressed mana shot down from the sky towards Ryu Han Bin. The Lich promised to vaporize him. The super compressed mana slammed into the ice wall with unbelievable force. Cracks spread across the surface like spider webs, the structure groaning under the immense pressure. Artist looked up, his eyes wide with shock. The ice wall couldn't withstand the mana's power any longer. It exploded into countless shards, scattering across the frozen ground. Ryu Han Bin, seeing the wall break, didn't hesitate. He dug into the frozen ground with his bare hands, throwing up a makeshift barrier of ice and dirt. He dug up the frozen ground with just sheer strength, but the mana beam was relentless. The newly formed wall groaned and buckled, cracks appearing almost instantly. "But this wall won't hold for long." Artis, seeing the danger, yelled at Eric to get out of the way. The dragon knew that without aura, there was no way to kill the Lich. Ryu Han Bin stared down, his massive sword resting on his shoulder. He was about to do something crazy. Atis Atis studied the Lich's skull closely. The Lich looked a lot dirtier than when they'd first seen him. Ryu Hanbin started walking forward, his face set with purpose. He said he was going to take a closer look at the Lich. He took another step, his heavy boots crunching on the shattered ice. The air crackled with anticipation. The Lich's face contorted in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. A blinding beam of energy shot towards the ground, tearing through the ice and anything else in its path. The air crackled with an almost unbearable intensity. The Lich's skull turned towards the light, his single eye widening in alarm. Below him, the energy continued to build, a destructive force ready to be unleashed. The compressed energy erupted, a blinding flash of light and power. Ryu Hanbin stood at the center of it all, channeling his strength into the attack. The energy slammed into the Lich with incredible force, engulfing him in a blinding light. The raw power of the attack threatened to vaporize everything in its path. Ryu Hanbin raised his massive weapon high above his head, ready to strike. Below, the Lich's body began to crack and shatter, the compressed energy ripping him apart from the inside. The Lich's skull was a horrifying sight, the bone paper thin and riddled with cracks. The single eye seemed to bulge with a mix of fear and anger. Ryu Hanbin stared down at the Lich with a cruel smile. Well, would you look at that?" he said. "I don't remember these cracks on your skull before." The Lich's skull was now a shattered mess, the cracks spreading like spider webs across the bone. One of his eyes was bloodshot. The Lich's face was a mask of terror as a hand reached out to grab him. He was in real trouble now, and he knew it. Ryu Hanbin raised his massive bone weapon high above his head, ready to end this fight. He was going to smash the Lich to dust. Ryu Hanbin stared down at the Lich, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Well, would you look at that?" he said. Ryu Hanbin continued to taunt the Lich, pointing out the cracks in his skull. "Seeing them must mean that you can't regenerate if I grind you up into dust, right?" The Lich's eyes widened in pure terror. He tried to scream, but only a choked sound escaped his throat. He was done for. Ryu Hanbin's eyes narrowed, and blue lightning crackled around him. He looked absolutely focused. Ice shards exploded outwards, littering the ground. The attack had been devastating. The Lich was sent flying through the air, surrounded by the ice shards. "That's insane! Don't mess with me!" he yelled. The Lich's skull seemed to be cracking even more. He was clearly in a panic. "I've killed countless high-leveled people and monsters," he shouted. The Lich continued to fly backwards, his words tumbling out in a rush of fear. He didn't want to die from a musclehead who couldn't even use aura. The Lich crashed to the ground, his legs twisted at unnatural angles. He looked down in horror. "My legs!" he cried out. His skull was now visible, the cracks spreading like a spider web. The Lich's single eye darted around in panic, searching for any escape. Ryu Hanbin stood over the Lich, his massive dragon bone sword raised high. The air crackled with blue energy as he prepared to strike the final blow. Ryu Hanbin's eyes glowed a menacing red, his face set in a grim smile. He gripped the bone sword tighter, ready to end this fight once and for all. The Lich raised a skeletal hand in a futile attempt to defend himself. "No!" he screamed, his voice filled with pure terror. Ryu Hanbin suddenly turned his own sword against himself, driving the massive blade deep into his chest. The impact sent a shockwave of pain through his body. The Lich's skull-like face contorted in horror as he screamed, begging for it to stop. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The logo of Leviathan appeared. The title card flashed, announcing the survival story of a sword king in a fantasy world. The landscape shifted, showing a rocky terrain under a pink and purple sky. In the distance, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the horizon. Atis was suddenly engulfed in a blinding white light. Energy surged around him, crackling like lightning. Ryu Hanbin shielded his eyes, holding a vial in his other hand. He looked a little surprised by the sudden burst of light. Atis lay on the ground, panting. He grunted in pain. Atis sighed. He figured he'd be fine with this much healing. He then complained about how he was always exposed when he transformed. He also wished he had clothes that didn't shred into pieces every time. Anyway, Atis asked what was going on with the Lich. Atis looked exhausted, but relieved. He said he had managed to stop the Lich for now. The Lich's body lay in pieces on the ground. He tried to move, but his limbs were completely destroyed. All he could manage was a weak, painful moan. The Lich screamed in fury. He was clearly in a lot of pain. The Lich hissed, that since his bones were made of mana, he shouldn't be able to use magic. He swore he would get revenge for this. Stopping his movements was the best Atus could do, he realized. Atis turned to Ryu Hanbin and said that the lich was still alive. His main body frame was a lot sturdier than he expected, he admitted. Ryu Hanbin started to say something, but he paused, looking like he was struggling to find the right words. Atis cut him off, saying he understood. He told Ryu Hanbin not to worry about it, since capturing an enemy without killing it wasn't easy. Ryu Hanbin continued, saying that just like Atise, if the enemy was a dragon, he would never have been able to kill it. Atise interrupted, asking Ryu Hanbin if he knew his identity. In any case, he added, there was still something they needed to find out from the lich. The lich's skull turned towards them. He asked if they were looking down on him in his human form, and what was this about a dragon? The lich's bones glowed intensely, pulsing with mana. The backlash of energy from the destroyed body was clearly doing a number on him. Atis stared down, his red eyes blazing with fury. He was clearly enjoying the lich's suffering. Ryu Hanbin stared down at the lich. I thought liches couldn't feel pain, he said, sounding genuinely surprised. Atis explained that a mana backlash of that size would be uncomfortable for normal people, but for a lich, whose entire body was made of mana, the pain would be excruciating. Atis glared down at the lich, his voice hard. Answer me truthfully if you don't want to die suffering from such pain. Atis demanded to know who the lich's comrades were, and why he had been killing innocent hunters. The lich lay on the ground, his skeletal body broken and defeated. The lich's skull was cracked, and energy pulsed from the fissures. The damage was clearly severe, even for an undead creature. The lich lay motionless on the ground, his bones scattered and broken. He seemed to be dead, finally defeated after all this time. Ryu Hanbin stared at something in his hand. He had found something. The lich's bones began to glow again, and he started laughing. A young dragon really doesn't know how the world works, the lich said mockingly. Atis's eyes narrowed, trying to understand what the lich meant. A 500-year-old dragon would have already figured it out by now, since they've already joined us. Us? She asked suspiciously. Atis's eyes widened as she realized the implications of the lich's words. Great Earth, she whispered, a chill running down her spine. The lich's skull floated in the air, its teeth glowing with an eerie blue light as he laughed. Let's watch the world be destroyed, together, in the afterlife, he cackled. Suddenly, the lich's bones erupted with blue energy, the force of the blast shaking the very ground they stood on. The air crackled with power, a sign of the chaos to come. Ryu Hanbin looked up, his face etched with shock as the wave of energy washed over him. The air shimmered with heat, and he knew that whatever was about to happen, it wouldn't be good. Atis's eyes shot wide open, her face frozen in a mask of pure shock. She looked absolutely terrified, realizing the gravity of the situation. A massive explosion of blue energy erupted from the lich, shaking the ground and sending tremors through the air. The force of the blast was almost unbearable, like standing next to a miniature sun. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos, a wyvern was packing its things. Okay, I have 2 comfy blankets, it said cheerfully. The wyvern continued, a brush, a nail file. Did I forget anything else? It seemed to be taking this trip very seriously. The wyvern puffed out its chest, looking quite proud of itself. It was really hard deciding what important items I needed. Well, with this, I've finished packing and am ready to move, it declared. The wyvern pulled its massive luggage, already missing its home. It said sadly, bye, my old home. The wyvern's face twisted with worry. It wondered if it had to leave some of its precious belongings behind. Clinging to its bag, the wyvern whined, not wanting to leave anything behind. It had spent so long collecting all of this stuff. Tears welled up in the wyvern's eyes, but it tried to stay strong. It mumbled that strange things had been happening around here for the last couple of days. The wyvern explained that a forest fire appeared out of nowhere, causing the embers to burn up its garden. It looked absolutely shocked. The wyvern looked up, scared. It explained that it had turned off its lights to go to sleep when a huge chunk of ice crashed down from the sky. The wyvern, wrapped in a blanket, shivered. It went on to say that there had been such a great earthquake that it felt like the whole continent would split apart. The wyvern looked at itself in the mirror, clearly upset. Because of the earthquake and ice, it couldn't sleep, and its scales had become so haggard. The wyvern's eyes widened in fear. It wondered how things like that could suddenly happen. Then, it realized it must be the the goddess's punishment because it helped that meathead otherworlder, Ryu Han Bin. The wyvern tried to defend itself, insisting that it was only a cute and smart wyvern. The wyvern's head snapped to the side as it heard something. It looked absolutely shocked. The wyvern glanced around nervously, trying to figure out what it had just heard. What was that? It wondered aloud. The wyvern's eyes darted down to Ryu Han Bin. It thought to itself that it should hurry up and leave. It had a bad feeling about this, but then it realized that Ryu Han Bin must have heard it talking. The wyvern's eyes widened in panic, realizing it had been caught red-handed. When did he get here? It thought, its voice laced with anxiety. He caught me talking to myself. Ryu Han Bin raised his hands in a gesture of peace, trying to reassure the wyvern. Whoa, don't be scared, he said with a smile. I was just looking for a friend, and I heard voices on the way, which is why I dropped by. The wyvern stammered, trying to deny the obvious. A friend? No one lives around here, though? I know, which is why I'm having a hard time looking for him. The wyvern's eyes darted around nervously as it continued to speak. I haven't seen another human in over a year, so I don't think I can be of much help to you. Ryu Han Bin kept walking forward, not buying the wyvern's act for a second. No, you could have seen him. Ryu Han Bin got closer, a strange look on his face. That friend is a skeleton, you see. The skeleton grinned, revealing rows of teeth that glowed with an eerie blue light. Each tooth looked like it was made of pure magic, pulsing with power. A closer look showed the teeth were formed of crystalline structures, each one humming with energy. The skeleton was more than just bones. He was a walking magical weapon. Atise stared in horror, her eyes wide with terror. His teeth were magic stones, she realized. Surely he can't be thinking of self-destructing after all this. She grabbed onto the skeleton's leg, trying to stop him, but it was no use. I won't be able to stop it even with my mana, she screamed, feeling helpless. Atise looked up at the skeleton, her face pale with fear. What's this scumbag doing? She yelled. Run! Atise's eyes darted around wildly as she fought to control the situation. It'll explode. My mana is insufficient, she gasped, her voice strained with effort. Everything started to blur as Atise felt her consciousness slipping away. The magical energy swirled around her, threatening to overwhelm her completely. I'm losing conscious. The explosion left behind a massive crater in the ground. The night sky was visible above, but the air was thick with dust and the smell of burnt earth. Atise stood beside another man, staring into the massive hole. Was a bomb dropped here or something? The man asked, clearly stunned by the destruction. Atise turned to the man beside her, her expression troubled. What does the guideline say? She asked. Richard? Richard examined the dust, letting it sift through his fingers. Judging by the traces of mana, he said, I'd have to say that the magic happened a week ago. Richard's expression hardened as he came to a grim conclusion, and it points to Shin Ha-jun's self-explosion. Atise looked absolutely shocked by the news. Ha-jun self-destructed? She asked, her voice full of disbelief. Didn't he turn into a lich because he didn't want to die? Alejandro approached Leslie, putting his arm around her shoulder. Leslie didn't look happy about it. What are you doing here, Leslie? He asked. Leslie's hand moved with lightning speed, drawing her sword in a flash of steel. The air crackled with tension as she prepared to strike. Alejandro held his sword to Leslie's neck, grinning. Oh dear, he said, enjoying the moment. Leslie looked absolutely furious. Alejandro, she growled, remembering the warning she gave him. I remember warning you to keep your hands off of me if you wanted to keep them. Alejandro didn't seem to care about the threat. He just smiled. Leslie, if you used your healing magic on me, I think it would be worth it, he said, completely ignoring the danger. Leslie's eyes narrowed, her anger reaching a boiling point. If you don't mind getting sliced to bits, she hissed, ready to strike. Suddenly, a massive explosion of blue energy erupted, shaking the ground. Just as things were about to get really nasty, a voice cut through the tension. Stop it, both of you, the voice demanded, echoing through the area. The speaker, face grim, explained to Alejandro that this was the spot where Shin Ha-jun had died in battle. He pointed out the location of the lich. He continued, explaining that the lich had initiated an explosion that exceeded his healing abilities. Because of this, there wasn't a trace of the enemy to be found. He asked them to at least try to maintain a shred of respect for the fallen. Alejandro, always quick with a comment, pointed out how weird it was that the lich had self-destructed there. The speaker snapped back that they had already concluded that, and that an opponent that could bring a level 72 lich to self-destruct wasn't something to take lightly. The speaker continued. He was talking about why the lich had exploded at that specific spot. He had noticed something on his way over. From above, the speaker pointed out that he had found a spot about 2 kilometers away. It looked like it was where Shin Ha-jun had fought. He wondered if Shin Ha-jun Ha-jun had been moved away from the battlefield while he was self-destructing. But the thing is, he couldn't sense any other energy besides Shin Ha-jun's. He couldn't believe it. How in the world could someone have done that? Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin kicked something. It was the lich's skull, sent flying across the ground. Atis asked if he had just kicked the lich's skull. Ryu Hanbin replied that he was just going to kick it away for the time being. Ryu Hanbin stared at the blue explosion in disbelief. It had just exploded. He wondered what had caused it. Atis replied that it had to be the lich self-destructing. She didn't think Ryu Hanbin had kicked it hard enough to make it explode. Atis wondered if Ryu Hanbin would get any experience from a level 70 lich destroying itself. Atis continued, explaining that she had brought Ryu Hanbin back to town because he was unconscious. She pointed out that jumping over the town's outer wall was against the law. She wondered how she was supposed to get through the town gate carrying an exposed guy. Atise said that she didn't know where Ryu Hanbin's house was, so she went to Gramps' office in the Builders Association, but she got kicked out. She added that at that point, he was just a criminal. Atus explained that after that, she got chased by the guards and ran into a bunch of smugglers. She had just been busy. She wondered if Ryu Hanbin was more of a spectacle than the lich. Ryu Hanbin was smiling as he held a plate with some food. He said that thanks to Gramps, he had woken up within a day, so it had all turned out well in the end. Atis was holding the plate now, looking at Ryu Hanbin with gratitude. She admitted that she never dreamed that there could be a guy as strong as him, and that she didn't really know how to thank him. Atis shivered as she thought about what would have happened to her if she had been captured by that demon otherworlder. She was lucky to be alive. Atisa gestured with her hands, making sure Ryu Hanbin understood. She said that he was different, of course, but that even in the world she lived in, there were plenty of murderers. Ryu Hanbin looked serious as he listened to Atise. He said that with Ormflaus's mission of infiltrating the Rathana continent and killing the goddesses, he'd rather choose to live the life of a normal person, adapting to this world, than become a crazy killer. Atise told Ryu Hanbin that most otherworlders started out as normal people, but many ended up becoming killers. She added that he was different, though. Ryu Hanbin explained that the one thing that separated him from the others was that he had a defective guideline implanted in him. Atise asked if the guideline was the power that the otherworlders received from the demon god Ormflaus. Ryu Hanbin agreed, explaining that being able to see levels was one of its powers. He thought that there was also a hidden ability that the user wasn't even aware of. Atise looked worried. She asked if Ryu Hanbin was saying that there was something that might make otherworlders commit murder or follow the demon god's commands. Ryu Hanbin stood near the bed, explaining that his guideline might be the reason he was being shown as level 5. He figured that it was also the result of that defective system. Atise listened, her expression troubled. She knew that Ryu Hanbin's defective guideline was a serious issue, but she didn't know how bad it really was. Ryu Hanbin's expression turned grim as he admitted that he didn't know how severe the defect was. He added that he might suddenly go crazy and become a killer. Ryu Hanbin turned away, his voice heavy with regret. He explained that nothing good would come of getting involved with him, given his potential to lose control. Ryu Hanbin continued, explaining that he had a lot of money saved up and that there was no reason for him to stay in the village any longer. He said his goodbyes. Atise gripped the blanket tightly, her knuckles turning white. She was about to tell him something important, and she was clearly nervous about it. Atise straightened her back and announced, "My name is Atise Emphatir Ragnar Aka." Ryu Hanbin listened intently as Atise continued, explaining that she was created to be a descendant of dragons by the great goddess of shadows, Kivriel. She added that among all species of dragons, the fire dragons were known to fulfill their duties. Atise's voice grew stronger as she declared, "And a fire dragon." Atise's red eyes burned with conviction as she finished. "Never forgets the debts they owe." Ryu Hanbin smiled softly, lost in thought. He seemed to be considering everything he'd just heard. Atise was sitting up in bed, recovering, but then a strange thought struck her, and she realized something about Ryu Hanbin. He was a military veteran. The night sky was filled with twinkling stars, a peaceful sight. Hours later, the first rays of dawn began to paint the horizon. A horse-drawn cart waited patiently outside a stone archway. It was time to leave. Someone handed them a map and gave instructions. They were told to take the cart to their destination, using the map to find their way. They should be able to pass through the city gate if they showed the Builders Association documents. The instructor gave Ryu Ryu Hanbin his final instructions, handing him a package. He explained that a broker would deliver Ryu Hanbin's new identity to him. He just needed to meet the contact, leave the goods at the designated spot, and sell the cart. The instructor told Ryu Hanbin to keep the money from selling the cart. He admitted it was worth the cost to get rid of such a troublesome guy. Ryu Hanbin smiled, thanking the instructor and promising to repay him, but he asked one thing in return, a promise. The instructor looked absolutely serious. He told Ryu Hanbin, in no uncertain terms, to never, ever kill a person. The instructor's gaze intensified. He warned Ryu Hanbin that the moment he took a life, he would become a monster. He told him to never forget that. Ryu Hanbin smiled, his eyes showing a strange mix of hope and sadness. He said he understood. The instructor turned and started walking away, his back to Ryu Hanbin. He promised he'd be back someday. The instructor's feet carried him towards the gate, each step echoing in the silence. He was really leaving. High above, the sky was a swirling canvas of stars and distant galaxies. A silent prayer escaped his lips. "Oh goddesses, please watch over us." The stars twinkled like a million tiny eyes, watching over the world below. The universe was so vast, so unknowable. The night was dark, and the only light came from the stars above. A massive crater scarred the ground, a silent reminder of the battle that had taken place there. Richard stood near the captured wyvern, looking around at the destruction. He wondered if this was the place where Shinha Jun had fought a week ago, but all he could find were traces of his magic, and another of lower grade. The wyvern was clearly not happy about being captured. He thought to himself that of all things, he just had to be captured by Great Earth and wondered why his luck was so bad. Leslie looked at the wyvern with a critical eye. She couldn't believe that a lich would have lost against such weak magic. She wondered what the reaction of the other energy was. Alejandro, standing close to the wyvern, turned to Leslie, looking a little annoyed. He asked if she didn't remember him saying that he had already checked for auras, pranas, and force. The scarred man looked closely at the other members of the group. He asked if they were saying that the lich's bones were broken and shattered through physical force alone. He then demanded to know why he was being asked this. A dark hand dripped with some kind of liquid, maybe blood. The voice explained that there were some living things that could overpower a lich through sheer force. The man in the coat looked down, lost in thought. He explained that the power of a dragon that had lived over 500 years was more than enough to turn a lich's bones into dust. The scarred man's face was grim. He stated that it was dragon's blood, and they should use the blood on the ground to find its location. High above, the sun shone through the trees, but someone was clearly in trouble, wondering what to do now. The cartwheel was completely busted. It was over for him. He couldn't go anywhere with a broken wheel. At this rate, all the products in the cart would be useless. One of the men commented that the boss looked weird. The other man snapped at him to shut up, calling him a chicken. The guy with the angry face told the others they couldn't just wait until he starved. He told them to grow some balls and follow his lead. One of the others sighed. Someone was approaching the cart, calling out. The men approached, noticing the broken cart. One of them offered to help unload, since they were carrying so much stuff. Kalendor grinned, saying they should be honored that Kalendor, the bandit in the dark gorge, was willing to help out. Suddenly, the man who was with the cart crew collapsed to the ground. The others looked at him, surprised. Another man approached the cart, probably wondering what all the commotion was about. The cart crew seemed to be in some kind of trouble. The cart started moving again, disappearing into the forest. Someone muttered to themselves, wondering what was going on. Mr. Merchant admitted that he just couldn't seem to find the right path, no matter how much he looked at the map. And since there wasn't anyone around, he got really worried about being lost in the woods. Mr. Merchant said it was such a relief that Mr. Callan Road appeared when he did, but in his mind, he knew it was supposed to be a trap. He also realized he mispronounced Calendor's name. Calendor asked what Mr. Merchant had said. Then he pretended that Mr. Merchant had called him Callan Road Dong. He even repeated it back to him, acting like that was his real name. Anyway, Mr. Merchant told Calendor to take a look at something. He seemed eager to change the subject after the awkward name mix-up. Calendor looked ahead and commented that it was so much bigger than Onpros. He seemed genuinely surprised by the size of whatever he was looking at. Mr. Merchant pointed out the dungeon city of Hayton. He explained that the huge gorge was the most famous and largest dungeon in the north, the Crater Valley Dungeon. Mr. Merchant wondered if it was safe to build a city right in the middle of the gorge. He then added that the entrance was at the bottom, so it was rare for monsters to climb to the top. Calendor thought that it was true, that staying closer to the dungeon was more convenient as a hunter, but he knew that climbing down that gorge to secretly enter the dungeon wouldn't be easy for him. He realized they had arrived. Mr. Merchant commented that there seemed to be a traffic jam. He figured that passing through would be more difficult since the city was so large. Kalindor mentioned that he had papers, but then he paused, confused. He watched as Mr. Merchant suddenly took off running. Mr. Merchant was sweating bullets. He muttered that he almost got caught at the inspection point. Suddenly, Mr. Merchant fell backwards. Kalindor watched him with a confused look. Mr. Merchant was a mess, tears streaming down his face. He begged Kalindor not to let him get stopped by inspection, saying it would be over for him. Kalindor looked down at him, annoyed. He asked why Mr. Merchant was embarrassing him like this. He added that this was his first time there, so he didn't know what this place was like. Kalindor explained that there was a prison camp at the end of Crater Valley. He said that all the criminals from the north were placed there. Mr. Merchant was scared of the prison. He said it was full of monsters, and a small-time bandit like him wouldn't last a day there. It would be better if monsters were the only problem, he thought, but it wasn't. Mr. Merchant continued, explaining that they had recently caught and locked up an otherworlder too. Even the other inmates were scared out of their minds by him. Kalindor looked surprised. Mr. Merchant said that the otherworlder would definitely rip him apart if he got caught. Mr. Merchant was really losing it now. He started rambling about his mother and daughter and what would happen to them if he got caught. Suddenly, a guard walked up and asked if there was a problem. Kalindor ignored the guard and quickly handed Mr. Merchant some money. The deal was done. Kalindor smiled smoothly as he handed over the pass. He told the guard that he was just scolding Mr. Merchant for ditching his work, acting like everything was normal. Mr. Merchant watched Kalindor walk away, confused. He called out, asking what the money was for. Kalindor looked out over the city, lost in thought. He remembered how difficult it had been when he started his new life with nothing but the clothes on his back. Kalindor told Mr. Merchant that he should wash his hands of what he was doing and find a different career. Mr. Merchant just made a noise in response. Kalindor looked down at the gold coins in his hand. He vowed to put them to good use. Kalindor's smile was subtle, almost unnoticeable. He was thinking about his next move, already several steps ahead. Mr. Merchant reached into his pocket, looking for the gold. He was surprised, asking himself what was in there instead. He pulled out his hand and stared at the contents. It was just a handful of copper and silver coins, not the gold he expected. Mr. Merchant looked up and saw Kalindor walking away. He called out to him, realizing what had happened. Mr. Merchant yelled after Kalindor, saying that he had given him the wrong pouch. He hoped that Kalindor would hear him and come back. The city was alive with the shouts of merchants and advertisers. Everyone was trying to get your attention, promising great deals for hunters and armor. They were even looking for someone named Mr. Arya from Fatume. The city gates were open, and people streamed in and out. It was a constant flow of travelers, merchants, and adventurers, all hoping to find their fortune inside. Ryu Hanbin's face fell as he thought about his money situation. He realized he was in trouble, muttering that he wouldn't last long with the little he had. The thought of going back to the Builders Association crossed Ryu Hanbin's mind. He wondered if being a construction worker was his true calling, a fate he couldn't escape. Ryu Hanbin sighed, realizing it paid better than some hunters. He started laughing, admitting to himself there was no point in leaving in the first place. He was starting to regret his choice. Ryu Hanbin was trying to find his way around, looking for the sign for the Builders Association. He muttered to himself, wondering where it was. Suddenly, a sign caught his eye. It was looking for a military veteran, which wasn't what he was looking for. Ryu Hanbin just stared down, lost in thought. He was trying to figure out where to go next. Suddenly, Ryu Hanbin was running, carrying Atis in his arms. He was trying to get somewhere fast. Far away, the city stood tall against the sky. It looked like a peaceful place. The sun shone on them as they sat on the deck. The air was calm, and they could relax for a minute. Atis thought that there weren't many nice places like this in the city. She admitted that all their worries seemed to fade away when they were just sitting and drinking tea like this. Ryu Hanbin had calmed down a little, but he still wanted to know why Atis was 2 days late getting there. He looked annoyed as he asked. Ryu Hanbin got worked up again and demanded to know what Atis was doing there. He was also confused about why she'd gotten there 2 days before he did, even though he admitted he'd gotten lost. Atis didn't understand why Ryu Hanbin was so upset. She asked if the Builders Association chairman had told him anything at all. The man warned Ryu Hanbin that he should be on his toes to keep his identity as a dragon a secret. He added that he would send Ryu Hanbin's new identity to him through a broker, so he should make sure to meet him over there. But Ryu Hanbin seemed confused about the broker part. Ryu Hanbin looked down. He was grateful that they thought so highly of him, that they wanted to recruit him to their party, but he knew nothing good would come of getting involved with him. Atis looked at Ryu Han-bin. She guessed that she wasted money buying this house. She asked if Ryu Han-bin would be the party leader, right? Ryu Han-bin asked how he could be the leader when they had Atise. He pointed out that he was only level 5. That was true. Ryu Han-bin explained that if he got infamous because of that, then there was no way he'd get the chance to meet up with the goddesses. Atise agreed. She said the Heresy Inquisitors would most likely be the first ones knocking at their door. That's why his original goal was to hide his identity and level up. Ryu Han-bin complained that most monsters weren't even worth fighting. He then asked Atise for some water in the back of the fridge, sounding really thirsty. The fridge stood there, humming quietly. It was a simple, modern appliance in a world of swords and monsters. Ryu Han-bin was completely shocked. He couldn't believe this world had refrigerators. Atise standing next to him, wondered if other worlders always looked down on this world. Ryu Han-bin was practically jumping for joy. He had given up hope after being stuck in Rock Mountain. He wondered if this meant he could have as much cold water and ice as he wanted. Ryu Han-bin rushed over to the fridge, his hand already reaching for the handle. He was eager to taste that cold water after so long. The system suddenly flashed a message in front of Ryu Han-bin. He was too weak to use the fridge. The notification demanded a level of 10 to open it. Ryu Han-bin looked absolutely furious, yelling about the level requirement to open the fridge. Atise flinched, surprised by his outburst. He couldn't believe there was a level requirement just to open a fridge. Atise looked confused, wondering why Ryu Han-bin was so surprised. She asked him why he was so shocked, since it was obvious that a magical tool would have requirements. Ryu Han-bin grew even more frustrated, realizing that magical tools and artifacts were the foundations for dungeons created by Ormflaus, the demon god. He struggled to understand the logic of this world. Ryu Han-bin looked at Atise, hoping for some understanding, but Atise just shrugged, not seeing what the big deal was. Atise looked up at Ryu Han-bin, a spark of mischief in her eyes. She said she had just thought of a way for him to become infamous, even with his low level. Ryu Han-bin looked confused. He asked Atise about magical tools, since she had said there was no such thing as a magical tool that would lie about his level. Atise replied that it was something much simpler than that. Atise stared directly at Ryu Han-bin, her red eyes intense. She told him to take off the Han-bin. So, following Atise's plan, they made their way to the Heighten Hunters Guild. It was a big, impressive building, clearly the center of all hunter activity in the city. The moment the news hit, the entire area was thrown into chaos. People were so stunned they were dropping things, their faces frozen in disbelief. Back in the guild hall, a huge crowd had formed around the main counter. Everyone was whispering and staring, trying to get a look at what was causing all the commotion. At the center of it all, the guild receptionist was beaming. She happily announced that according to the measuring stone, the new applicant was level 37, and their registration was officially complete. And the person she was talking to was Atise. She just gave a calm smile and thanked the woman. The receptionist replied warmly, welcoming her to the guild. Atise watched from a distance as the whole plan started to unfold. The guild receptionist was trying to focus on her paperwork, but she was clearly distracted. She was thinking to herself that it had been a long time since a handsome man had shown up in a place like this. But her annoyance quickly took over when she looked up. Standing before her was Ryu Han-bin, shirtless and with his arms crossed, looking incredibly intimidating. She couldn't believe she had to help someone who looked like this. Trying to stay professional, she nervously addressed him by his fake name, Felad Bene. It wasn't just her either. A crowd had gathered, and everyone was staring and whispering. Finally, one of the hunters in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and spoke up, asking Han-bin if he couldn't just wear a shirt. Han-bin's eyes shot wide open, his face darkening. Instead of just agreeing, he suddenly bellowed a loud, aggressive-sounding apology that startled everyone in the room. His intense expression made the apology feel more like a threat. Completely thrown off by his reaction, the receptionist quickly tried to get things back on track. She stammered for a moment before placing 2 heavy stone blocks on the desk. She announced it was time to check his level with the measuring stone. Han-bin just stared at the blocks, repeating the words as if he'd never heard them before. The other hunters in the room started whispering among themselves. They'd seen guys like this before, all muscle and no substance. One of them muttered that having a big body doesn't stop a sword, clearly not impressed by the show. Watching from the side, Atis's face was full of worry. He knew this was the most dangerous part of the plan. He whispered to the woman next to him that using the measuring stone was a bad idea, but they had no choice if they wanted to get Hanbin registered. Back at the desk, Hanbin slowly reached out his hand toward the measuring stone. He paused just before touching it, muttering something under his breath. The receptionist just stared, completely confused by his strange behavior. In an instant, his expression shifted into a mask of pure rage. His eyes were shadowed, and he gritted his teeth, his voice booming through the guild hall. He roared that the stone was evil, and then, with a massive shout, he brought his fists down and completely shattered the stone block. Pieces flew everywhere as he bellowed that he would never let such evil magic touch his pure body. The entire room fell silent, stunned by the sudden violence. For a moment, nobody moved. The only sound was the dust settling around the broken pieces of the measuring stone. Everyone in the guild hall just stared, completely stunned by what they'd just seen. Hanbin stood there with his fists clenched, not saying a word. The hunters in the crowd started whispering to each other, trying to make sense of it. One of them pointed out that crushing the stone with one hand was crazy, but that wasn't the real issue. The truly shocking part was what he'd said right before he did it. The other men looked at each other, their eyes wide with disbelief. He had called the measuring stone evil, and with a body like that, it couldn't be a coincidence. From the sidelines, Atis watched as the rumors started to take hold. He'd only heard stories, but now he was starting to think they might actually be true. The receptionist at the desk looked up at Hanbin, her expression a mix of awe and nervousness. She clutched the pin on her collar and spoke hesitantly, apologizing in advance if her question was rude. There was something she just had to ask. With his arms crossed, Hanbin stood there like a statue, looking down at her as she finished her question. She asked if he was a Valterra, a member of the legendary warring race. Behind him, Atis watched, a faint smile on his face. The plan had worked perfectly. Turns out, this whole plan started a while back, when Hanbin and Atis were just hanging out on a roof. Hanbin was trying to get a tan when he finally asked about the whole Valterra thing. He'd heard the name, but had no idea what it meant. Lying there under the sun, he looked genuinely confused. He asked Atis what getting a tan, being muscular, and barely wearing clothes had to do with this warring race he was supposed to be pretending to be a part of. Atis explained that Valterra warriors were famous for one thing. They took immense pride in their golden muscles. Hanbin didn't seem convinced. He asked if they were even a real warring race, or just a bunch of flashy people, wondering if he really looked anything like them. Atis clarified that the Valterra tribes lived way out in the barren mountains in the far east. Because they were so isolated, most people's idea of what they looked like was based on rumors and wild stories. He then told Hanbin he'd show him an example. The picture he drew was absolutely insane. It showed a family of ridiculously muscular people, including an 84-year-old grandpa with a cape, a mom carrying a tree trunk, and even a little girl with a pet hell dog. There was also a massive dinosaur in the background. Hanbin just stared in horror, thinking to himself what in the world this was, and wondering where the dad was in this crazy picture. Atis continued, explaining the heroic backstory he'd invented. Hanbin would be known as Falad Bene, a brave warrior father, venturing out into the world for his family. Hanbin, however, was not on board. He completely freaked out, yelling that he wasn't a dad and that those kids in the drawing were not his. He curled up, clearly mortified by the whole idea. He complained to Atise, asking what the point was of making him, a single guy, walk around half exposed and embarrassed to death. Atise then revealed the real genius of the plan. He explained that if people really believed Hanbin was a Valterra warrior, he wouldn't have to hide his true level anymore. He could become famous by clearing dungeons, and that fame would eventually get him an audience with the goddesses. But Hanbin saw a huge flaw in that logic. He reminded Atis that he had to use a measuring stone to become a hunter in the first place. He looked at him seriously and said that when that moment came, he needed Atis to crush the stone before it could reveal anything. Atis just gave him a sly, confident smile. He told Hanbin not to worry about it, promising that he would take care of the rest. It was clear he already had a plan for that too. Atis listened as whispers spread through the crowd. People were already talking about the Valterra, the legendary race of the Sword King, all while staring at Hanbin. A small smile touched Atis's lips. The plan was working perfectly. Everyone was convinced Hanbin was the real deal. So, when the moment of truth came, Hanbin didn't hesitate. He crushed the magical measuring stone with his bare hand. The receptionist just stared, completely stunned, at the glowing, broken pieces on her desk. Atis's voice then cut through the silence, gently scolding Hanbin for scaring the poor woman and telling him he didn't have to go that far. Hanbin, playing his part as the simple warrior, gave a short apology, claiming he just got a little carried away. Atis immediately stepped in, putting on a friendly face and apologizing as well, explaining that his friend was still new to how things worked in the city. Atis then launched into the core of his fabricated story. He explained that since measuring stones are powered by magic, Valterra warriors are strictly forbidden from touching such artifacts. From behind him, Han Bin loudly agreed, shouting that the stones were evil. The receptionist, completely flustered, seemed to accept their story. Atis offered to pay for the broken stone, but she then brought up a serious problem. She explained that even with compensation, Han Bin wouldn't be able to work in a party without officially registering as a hunter. They'd avoided one trap, only to find another one waiting. Atis just smiled, ready with another solution. He told the receptionist that was fine. They didn't need to register Han Bin as a hunter. Instead, they could just register him as his personal bodyguard. For a second, Han Bin was confused. He wondered why they went through the whole Valterra act if being a bodyguard was an option. But then it clicked. Without pretending to be a Valterra, he never would have been able to avoid the level measurement in the first place. But the receptionist pointed out another problem. Registering as a bodyguard wasn't simple and involved a lot of annoying paperwork. Just as she was about to list the required documents, Atis cut in with a sheepish look, claiming he'd accidentally left them at home. He then leaned in with a warm, friendly smile. He asked if she could just keep this whole thing a secret for him. It was a bold move, relying completely on his charm to get them out of this mess. And it worked. The receptionist just froze, completely captivated. His charm offensive had hit its mark perfectly, leaving her unable to refuse. The receptionist immediately started the registration process for Atise, and then eagerly asked him out for a drink. When he politely declined, she suggested coffee instead. Watching this, Han Bin was just fuming. He couldn't understand why Atise was the only one getting all this positive attention, but he quickly corrected himself. He knew he should be grateful. Thanks to Atise, he could finally walk around freely without worrying. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little crushed, realizing his ridiculously muscular body wasn't exactly what the girls were looking for. As he turned to leave, someone called out to him. Suddenly, a whole group of people swarmed him out of nowhere. They were adventurers, and they were all looking at his physique with wide, excited eyes. They begged him to join their party, even just for a little while. One of them even asked if he could touch his muscles. The offers just kept coming. They promised him half their profits, then upped it to 70%. They begged him to go to a dungeon with them, asked how much he could lift, and their hands started reaching for him. Han Bin was totally overwhelmed. This was not the kind of attention he wanted at all. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He let out a huge shout, telling everyone to stop. His voice boomed through the hall with so much force, it felt like the building itself might shake. After the chaos at the guild, Han Bin and Atise left the city of Hayton behind. It was a sprawling place, tucked away between huge mountains under a clear blue sky. From a distance, it looked peaceful, but for them, it was time to move on. Their path took them out into the wilds, through a massive canyon carved from the earth. A single road snaked its way between the towering cliffs, a long and lonely trail leading them further away from civilization. But they weren't just walking. Han Bin was running, moving so fast that the canyon walls blurred into a streak of brown and rock. He was using his full power to cover ground as quickly as possible. The world flew by in a dizzying rush. He plunged through narrow passes that became dark tunnels at his speed. Ahead, a single point of bright light appeared, growing bigger with every single step. With one final push, he burst out of the darkness. The sudden flash of light was blinding as they shot out of the canyon pass and into the open air. They arrived at a place that was hard to believe. It was a massive, circular pit dug deep into the earth, with countless levels of tunnels carved into its walls. And right in the middle, impossibly huge, was the hilt of a giant sword pointing to the sky. From the bottom, the people moving around looked like tiny ants, showing just how enormous this place really was. High above, a lone figure stood on a balcony, looking out over the huge open space. He took in the sight, quietly noting to himself how much bigger the place had become. The scene shifts to a private room where two men were talking. The one with blue hair, sitting comfortably, complimented the other on gathering so many Rathnians. But the man with the scarred face looked annoyed by that. He corrected him, saying he didn't catch anyone. He just brought in drifters. The blue-haired man seemed to ponder this, repeating the term Dungeon drifters. A sly smile spread across the blue-haired man's face as he explained his thinking. From a ruler's point of view, hunters were more profitable than regular citizens. He then added that they only accept certain drifters because poor scavengers are the easiest to control and make follow orders. His companion just let out a quiet sound of disgust. Suddenly, a woman with long red hair stepped in, looking pointedly at the blue-haired man. She called him Alejandro and asked if he'd really done anything at all. She reminded him that this place was given to them as proof of an alliance with the greater dragons. Alejandro quickly became defensive, insisting that it was because of his efforts that they were able to gather so many people. The scarred man stood on the balcony, looking out over the enormous pit. He agreed with Leslie's point, noting that every dragon over 500 years old had joined them. This created a huge problem. If there was a traitor among such powerful allies, they needed to figure out their real goal, and fast. Back in the room, Alejandro leaned back in his chair, looking completely relaxed. He thought it was actually a relief that their target ran here. He explained that a dragon in human form could only survive in dungeon cities, which meant their prey was effectively cornered. Leslie, however, wasn't celebrating. She held up a small vial with a wicked smile, pointing out that the dragon's blood they'd collected had dried up. This meant their location spells were now useless. She looked right at Alejandro and mocked him, saying it looked like he would have to actually get to work and find the dragon himself. Alejandro's smug look immediately soured into an angry scowl. He snapped back at Leslie, insisting that it wasn't his fault they couldn't find the dragon. At that moment, the scarred man walked back into the room. He went straight to Alejandro and put a hand on his head, pushing it down slightly to get his attention. He cut through the bickering and asked Alejandro to get to the point and explain the real reason he had called them all there. The scarred man continued to stare down at Alejandro, his expression cold and serious. He was asking if Alejandro had brought them all here just so he could act like a king in front of them. Alejandro looked up, his face twisted in a sneer. He shot back sarcastically, saying of course that wasn't the reason. As he finished speaking, a pair of red curtains suddenly opened in front of them, revealing a brightly lit, empty wooden stage. This was clearly the real reason they were here. Leslie looked at the empty stage, completely unimpressed, but Alejandro had a smug grin on his face now. He leaned forward and gave an order to bring someone in. A moment later, a pair of bare feet stepped into the room. Alejandro started to explain that this was an ex-hunter they had captured. Alejandro continued his introduction, explaining that this man had grown tired of just killing monsters. His addiction led him to start hunting and killing female hunters in dungeons. He apparently murdered about 25 of them before he was caught. But just before his execution, Alejandro stepped in and took him. The captured hunter then looked up, a desperate and wild look in his eyes. He asked his boss, Alejandro, if he'd really be set free if he did what was asked of him. It was clear he was clinging to that one sliver of hope. Leslie looked the man over, completely unimpressed. She questioned if he was really level 37, pointing out how worn out he looked. But Alejandro just grinned smugly and told her to take another look, as if there was something she was missing. Her eyes shot wide open in disbelief. She wasn't looking at his face anymore, but at his neck. There, stitched into his skin, was a strange, cross-shaped mark. Leslie recognized it instantly, stammering as she identified it as an artificial guideline. She was completely stunned, exclaiming that she thought no one ever survived having one of those implanted. Alejandro's grin widened. He explained that they'd simply changed their methods. Instead of extracting the guideline from dungeons, they now extract it directly from other humans. Sir Richard looked on with a serious expression. He pointed out that even if they managed to reduce the side effects of the implant, it still wouldn't be enough to satisfy the person they were working for. The current plan was flawed. Alejandro gave a small, knowing smile. He praised Sir Richard for understanding the problem so quickly. Then, he posed a question to the room, his voice calm but chilling. What did they need to increase the hunter's performance? The answer came from a figure in the shadows. It was a person with blue skin and white hair, their face locked in a metal muzzle. Tears streamed from their eyes as they spoke a single, terrifying word, a sacrifice. More tears fell, dripping down the wyvern's chest. A soft voice, full of a strange kind of pity, spoke to the creature, calling it a kind wyvern. It was Leslie. She had tears in her own eyes, but a gentle, almost peaceful smile was on her face. She told the wyvern there was no reason to feel sorry, whispering that none of this was its fault. It was a chillingly sweet comfort, knowing what was about to happen. The story shifts to a dark, wooden room. A young woman stood in the doorway, her face set with determination as she held two swords at her sides. She was facing a large, menacing figure, and the air was thick with tension. The figure's face came into view, revealing a scarred and brutal man with a terrifying grin. He looked absolutely unhinged. Speaking to someone out of sight, he complimented his boss's taste in victims and asked if he should kill the woman quickly. The boss, a man with dark blue hair, leaned forward with a smug, cruel smile. He told his man that since they were celebrating his release, he would give him some time to play with her. It was a chilling order, a promise of a slow and painful fate for the woman in the doorway. The whole thing was set up like a twisted play. On a brightly lit stage, the woman stood ready with her swords, facing the scarred brute. Below them, the boss and his companion sat like an audience, ready for the show to begin. A voice from the seats announced that the game was starting, treating this life or death battle as simple entertainment. The scarred man kept a weapon hidden behind his back, his posture deceptively casual. He started talking to the woman, admitting that when he first got his powers, he was actually pretty anxious about it all. But that anxiety was long gone. His face twisted into a crazed grin as he explained that the more he used the guideline, the more he started to like it. A system window appeared next to him, showing he was a high level 37. This power had clearly corrupted him. He then turned his attention to her, his voice dripping with arrogance. He taunted her, pointing out that she could see his level was higher than hers. Her own level was displayed, level 34. He sneered, suggesting it would be better for her if she just gave up and begged for her life now. But the woman didn't even flinch. She just stared back at him, her expression completely calm and focused. She told him that trying to scare her with something like a level difference was completely useless here. Her confidence was unshakable. Her confidence just seemed to make him even more excited. With a wild scream, he lunged forward, swinging a massive cleaver down with all his strength. He was yelling that this was much better for him. He clearly wanted a real fight. The woman barely dodged, the heavy blade missing her by inches and slamming into the ground. As the woman landed gracefully after her dodge, a different sound cut through the air. It wasn't from the fight. From somewhere in the audience, someone was quietly sobbing, their heart clearly breaking as they watched. It was the blue-skinned wyvern. Tears streamed down its face as it wrestled with itself. It questioned what it was doing, realizing that even if it was scared of otherworlders, this whole spectacle was just wrong. It remembered its past with pride. It was once the ace night wyvern, a protector of the kingdom. That memory seemed to change everything. Its sorrow turned into resolve. It knew it couldn't just sit here and watch. It decided right then and there to look for an opening, a moment when the otherworlders were distracted, so it could save the girl and get them both out of there. From that moment on, its entire focus shifted. Peeking from the side, its eye was wide and sharp. It was no longer just a spectator. It was now watching every single move, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. But the scarred man's wild swings were met with pure grace. The woman moved like a blur, twisting and turning, easily avoiding every single attack. It wasn't a panicked scramble. It was more like a controlled, elegant dance. She was so light on her feet, barely seeming to touch the floor as she moved. Every step was precise, perfectly calculated to keep her just out of the cleaver's reach. The scarred man finally stopped swinging, looking at her with a mix of confusion and irritation. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he grumbled to himself, calling her movements a dance. His eyes narrowed. He taunted her, telling her she needed to make things a little more exciting. He reminded her that they had an audience watching, as if this whole thing was just a show for their amusement. The woman didn't seem bothered at all. She calmly rested her hand on her sword and gave him a cold comeback. She suggested that if he cared so much about appearances, maybe he should have taken some time with his own. He lunged forward with a wild, manic look in his eyes. He wasn't just attacking. He was putting on a show, telling her he hoped she'd like what was coming next. But his confidence was shattered in an instant. His face twisted into a mask of pure rage as he cursed her, absolutely furious at whatever she'd just done to him. Meanwhile, the two people watching the fight were having their own conversation. Alejandro commented on the girl's incredible skill, wondering aloud if she also had an artificial guideline. It just didn't make sense for someone so young to be that powerful. He then dismissed his own scarred fighter as nothing more than an experiment. He told his companion to stop focusing on the brute and take a closer look at the girl instead, hinting that there was something important she was missing. As the scarred man's body began to contort, sharp spikes bursting from his back, the realization finally hit the audience. A voice filled with disbelief pointed it out. The skilled swordswoman. She was completely blind. The blind swordswoman's face was cold and still. She told him he never should have touched her hair, her voice low and full of deadly promise. On the floor below, his lost hands lay beside his dropped axe, blood pooling on the wood. He had made a fatal mistake. The fighter grunted, his body starting to shake uncontrollably. Strange veins bulged across his back and neck as something inside him began to change. From his chair, Alejandro casually told him to stop, that he'd gone far enough, but the transformation was already taking over. In a horrifying burst of energy, his body twisted and reshaped itself. He was no longer human, but a red-skinned monster with claws and a gaping mouth. He let out an inhuman roar, screaming that he was going to rip her to pieces. Watching from the side, the red-haired woman turned to Alejandro, completely stunned. She demanded to know what was happening, questioning why the fighter was turning into a Totiro monster. She explained that the human extraction technique was supposed to create a stable, half-human, half-monster hybrid. Not this. The terrible truth was revealed. This transformation was actually the solution they'd found. By turning into monsters whenever they used their skills, the subjects avoided the deadly side effects of the implant. The Totiro creature lunged forward, perfect and horrifying display of their twisted success. But the swordswoman didn't even flinch. As the monster's giant claw swung down to crush her, her eyes remained closed, her face perfectly calm. She was completely focused, ready for the strike. In a flash of blue light, she moved. It was so fast, it was just a blur. The sound of a clean, sharp cut sliced through the air. The monster was frozen in place, its body crackling with raw energy from her attack. The red-haired woman watched in shock, finally understanding. This horrible transformation wasn't a failure. It was the only way to get rid of the implant's deadly side effects. The creature let out a final, agonizing scream as the energy coursed through its body, tearing it apart from the inside. Its last thought was just a curse, a moment of pure rage and pain. And just like that, it was over. The monster's body hit the floor with a heavy thud, twitching as the last of the blue energy faded away. The swordswoman stood over him, her blade lowered, not a single scratch on her. The swordswoman stood on the stage, her opponent lying motionless on the floor. She turned to the audience and addressed a man with dark blue hair, Sir Alejandro. She calmly reported that the test was over because the man had lost consciousness. From the audience, Alejandro just waved it off, saying it was all right. With a smug, uncaring smile, Alejandro decided that the man was useless to them now. He gave a simple order to have him taken care of before he could run wild again. It was a death sentence, delivered without a second thought. The creature on the floor shot up, his eyes wide with pure terror. He screamed in protest, insisting that he was still fine and that they couldn't do this. His voice was filled with a desperate panic, begging for his life. The swordswoman moved to a wooden doorway, her expression unreadable. Behind the door, the blue-skinned wyvern peeked through the crack, its single visible eye wide with fear. Blood splattered across the wood as it watched, completely horrified by what was about to happen. A moment later, it was done. The swordswoman stood silently in the doorway, her swords in hand. From the audience, someone screamed in pure rage and disbelief. They yelled that she'd killed him, that even though he looked like a monster, he was still one of their own, a Rathnian. The person watching was stunned. The swordswoman had followed the order to kill without even blinking. With a small speck of blood on her cheek, she stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. The job was done. Elsewhere, two men discussed the results of the test. The scarred man confirmed to Alejandro that the girl was indeed blind. He explained that her incredible sword skills and magic were all being executed through the guideline. Not only that, but her other senses were now extremely sharp. The scarred man looked puzzled. He asked if this didn't mean the artificial guideline was a complete success. If so, he wondered why Alejandro hadn't already informed that being they answer to. Alejandro finally revealed the massive problem. He explained that there was a huge catch. When a person with an artificial guideline kills an opponent, they can't gain any experience from it. A red-haired woman who had been listening nearby jumped to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. She shouted after the scarred man as he walked away, completely baffled. She couldn't understand it. A guideline that can't absorb experience. She demanded to know why they were still doing all of this. Alejandro's hand tightened on the railing as he continued his explanation. He revealed that it wasn't just people from Earth who could absorb experience points. Dungeon monsters could do it too. This was a critical piece of the puzzle. He went went on, explaining that they had tried to experiment on dungeon monsters because of this, but it always came with problems. The scarred man listened, his expression serious, as Alejandro revealed the most important part. The power to level up actually came from a completely different source. The scarred man's eyes narrowed as he put the pieces together. He asked carefully if Alejandro was talking about a dragon's core. He knew it was a forbidden area for them. They had an agreement with the greater dragons that prevented them from ever testing it out. Alejandro just smirked, confirming the suspicion without saying a word. At that exact moment, something came flying through the air. It was a thin cord with a single glowing yellow jewel attached to it, like a pendant. A man in a long coat stood in the doorway, the one who had thrown the item. He announced that their agreement with the dragons didn't matter if there was a traitor involved. Alejandro snatched the pendant out of the air, his eyes widening as he recognized what it was. This changed everything. The scarred man explained that the pendant was a unique item, a gift from someone called Madam, specifically for their mission to kill the greater dragon. The red-haired woman beside him looked skeptical. She pointed out that the item was powerful enough to deal with a lich, and then questioned if his level was really high enough to handle something like that. Alejandro looked down at the glowing pendant with a greedy smile. He was clearly impressed by the gift. He murmured to himself about how generous it was, realizing that receiving an artifact was one thing, but being given a unique item was on a whole other level. With their part done, the scarred man turned to leave. He announced he would go inform that being that they were getting close to completing the artificial guideline. The red-haired woman followed, glancing back with a sly smile. She told Alejandro she was jealous he got to hunt a greater dragon, adding that if he succeeded, he'd become quite successful. She sat on the railing of the balcony, gave him a final wave, and wished him good luck. From his chair, Alejandro just watched as she disappeared from sight. Once they were gone, the room fell silent. Alejandro sat alone, his gaze based on the glowing pendant in his hand. The mission was now his, and his alone. Alejandro let out a small, bitter laugh as he stared at the pendant. He mused to himself that if he couldn't find the target, all the responsibility would fall on him. It seemed he'd become a complete pushover, accepting impossible jobs like this. The sarcasm faded as he considered the problem more seriously. He clicked his tongue in frustration, wondering how in the world he was supposed to find a dragon in human form without any kind of tracking skills. It was a huge, almost impossible challenge. Just then, a woman with long black hair and two swords at her hip appeared in the doorway. Without turning to face her, Alejandro gave an order for her to tell the wyvern to come clean up a corpse. The woman, Ellie, simply asked if he was planning on going out. After he confirmed he was, she replied that she understood. With her orders received, Ellie slid the wooden door shut, closing off the room. She turned without another word and started walking down the dark corridor, her footsteps the only sound. Her expression was completely unreadable. There was no emotion on her face, just a quiet emptiness as she went to carry out her task. It was clear this was just another day for her. Meanwhile, the wyvern was having a complete meltdown. All the terrifying words it had overheard started to connect in its mind. Experiments, guidelines, greater dragons. And that woman, Ellie, was one of Alejandro's people too. It was all a nightmare. The creature recoiled in absolute terror. It finally understood the situation it was in. These people weren't just dangerous. They were completely insane. A single thought echoed in its mind. Staying here meant certain death. Fueled by fear, it made a split-second decision. It had to get out of there, and it had to do it right now. Its eyes locked onto a nearby wooden door. Its only chance. Without a moment's hesitation, the wyvern slammed its body against the door, bursting through it and into the light outside. There was no plan, only the desperate need to run. It sprinted across the rocky terrain, not daring to look back. It just ran, putting as much distance as it could between itself and that house of horrors. The wyvern scrambled up a long wooden ramp, its small wings flapping as it tried to gain speed. It was still just running on pure instinct, trying to get away from that terrible place. But it was too late to be quiet. A woman, Ellie, appeared in the doorway behind it, shouting for the creature to stop. She was already reaching out, trying to grab it before it could get any further. The wyvern glanced back, its eyes wide with pure terror. It couldn't believe they had found it so fast. A wave of panic washed over the small creature. It knew it was about to be caught. At that moment, Ellie lunged forward, a crackle of blue energy surrounding her as she closed the distance in an instant. In her hand, she held a small glowing rod. She pointed it forward, and the strange energy intensified, ready to strike the escaping wyvern. Her face was set with cold determination. She wasn't going to let it get away. A massive bolt of blue energy shot down from above, crackling with power. The wyvern looked up, its eyes wide with absolute terror, completely frozen in place. There was nowhere left to run. The bolt sand into the wooden ramp with a huge crash, splintering the wood just inches from where the creature had been. The little wyvern had managed to leap off the side just in the nick of time, tumbling through the air. It landed safely on a large, circular platform below. Looking back up at the destruction, the wyvern let out a huge of relief. For a moment, it thought it had actually made it. It felt a wave of relief, realizing it was lucky the ramp was so short. The creature knew that if its pursuer had been able to fly, the chase would have been over before it even began, but its relief was cut short. In an instant, a glowing white cord shot out and wrapped tightly around its ankle, yanking it back with incredible power. The wyvern was completely caught off guard, shocked by the sheer force of the pull. The glowing cord yanked the wyvern back with brutal force, pulling it helplessly through the air. Its body was just a blur as it was dragged back towards its pursuer. Its eyes shot wide open in absolute shock. The hope it felt just a moment ago was completely gone, replaced by the terrifying realization that it was caught. The source of the attack was the woman with the twin swords. After pulling the creature back, she launched herself into the sky, closing the distance in an instant. The wyvern was being pulled right into her path. With a cold, determined look, she gripped her glowing blades. Her thoughts were clear and final. She wasn't going to let her target leave. The chase was over. High above the arena, the swordswoman had the creature completely at her mercy. A glowing cord of energy connected them, and no matter how much the wyvern struggled, it couldn't break free. With a calm, determined expression, she looked down at her captive. Her message was clear. There was nowhere left to run. The wyvern's escape attempt was officially over. The energy cord was wrapped tightly around its ankle, pulsing with power. It wasn't just a rope. It was a magical shackle, completely binding the creature to its captor's will. The cord yanked the wyvern down onto a stone platform. It looked up, no longer afraid, but filled with indignation. It scoffed at the idea of being leashed there like some common animal. Its anger boiled over. With a furious roar, it declared that it hated any sky that had limits. More than anything, it despised being caged. The swordswoman's eyes shot open in disbelief. She couldn't process what she was hearing. A talking wyvern? The shock was so great that her grip on the magical cord faltered, and she let out a small cry as she was suddenly yanked upwards. In an instant, the situation was completely reversed. The wyvern shot up into the sky, dragging the stunned swordswoman right along with it. She was now just hanging helplessly from the magical leash, being pulled higher and higher into the clouds. Panic started to set in. The swordswoman screamed for the wyvern to wait, realizing she was being pulled far too high for a safe landing. She pleaded again, screaming for it not to go any higher. The ground was already a distant memory, and the speed of their climb was terrifying. The magical cord was the only thing connecting her to the creature, but it was also her biggest problem. But the wyvern didn't seem to care at all. It looked down with a dismissive expression, thinking that a magic swordswoman should be able to land safely on her own. It was more worried about archers waiting at the top than the woman dangling below. The creature's only focus was its own escape. As it soared higher, the wyvern scanned the area, expecting archers or other guards waiting for it. But to its surprise, there was nothing. Not a single person was in sight. For a moment, it felt a wave of relief, thinking it had actually gotten away clean. But that relief vanished in an instant. As it cleared the wall, an absolutely massive structure rose up from below. It was a giant, man-made canyon with strange green energy pulsing along its edges. The wyvern's eyes shot wide open in pure terror. It wasn't a safe zone or an escape route. It had just flown directly into something far more dangerous than the people chasing it. Below, the platform it had been aiming for came into view. It was a simple wooden structure jutting out from the side of a cliff. But as the view pulled back, the horrifying truth became clear. This wasn't just a cliff. It was a massive, impossibly deep pit, the Crater Valley Dungeon. The wyvern hadn't escaped to safety. It had flown right into the mouth of a monster's den. The platform finally reached its destination, the lowest floor of the dungeon. It was a dark, gaping maw of a cave, and the air felt heavy and cold. Whatever was down here, it wasn't friendly. And right on cue, a massive insect-like monster burst from the shadows. Its mouth was a nightmare of sharp teeth, and it let out a piercing shriek as it charged forward. But before the creature could even take another step, Ryu Hanbin was already in the air. He met its charge with a single, brutal kick that connected connected with its head. The impact was devastating. Han Bin looked at the creature with a flicker of annoyance. He realized he'd forgotten to hold back his strength and had killed it instantly. The monster's head was completely crushed, its body slumping to the ground in a heap. The once terrifying creature was now just a mess on the dungeon floor, and Han Bin stood over it in the quiet aftermath. The quiet didn't last long. As soon as the first monster fell, a whole army of them came pouring out of the darkness. They were huge, truck-sized insects with countless red eyes, and there were dozens of them. Han Bin realized instantly that fighting them one at a time was completely out of the question. He'd be swarmed. With no other choice, his expression hardened. He gripped his massive sword, his knuckles turning white. He knew there was one skill he could use for this, even though he hadn't planned on it. Instead of swinging to kill, Han Bin charged forward and slammed his blade sideways into the horde. He used the flat of his weapon like a giant battering ram, shoving the massive creatures aside and carving a path right through the middle of them. Turns out, it was a pretty weird skill. The whole point was to hold your weapon up high, run underneath a tall monster, and use the weapon to trip it up and knock it over without killing it. He looked back over his shoulder at the pile of tangled, struggling insects. The skill was too weak to actually kill them, but in this case, that was a good thing. It let him get through the crowd without wasting any time. Just as he cleared the path, a voice suddenly echoed through the cave, cheerfully announcing that the table was ready. Han Bin froze, completely thrown off. A dinner call. Here, it made absolutely no sense. Before he could figure it out, the pile of insects he'd knocked over started making panicked noises. They weren't focused on him anymore. They were scared of something else, something that was starting to cast a bright, fiery glow. In the next instant, a massive fear ball erupted from nowhere, completely swallowing the entire horde of monsters. The wave of heat was so intense, it pushed the air back, filling the cave with a deafening roar. He just stood there, watching as the creatures were burned to a crisp. But as the flames died down, something strange started to happen. Little glowing green orbs began to float up from the charred bodies. His eyes widened as he watched them drift through the air. He realized what he was seeing. It was their life force, literally burning away and escaping their bodies. He'd never seen anything like it when he was gaining experience before. He continued to stare at the bizarre sight, completely baffled. The glowing green energy just kept rising from the dead monsters. In all his years of fighting, he'd never seen anything like this when he was gaining experience. As the life force drifted towards the massive red dragon, Atis asked Han Bin how he was feeling. He apologized for stealing his prey, but Han Bin just waved it off. He told Atis not to worry, explaining that it was good for him if his partner leveled up too. After a moment, Atis looked over at Han Bin with a thoughtful expression. He wondered aloud why his own level wasn't going up. Han Bin asked why not, but Atis just shook his head, explaining that it wasn't that easy. Atis began to explain the concept. He said that a level reflects a person's entire ability to control their life force, so raising it is as difficult as changing your own bone structure. Han Bin nodded, saying he understood that, but he pointed out that he'd always heard dragons could absorb experience whenever they killed opponents. Atis's eyes narrowed. He corrected Han Bin with a serious tone, clarifying that dragons don't absorb experience. He explained that what they actually do is take in an enemy's life force directly. Atis went on, explaining that they absorb that life force directly into their dragon's core. The problem is, this energy is incredibly unstable. It's almost like it has a mind of its own. Han Bin's eyes widened as he listened. Atis explained that for a dragon to level up, they have to tame that wild energy. He warned that if they absorb more than they can handle, things get very dangerous. The ultimate consequence, Atis said with a grave look, was death. The explosive nature of the life force was just too much. But right as he was getting to the most serious part, Han Bin cut him off, completely distracted, and just asked him to put some clothes on first. As Atis started to get dressed, Han Bin processed what he'd heard. He confirmed that there was a limit to how much life force a dragon could take in. Atis agreed, comparing it to how even drinking too much water can be deadly. Han Bin seemed to be thinking about the future. He remembered Atis saying he'd be able to level up in 15 years. He started to wonder what would happen if Atis gained 20 or even 30 more levels, clearly imagining the incredible power that would bring. The mention of 15 years made Han Bin pause. He asked Atis how old he was, completely shocked by the timescale. Atis casually replied that he was turning 150 this year. Han Bin couldn't believe it, calling him an old gramps, but Atis just shook his head, explaining that for a dragon, 150 is basically just a teenager. He then added that dragons can live for more than 1,000 years. Han Bin's jaw dropped. His mind immediately went to the possibilities, wondering just how powerful an ancient giant dragon could become and what level they could reach. Atis admitted he wasn't sure. There wasn't really a way to confirm a dragon's exact level, but then he said something that caught Hanbin's attention. He was pretty sure that old dragons were in the same situation as him. Hanbin immediately pieced it together. He asked if it was because they also run out of things to hunt that are strong enough to give them experience. As Atis loaded a box onto a platform, he confirmed that was part of it, adding that it also becomes much riskier for them. As they began to descend on some kind of lift, Atis added another layer to it. He explained that older dragons require an unbelievable amount of life force just to keep developing. Hanbin wondered why they wouldn't just be content and stop leveling up at that point. Atis's reply made it clear that he wished it was that simple. Atis continued, his expression serious. He explained that it's not just about survival for older dragons. They have a deep hunger for more power. They eventually realize that absorbing small bits of life force here and there is useless for helping them get stronger. Hanbin's eyes widened slightly as he listened. It sounded exactly like his own problem. He thought about how hunting countless level 25 monsters did absolutely nothing for him. It wasn't until he finally took down something over level 50 that his experience bar finally moved. Atis went on to explain the dragon's solution to this problem. They figured that if small amounts of life force didn't work, they needed to gather a massive amount all in one single location. He said the dragons call this special place a life force well, but, he added, humans have a different name for it. They call it the dragon's nest. As he said the words, an image of a huge, glowing crater came to mind, a place pulsing with an incredible amount of raw energy, nestled deep within the mountains. Hanbin's eyes lit up. This sounded like the perfect solution to his problem. He leaned forward eagerly and asked if a place like that was somewhere he could go to level up, questioning if it was possible, even without a dragon's core. Far from their quiet conversation, a completely different scene was unfolding. A bright green light exploded, and a blue creature threw its head back, letting out a silent, agonizing scream. Atis's expression turned grim. He immediately shut the idea down, telling Hanbin to stop dreaming. He explained that there was no way for him to safely go there, because a normal physical body can't absorb that much life force without a dragon's protection. He continued to explain the horrifying consequences. The raw energy would cause a person's body to burst apart, only to then force it to regenerate. It was an endless, vicious cycle of unimaginable pain. That constant, agonizing cycle is what makes the dragon's nest an unbreakable fortress. As he spoke, the scene showed just how true that was. Inside the massive well of swirling green energy, 3 figures ran desperately as someone screamed out a name in panic. A group of people watched from a doorway, their faces filled with panic. One of the older men recognized the creature, shouting that it was Sir Alejandro's wyvern and that they needed to get back inside immediately. But a woman with dark hair, Elijah, hesitated, looking concerned for the small dragon. The man tried to pull her back, explaining the grim reality of the situation. He said that if Sir Alejandro hadn't tied the wyvern up, it meant the creature had no more use. He was far more worried about Elijah getting hurt than he was about the wyvern. He finished his warning with a desperate plea, reminding her that Sir Alejandro would never forgive them if she got hurt. Hearing this, Elijah's expression hardened, her look of concern vanishing completely. In that same moment, a blinding flash of green light erupted from the well. The wyvern's silhouette was visible for just an instant before it was completely vaporized by the overwhelming energy. With the creature gone, Elijah turned her back to the light. Without any emotion, she simply told the others it was time to go. She walked away, swords in hand, leaving the scene without a second glance. As the blinding green light from the well washed over everything, Elijah didn't even flinch. She just stood there, completely still, letting the powerful energy surround her without a single sign of emotion. But the light wasn't fading. Instead, it began to twist and take shape. A massive, dragon-like head made of swirling blue energy burst out of the well, its mouth open in a silent roar. Then, a golden crown materialized above the swirling energy. This wasn't just some random monster. The appearance of the crown meant that a true boss, a creature of immense power, had just been born. But the creature that appeared didn't look like a terrifying ruler. It was a strange, bird-like dragon that seemed totally confused. It let out a questioning squawk, looking around as if it had no idea where it was. In the blink of an eye, the world around it vanished. The creature was no longer in the dark, dangerous well. It was now sitting all alone on a perfectly calm surface with nothing but an endless blue sky above it. The little creature floated in an endless sea of blue, completely lost. It looked around, its mind a blank. It had no memory of where it was or what it had been doing just moments before. Then, just as quickly as the vision appeared, it was gone. The creature found itself on solid ground, right next to someone's boot. The endless blue sky had vanished. Suddenly, a voice called out its name, Effer. The little dragon's eyes shot wide open in surprise as it looked up toward the sound. Time passed, and a new year had arrived on the continent of Rathna. In this new year, life continued on behind the safety of giant walls that had clearly seen their share of battles. As the swirling energy pulsed, a golden crown, the sign of a true boss monster, materialized above it. It hovered for just a second before sinking down into the green light, completing the creature's birth. But what came out wasn't some terrifying ruler. It was a strange, bird-like dragon that seemed totally lost. It just let out a confused little squawk, looking around as if it had no idea where it was. In the blink of an eye, the world around it completely changed. The dark, dangerous well was gone. Now, the little creature was sitting all by itself on a perfectly calm surface, with nothing but an endless blue sky in every direction. It floated there in that endless sea of blue, completely lost. It looked around, its mind a total blank. It had no memory of where it was or what it had been doing just moments before. Then, just as quickly as that strange vision appeared, it was gone. The creature found itself on solid ground, right next to someone's boot. The endless blue sky had vanished. Suddenly, a voice called out, addressing it by name. The little creature's eye shot wide open. That voice, it sounded so familiar. A memory was flooding back, something from a long, long time ago. In her mind, she was small again. A man with reddish hair was looking down at her, trying to decide on a name. He first suggested Ifrin, but when that didn't seem to fit, he offered another one, Effer. The bald man holding her smiled. He decided then and there that her name would be Effer. His friend seemed to think it was a boring choice, but the captain just told him to be quiet. If he didn't like it, he could be in charge. He gently stroked her head, noting how much she seemed to like her new name. The little wyvern let out a happy, quiet sound, feeling completely safe. The memory faded, and she was back in the present, staring at the man in front of her. She stammered, asking if he was really Captain Baldy. The captain confirmed it was him, but he was clearly furious about the nickname. He yelled back that he was the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. Tears streamed down Effer's face, a mix of shock and pure happiness. She stammered that he was alive, calling out his old nickname, Captain Baldy, but his response wasn't what she expected. He yelled back, completely furious, demanding to know who the hell Captain Baldy was. The captain tried to sound stern, asking her why she was crying and gently teasing her for being a crybaby when she was supposed to be their ace. He quickly looked away, pretending he had something in his eye. After a moment, Effer asked him where the other knights were. His answer was strange. He just said that it wasn't their time to come yet. Effer looked at him, completely confused by his words. She had no idea what he could possibly mean by that. The world around them was empty and quiet, like a dream. They stood on a surface that reflected the endless sky, and right there on the ground between them was a golden crown covered in blood. The sight of it made the happy reunion feel heavy and sad. Then, the reason for all this started to become clear. He began to explain their crime. They had failed to protect the prince while he was flying. He then revealed the terrible punishment for that crime. The entire Sky Dragon Knight Squadron, including its captain, was to be executed. Effer's eyes shot wide with horror. She screamed out that it wasn't true, insisting that the captain had done nothing wrong, but the captain's tone softened. He looked at her and said that she was a smart kid, full of knowledge, but that her biggest weakness was how suspicious she was of everyone. He paused for a moment, letting his words sink in, as Effer just stared back, still trying to process everything. With a sad look, he gave her one last piece of advice. He told her that sometimes she just needed to trust people. Tears began to stream down Effer's face as she listened, understanding the weight of his final words. As his form began to fade into the light, the captain offered one last piece of gentle wisdom. He told her that to get through this, she would need someone by her side to wipe those tears away. And with those final words, his presence was gone. In its place, a swirling vortex of raw energy began to form, glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. The swirling energy suddenly focused, erupting from the ground in a massive pillar of light that shot straight up into the sky. At that moment, Effer was caught in the blast. A crackling line of blue energy wrapped around her and yanked her violently into the air, pulling her up into the column of light. The energy wasn't just lifting her, it was changing her. White, wispy tendrils wrapped around her body like bandages, constricting and reshaping her in a painful, chaotic swirl. But this energy wasn't just random chaos. It was being controlled. LJ stood firm, raising her two swords high into the air as if they were lightning rods, drawing all that crackling blue power directly into her blades. Her eyes were shut tight, her face a mask of pure concentration. It was clear this took every bit of her willpower, channeling a force that could vaporize anything it touched. Then, with a final push, she unleashed it all. A powerful blast of lightning shot out from her swords, striking the creature, Effer, who was lying helpless on the ground below. After the blast, Effer didn't move. The creature just lay there, still wrapped in those strange white bandages, completely silent and motionless. Just then, an old man came running towards the edge of the cliff where Elijah stood. He looked terrified, shouting her name with pure panic in his voice. After the blast subsided, Elijah was immediately at Effer's side. She gently held the creature, trying to rouse her. She called out, desperately asking if she was okay, and pleading for her to wake up. Slowly, Effer's eye cracked open. She looked completely dazed, struggling to understand what was happening. The moment Elijah saw the movement, she let out a quiet relief that the creature was finally awake. With a serious but gentle expression, Elijah began to explain what had just happened. She told Effer that she had absorbed a huge amount of life force, which was now causing chaos inside her body. She promised to start by healing her physical injuries first. Ready to begin, Elijah turned and called out for someone to bring her a healing potion. But before she could even finish her sentence, a hand shot out and grabbed her arm, stopping her cold. A man's voice told her that a potion wasn't needed. The hand belonged to Sir Alejandro. He stood over her with a dismissive look, stating that using a potion on the creature would be a complete waste. He explained that he'd been on his way out, but the massive flash of light in the sky had been impossible to ignore and made him come back. Sir Alejandro looked down with a cold, knowing smile. He commented that he hadn't expected Effer to try and run away, but it didn't matter. He simply ordered Elijah to leave the creature alone, making it clear he had no intention of helping. But Elijah wouldn't give up. Looking up at him, she explained that the amount of life force coursing through Effer was enormous, so much that even a true dragon would struggle to handle it. She insisted that for a small wyvern, it was an absolute death sentence. Sir Alejandro was completely unmoved. He questioned why they would waste a valuable potion on a single wyvern, asking if it was even worth it. Then, as a final dismissal, he casually mentioned he didn't have one on him anyway. Elijah's expression tightened, her patience clearly wearing thin. Turning his back on them, Sir Alejandro gave his final order. Just put the creature out of its misery. As he walked away, a hand in the foreground gripped the hilt of a sword, knuckles turning white with tension. His cruel command had left no room for argument. With that, Elijah turned her full attention to the little wyvern. Her hair fell over her eyes, hiding her expression completely. She gently confirmed the creature's name was Ifer, and then introduced herself. In a soft voice, she asked her to close her eyes. Elijah gently placed her hand over Effer's eye. She calmly instructed the little wyvern to imagine itself as a dish overflowing with water. Then, she told it to slowly form that chaotic energy into small, solid marbles. It was a way to focus, to control the dangerous power raging inside. Her hand moved down, resting on the wyvern's body. Elijah's voice was soothing as she explained that the pain would start to fade away. She reassured Effer that controlling this power would soon feel completely natural. A look of intense focus crossed Elijah's face as she gripped her sword. Her eyes were closed for a moment, concentrating. She whispered words of encouragement, telling Effer that she was doing a great job and that this was exactly how it was done. And in the next instant, there was a flash of steel. A single, clean slice cut through the air, followed by a spray of red. The sound of the blade hitting its mark was sharp and final. The tip of her sword dripped with fresh blood. Sir Alejandro stood a short distance away, his back turned to her. With the deed seemingly done, Elijah's voice cut through the silence. She asked him if he would give her a potion now. Sir Alejandro stood silently for a moment, his face tightening with frustration. He quietly spoke her nickname, a mix of concern and disapproval in his voice. He was clearly struggling with what she was doing. It turns out the blood on her sword wasn't from the wyvern at all. Elijah had cut her own arm. She held it out, blood dripping from the wound, and calmly asked Sir Alejandro if this sacrifice was worth the cost of a potion. She then moved her bleeding wrist right over the little creature's face, letting her blood drip down towards its eye. Looking back at Alejandro, She pushed him again, asking if even this was still not enough to convince him. An older woman standing nearby watched in horror, pleading with LJ to stop. She turned to Sir Alejandro, begging him to intervene, but he just clicked his tongue in annoyance, his expression hardening. Finally, Sir Alejandro gave in. He looked at LJ with a serious expression and told her that the wyvern had better be worth all this trouble. He then gave her a stern warning, making it clear that this was a one-time deal and would not happen again. With the argument finally over, LJ closed her eyes in relief. She gently held the small creature and quietly thanked Sir Alejandro for letting her have her way. Sometime later, in a quiet, sunlit room, things were much more peaceful. It was the perfect place for someone to rest and recover. The little dragon, now named Effer, was resting comfortably, its wounds all bandaged up. After a long sleep, it finally began to stir. The moment it was fully awake, Effer's eyes narrowed with suspicion. It looked straight at LJ and accused her of scheming, demanding to know the real reason she had saved its life. LJ didn't even turn around. As she calmly watered a small plant, she admitted without any hesitation that Effer was right. She did have a reason. LJ gently held up the small plant, a warm smile on her face. She asked Effer if it had ever raised plants before, sharing that she used to have a small garden of her own. The peaceful moment was instantly shattered. Effer screamed in terror, convinced that LJ was just fattening it up to eat later. Stunned, LJ yelled back that she doesn't eat her flowers, but the little creature didn't believe her, demanding to know the real reason she was raising them. LJ's expression softened as she explained the truth. She revealed that she was actually blind and could only see the world through an artificial guideline. While she couldn't perceive colors, she could clearly see living things, like Effer's mane. Raising plants, she explained, was her way of practicing how to see objects that weren't alive. With that settled, the conversation took a more serious turn. LJ pointed out that no one would waste water on a sick or dying plant, but Effer was different. It was still alive, even after absorbing a huge amount of life force. She then looked directly at the creature, asking if that was the real reason it had asked for the potion. Effer sat there, listening intently. LJ's voice continued, saying that most people, especially those with guidelines, would probably just assume it was lucky to have survived, but her tone made it very clear that she didn't believe it was luck at all. LJ continued, explaining that she didn't need to see with her eyes. She could feel it, the powerful life force circulating inside Effer's body. It appeared to her as a glowing turquoise energy with a bright, pulsating core right in the center of its chest. Then, LJ dropped a bombshell. She told the creature that she believed it had a dragon core. Effer was completely shocked, arguing that it was impossible since it was just a wyvern. But LJ calmly reasoned that wyverns are a type of dragon, and Effer was an especially smart one. The little creature was stunned, wondering if it had somehow created the core itself when it absorbed all that life force. Suddenly, Effer's eye shot wide open in horror. A terrible thought just clicked into place. It stammered, remembering that Sir Alejandro had been looking for something very specific. LJ confirmed its worst fear. She explained that Sir Alejandro was, in fact, searching for a dragon core. With her hand on her chest, she revealed that it was the last material needed to complete the artificial guideline that was implanted in her body. Then she looked at Effer with a serious expression. She confessed that she had hidden this fact from Alejandro and brought the little wyvern here on purpose. With everything laid bare, she asked Effer a simple question. Did it still think she was just a devoted subordinate? This changed everything. LJ wasn't just following orders. She had her own plan. Effer's mind was racing. She tried to make sense of what LJ had done. On one hand, it seemed like LJ was just devoted to Alejandro, but then another thought hit her. What if it was all an act? She wrestled with the idea, thinking it was just luck that she was even alive. But then again, LJ was smart enough to know a trapped creature would try to escape. She squeezed her eyes shut, frustrated with her own thoughts. This was getting her nowhere. She realized that just guessing and going in circles wouldn't reveal LJ's true goal. She needed a real answer, and she needed it now. With a new plan in mind, Effer turned to LJ. She reminded the woman that she could make out forms, even though she couldn't physically see. LJ calmly confirmed it, asking why she brought it up. This was the test. Effer used her hands to pull her own cheeks into a huge, ridiculous grin. Then, she shouted out Alejandro's name, putting on a whole performance. But LJ didn't react to the face at all. She just closed her eyes with a peaceful smile and said something completely random about cows licking her hair in the morning. morning. The test was a total failure. Aoife was no closer to understanding what was going on in her head. Aoife kept teasing Elijah, making silly comments about cows. It was too much for Elijah, who hid her face in her hands, begging Aoife to stop while trying to hold back her laughter. After a moment, Elijah composed herself and walked away, leaving Aoife sitting alone on a cushion. The little dragon creature just sat there, looking a bit defeated now that the fun was over. Far away from all of that, hidden deep within a forest, stood an old, broken-down house. It was completely overgrown with vines and looked like it had been abandoned for years. Inside, a man was reporting to Sir Alejandro. He handed over a book, explaining that it was a list of all the hunters who had leveled up unusually fast over the last month. Alejandro, however, looked completely uninterested. Sir Alejandro immediately rejected the list. He told his subordinate that the person he was hunting wouldn't be found there. The aide looked completely confused by this, questioning why a hunter that powerful would even still be in the area. The aide tried to explain his thinking. He argued that it was unlikely the target had just disappeared. To get to the mid-continent, they'd need a lot of money, and working as a hunter was the fastest way to earn it. His logic was sound, but Sir Alejandro still looked completely unconvinced. Realizing he'd failed, the subordinate apologized. He explained that his list contained every single hunter over level 50. If the person they were looking for stood out, but wasn't on that list, he had no idea where else to even begin looking. But his aide hadn't given up. He slid something else across the table. Sir Alejandro looked down at it with a questioning gaze, recognizing it as a hunter's newspaper. A slow, mocking grin spread across Alejandro's face as he looked at the paper. He immediately dismissed the hunters inside, saying they weren't who he was looking for. He found them ridiculous. Their levels were too low, and they stood out way too much. The newspaper photo showed Ryu Hanbin, looking incredibly muscular, standing beside his female companion. Alejandro scoffed at the image, convinced that there was no way people who looked like that would ever be able to stay hidden for long. Deep inside the crater dungeon, the air hung heavy with the smell of dust and something else, something ancient. Suddenly, a massive tarantual knight dropped from the ceiling, its fangs dripping with venom. The warrior raised his axe, ready to meet the monster head on. Another warrior watched Martin struggling against the spider. He smirked and called out. The warrior continued to mock Martin, offering to help him out, but also saying. Martin glared back at the warrior, clearly annoyed by the taunt. He spat back and prepared to strike again. Suddenly, a swarm of magically enhanced arrows shot forward with incredible speed. The air crackled with magical energy as they flew. The armored warrior unleashed a powerful spell, creating a massive explosion that ripped through the tarantual knight. The force of the blast shook the entire cavern. Brad and Martin stood back to back, covered in grime and monster blood. Brad grinned and bragged that he was faster and had killed more monsters since they entered the dungeon. Martin looked annoyed and insisted that he had killed at least 10 more than Brad. Anyway, he said that they should get healed first. Suddenly, both Brad and Martin screamed as they were caught in a giant spider web. In the background, the two spiritualists watched in horror. Elja and Fel found themselves stuck in a giant spider web. Fel yelled out in fear, asking where the web came from and telling her friend to look up. A massive spider descended from above. Fel screamed as the monstrous creature approached, its legs reaching for her. Brad and Martin reacted immediately, yelling at Elja and Fel to stay put. They promised to save them from whatever was going on. Suddenly, Brad was struck by something. He yelled in pain, stumbling backwards from the unseen blow. Brad asked if Martin was okay, relieved that he had barely dodged the attack. He wondered what the hell was going on and what had just attacked them. Martin stared up at the giant spiders, realizing they were tarantual knights. He was shocked that they'd come so far into the dungeon already. He knew they couldn't beat them without some serious buffs. Brad looked determined. He clenched his jaw and insisted that they couldn't run away like this. They had to stand their ground. Suddenly, the air turned ice cold. The chill cut right through him, making his skin crawl. A strange mist filled the cave, swirling around the tarantual knights. The temperature plummeted, and a thin layer of frost began to coat the walls and floor. Brad shivered and wondered why it had suddenly gotten so cold. He questioned if the monsters could use magic. Martin shook his head, saying he didn't think it was monster magic. Someone pointed out that the spiders appeared to be dead. They were lying motionless on the ground. The second man quickly corrected him, saying they weren't dead, just unconscious. He looked up, startled, and demanded to know who they were. Atis, the fire mage, and Ryu Hanbin, the Volterra warrior, stood before them. Atis explained that it wasn't their plan to interfere. Atis suggested that they should go rescue those maidens. He said that he and Ryu Hanbin would take care of the monsters. One of the men said it was such an honor to have them there. They felt relieved to have Atis and Ryu Hanbin with them. The man expressed his gratitude to Atis for guiding them. He had heard rumors about Atis being a fire mage, but it seemed he had other tricks up his sleeve as well. He explained that he had done a lot of research on ice magic after facing a powerful ice mage. Elja and Fuel introduced themselves as spiritualists to Atise. Elja gushed about how she loved a man who lived so diligently. Fel told Elja to be quiet, reminding her that she thought a man's face was important. The man asked Ryu Hanbin if he would be interested in joining their party after this. Ryu Hanbin refused immediately. The man pressed Ryu Hanbin, wondering why he wouldn't join them. Ryu Hanbin snapped back, saying that if he didn't want to, then he didn't want to. Atis explained that his friend didn't like being distracted during his training, which was why they had refused all party offers. The man countered that cooperating as a team was even better. He suggested that after exploring the dungeon, they could all go drinking with Atise. He added that they could drink tea while planning out strategies on their days off, suggesting maybe just this once. Atise stared off into the distance. He was carefully considering the best path forward. Atis explained that they needed spectators to gain recognition. He said that no matter how hard they tried, the only thing that would increase without witnesses was their record. Atis continued, saying that if their records went up drastically without any recognition, it would only cause more suspicions. He believed the best way to increase the public's opinion was through rumors and one's image. Atis explained that they would show Ryu Hanbin's overwhelming power by cooperating with other parties. By doing this, they'd be able to convince others of his identity as a Volterian hero, which would also help him increase his chances of meeting the goddesses. Atis added that he'd need to maintain a certain level of mystery. In order to decrease the chance of his identity being exposed, they would only cooperate with teams once. He mentioned there was already a line of people requesting to cooperate with the Volterra warrior, but then wondered if it would really work. Atis looked determined. He told Hanbin to trust him, promising that he was going to make him the most famous hunter in the city. Ryu Hanbin thought back to that moment. Everything Atis had said had come true, but there was just one thing that he didn't expect. One of the women wondered if Atis would have free time on his day off. She thought it would be perfect for the three of them to meet up while Ryu Hanbin trained. Atis quickly added that he had his magic research to do, and then lamented his unpopularity with the ladies. Brad looked serious as he stared at Ryu Hanbin. He told him not to joke with him. Brad explained that the job of a hunter was one where they sacrificed their free time to fight monsters in a never-ending battle. Atis, looking furious, ranted that just because Ryu Hanbin was better looking than him, it didn't mean he should be so popular. He quickly apologized, claiming that a jealous man wasn't popular with the ladies. Anyway, he shouted that Ryu Hanbin was unqualified to be a hunter. Ryu Hanbin looked absolutely shocked by the outburst. He couldn't believe that Atis would say something like that. Brad glared at Ryu Hanbin, accusing him of threatening him for criticizing his master. He added that everyone was looking at him with respect just because he was a Volterra, but he didn't believe that garbage. Brad announced that they had arrived. Ryu Hanbin looked around, wondering what was going on. The walls of the dungeon were lined with strange holes. They looked like empty eyes staring out into the darkness, making the place even creepier. They walked forward, and the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber. Above them, a gigantic spider web stretched across the ceiling, with a huge spider dangling from a thread. Martin realized that the tunnels had been so long because they were close to the mid-dungeon magic source. He wondered if clearing this dungeon would make the whole crater dungeon disappear. Someone in the group explained that the crater dungeon was actually a group of dungeons all located within Crater Valley. They added that there were more dungeons besides the one they were currently in, which meant that clearing this one wouldn't clear the whole thing. The man was relieved that they weren't leaving the city yet. Suddenly, he noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. There it was, an artifact. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Brad reminded the others to stay sharp. When there's an artifact, there's always a guardian, he warned. The other man nodded, already knowing it. Suddenly, hanging above them, a giant spider dropped down. It was the guardian they were expecting, the dungeon boss. Martin pointed out that the boss could spit poison from a distance. They needed a plan. He told Brad to stick with him and they'd aim for the legs first. Brad ordered someone to protect the ladies, along with Sir Atise, until they gave the signal. The man protested, clearly not happy about being told to stay behind, but he wasn't having it. He shouted that he wouldn't let another group take his prize as he charged forward. He called the others idiots. Brad ordered the others to protect the spiritualists along with Sir Atise as he charged into battle. He told them he was leaving the protection of the spiritualists to them. The man in the foreground agreed with the plan. Ryu Hanbin stood with the spiritualists and Atise, but he felt uneasy. Something didn't feel right, he said. Atise murmured in agreement. Atise looked at Ryu Hanbin with concern. He wondered if he really had to go. Ryu Hanbin watched the others go, his expression serious. He decided it was best to observe for now. The spiritualists held hands, golden light flowing between them. They were preparing to cast their spell. Brad yelled that they would use the blitz tactics they had discussed. He added that the other person was being impatient. Brad looked absolutely furious. Brad yelled that whoever killed the monster would win. The other man responded that this wasn't the time for that. The two of them were getting closer to the Tarantual Queen. The Tarantual Queen spat out a stream of green liquid. The attack was fast and deadly. It looked like it could melt through anything. Elja and Fuel began to cast their spell. They chanted about the light of Altia and the blessings of Yesen, asking for protection and strength. Golden light started to flow from their hands. Protected by the spiritualists' magic, Brad and Martin continued their attack. The golden light formed a shield around them, deflecting the Tarantual Queen's attacks. They were determined to take down the monster. Atise praised Elja and Fuel. He told them that they were outstanding spiritualists. He was impressed that they perfectly placed the wall and used supportive buffs. Martin kept up the pressure. He made it so that the Tarantual Queen lost its chance to use long-range attacks. The monster was struggling to defend itself. Brad jumped onto the Tarantual Queen. He yelled that they didn't have time to deal with its legs one by one. He looked furious. Martin raised his weapon, ready to strike. He was going to finish off the Tarantual Queen. He prepared for the final blow. Martin and Brad both struck at the Tarantual Queen's head. The monster reeled from the impact. It was a brutal attack. The Tarantual Queen lay defeated. Atise watched Elja and Fuel, admitting they seemed like skilled hunters, even if they weren't as good as him. Martin agreed, but he had something else on his mind. Martin stared at the Tarantual Queen's corpse. He thought the boss monster was a bit weak. He also thought its level was too low for a boss. Elja and Fel jumped for joy. Elja was so happy they were finally hunters who had cleared a dungeon. Brad grinned, telling Elja and Fel that this was their first time clearing a dungeon, so there was nothing to be surprised about. He seemed proud of their accomplishment. Brad turned to the others, asking what they thought about advancing to the 4th district. He explained that they could become high-ranked hunters that way. A fist shot forward with incredible force, the air cracking around it. The punch was powerful enough to shatter stone. A man with a spear unleashed a devastating strike against a wall of skulls. The impact sent chunks of rock flying, leaving a gaping hole. The man's eyes widened in shock. He looked around, calling out. Elja and Fuel stared upwards, their faces etched with disbelief. They seemed frozen in place, completely stunned by something above them. Martin looked up, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. He was clearly not expecting whatever was happening above him. The leg of some huge monster loomed above Atise. It was so big it blocked out the light. He stared upwards, knowing he was about to face something truly terrifying. The Tarantual Queen was massive, easily big enough to crush him. Atise was just a tiny speck in the middle of its lair, surrounded by the monstrous spider and its smaller minions. The system flashed a warning. Species Tarantual Queen, level 50. The monster's face was a nightmare of fangs and claws. The man looked concerned as he spoke. He explained that the death rate in dungeons wasn't actually as high as most hunters thought. The two women discussed the hunter's commission system. They explained that hunters were paid based on the level of the monsters they had to kill. The man continued, explaining that since hunters couldn't measure a monster's level, they had to report every detail after facing them. He looked up as he spoke, lost in thought. The man pointed to something above, explaining that this method was useless for unique creatures. The leg of some massive beast loomed in the background. The statement hung in the air. Most hunters died because of unique creatures. The Tarantual Queen loomed over the tiny figure below, a perfect example of such a threat. The man's statement echoed in the room. Hunters usually died because they met a boss monster. The words hung in the air, a grim reminder of the dangers they faced. The man sat on the ground, stunned by the sheer size of the chamber. He stared up at the wall of skulls, a wave of fear washing over him. The monster opened its massive jaws, a glowing orb of energy forming in its mouth. A beam of pure destruction was about to be unleashed. The man looked up, his eyes wide with with terror. He muttered that no one had ever mentioned anything like this before, his voice trembling. The monster unleashed the beam from its mouth, the energy tearing through the air. It struck the wall of skulls with incredible force, blasting a hole straight through. Another explosion ripped through the Tarantual Queen, tearing apart the ground beneath it. The force of the blast sent shockwaves through the chamber. The mage braced himself, his hands glowing with blue energy. He focused all his power into a protective shield, hoping to withstand the blast. The subordinate looked at Atis with wide eyes, clearly worried. He stammered, calling out to Atis in concern. The subordinate was shocked by Atis's magic. He wondered how Atis could be so powerful, since their levels were similar. He remembered having to deal with reflective magic before. The subordinate's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Atis would sacrifice his magic wand. He yelled, asking if Atis was crazy and what kind of mage would do that. The monster lunged forward, its blade aimed to kill. It was clear that this monster didn't just rely on magic. Atis and his subordinate yelled a warning. They shouted for everyone to watch out. The monster's attack landed, sending the hunter flying. He screamed in pain as he was thrown through the air. Ryu Hanbin rushed forward, trying to intercept the flying hunter. He needed to stop him before he crashed into the wall. Ryu Hanbin walked up to Atise, looking a little annoyed. He remarked that the fight took a while and asked if the spiritualists had been evacuated from the dungeon. A horrifying screech echoed through the chamber. The massive spider loomed over them, casting a dark shadow on the group. The man with the orange hair shouted that since it had a huge body, it would be slow. He urged everyone to get out of there while they still could. The man continued, explaining that climbing onto the monster's back would be risky. He figured that judging by its size and how it held itself up, its outer shell must be incredibly thick. The man with the orange hair added that piercing through its body would be difficult for anyone who didn't have Ryu Hanbin's swordsmanship. Even then, it wouldn't be possible in one swing. The man raised his voice, asking what the hell they were talking about. He insisted that they needed to hurry back to the guild to report this, because if they died, other hunters would end up dying too. Atise stated that it was quite obvious. They needed to kill the monster so it wouldn't be a threat to others. He looked determined to end this. The man looked at the Tarantual Queen, his face full of panic. He asked why the two of them were so calm, and if killing it was really the only way. He seemed unsure of himself. The man warned that the monster wasn't like any average boss. He looked worried, like he knew something they didn't. He didn't seem to have much experience, though. Ryu Hanbin told them to cover their ears. He looked like he was about to do something big. Atis and the other man looked at him with confusion. The man screamed, his face contorted in pain. The force of whatever was happening seemed to be too much for him. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impact. Ryu Hanbin swung his leg. The force of the kick stirred up a massive cloud of dust and rocks, sending Atis flying backwards from the shockwave alone. Suddenly, a blinding white light ripped through the air. The light burned like a hot blade. The white light pierced straight through the Tarantual Queen. The monster shuddered as the beam of light tore into its body. The Tarantual Queen's legs trembled as she collapsed. Black blood started to drip from the wound. The man stared in disbelief. What the heck just happened? Ryu Hanbin stared at the Tarantual Queen's corpse. He couldn't believe it had been stabbed with a sword, not a spear. Atis also seemed confused by the turn of events. But it wasn't over yet. The Tarantual Queen's head started to glow with an eerie light. Suddenly, a man shouted a warning. He yelled at them to watch out, because the monster was still alive. A massive explosion ripped through the lair. The force of the blast sent debris flying everywhere, and the heat was intense. The explosion ripped through the dungeon. The walls crumbled, and the ceiling collapsed, turning the lair into a fiery ruin. The man holding the sword looked absolutely shocked. Debris rained down around him, and he could only stare in disbelief. Turns out, they'd stuck a wand onto the sword. That's how they made the explosion. The man looked stunned. He couldn't believe they'd hunt a boss monster like that. The system notified him that the level 50 Tarantual had been exterminated, granting 238,110 experience points. His current experience was 351,250, but he still had a long way to go. Ryu Hanbin sighed, looking exhausted. Killing hundreds of these guys was endless. He wondered if that was it. Ryu Hanbin declared that they were clearing this dungeon. Atise stood nearby, holding a spear. The cage descended, taking them deeper into the dungeon. The silence was broken only by the creaking of the gears. Ryu Hanbin started sobbing. He couldn't hold back the tears anymore. Atis asked Ryu Hanbin to do something about the crying man. He pointed out that not everyone was as strong as him and could handle it. Velterra explained that she really tried, but her body just froze when Martin died, and she couldn't do a thing. She admitted she was jealous of the others. Atis pointed out that Ryu Hanbin was strong from the day he was born. He added that their friend had to live in really tough conditions to get where he was. Ryu Hanbin cut in, telling the crying man to look at him. He asked if he couldn't just stop talking about how unfair the world was. Ryu Hanbin explained that it was obvious that one must do their best to survive. He added that if luck was on your side, you'd stay alive and get stronger, and that it was the same with him. Ryu Hanbin continued, telling him that it was because of his luck that he was able to meet them and stay alive. He stated that if fortune wasn't on his side, then he would be dead. The crying man was shocked. The crying man grabbed Ryu Hanbin and admitted that he was right. He said that if it wasn't for him, then he would have already been on his way to the underworld. But the man's voice echoed with disbelief. He wondered about Martin, questioning if he just wasn't lucky. The man with his arm in a sling looked furious, his voice rising with each word. He demanded to know if Martin had to die. Ryu Hanbin, being carried by Atis, looked around, completely confused by what was happening. He just managed to say, "Huh?" The man's face was red with anger as he yelled at Ryu Hanbin, asking where his gratitude was. He couldn't believe how much effort it took for Sir Warrior to save their lives. He swore he saw Ryu Hanbin fly and crash, and then realized they forgot to tell him that they saved Martin, too. The man with his arm in a sling explained that Sir Warrior had grabbed him as he was thrown out, cushioning the blow as they crashed against the wall. He said that was why he was lucky and lived. The man with the orange hair looked at his companion, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He wondered if what they were facing was even possible, but quickly reminded himself that it was their job to handle it regardless. His face hardened, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He wouldn't back down from this challenge, no matter how impossible it seemed. Ryu Hanbin watched as the others bowed their heads. One of them called out to Mr. Valterra and Sir Atise. The group bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. They told Atise and Valterra that they owed them their lives. Valterra stared forward, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought, considering the weight of their gratitude. Atise stepped forward, announcing that he would go first. He paused for a moment, trying to find the right words to say. One of the men nervously explained that Ryu Hanbin was angry because of the situation. He stammered, saying he never thought things would turn out this way, before adding that they had an offer to make. Atise explained that they couldn't use the artifact they had planned to sell. He said his companion suggested offering it to Ryu Hanbin first, if he was interested. One of the men offered the weapon for half price, saying it would be a favor to them since they wouldn't have to go through the hassle of selling it themselves. Ryu Hanbin looked surprised and asked why they were offering such an expensive weapon to him. Atise smiled faintly, explaining that it was all because of good fortune. Ryu Hanbin looked at the artifact and thought it was amazing. He couldn't wait to find out what it could do. He figured they had finally gotten their hands on something good. Ryu Hanbin thought it would be a shame if the others died after he saved them. He also considered that he wouldn't be able to use the artifact anyway because of its level requirement. Meanwhile, a man in a carriage watched Ryu Hanbin. He kept his eye on him, waiting for the right moment. The man knocked on the door, waiting for someone to answer. He seemed to be in a hurry. The man reported that he had found the Valterra warrior. He noted that the mage hadn't come out of the lift station yet, which was good. The man with glasses stared upwards, hoping that the others would be willing to work together. He seemed to be counting on their cooperation for what was to come. The man, Atise Bannister, stated his name. He seemed to be introducing himself to someone, or perhaps confirming his identity. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that he should give Mr. Valterra their gratitude. He had done good work, which helped to increase his fame, killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. So, if he became famous, Ryu Hanbin thought the goddesses would want to meet him, right? Then, he could increase the level of his contributions by helping the goddesses and gaining their trust. Ryu Hanbin figured he'd then team up with them and get his revenge on the demon god. He wondered where Falad went, figuring that going back home was important. Atise thought that big lug really knew how to hide. He knocked on the door and said something. The person asked if he was Sir Atise Bannister. He wondered if he could take up some of his time. Ryu Hanbin thought to himself that it was time for him to come out. He was referring to Atise, who was waiting outside. Outside, Atise wondered if the person he was waiting for had left already. He looked around, confused. Suddenly, the carriage lurched forward, the wheels kicking up dust. Someone inside shouted, demanding to know what was happening. The man inside the carriage spoke to Atise, asking why the carriage was moving. He said he thought they were going to talk, and admitted he didn't think it would be so easy to trick him. Atise realized he'd been tricked and cursed. He thought he'd used up all his wands in the battle, and had gotten careless because they were in a densely populated city. The man in the carriage warned Atise not to bother pulling out his wand. He added that seeing Atise in person made him believe that Atise looked like someone he knew. Atise looked shocked as the man mentioned his older sister. Bannister, Lady Adora Bannister. He asked the man if he knew her. The man in the carriage confirmed that he knew of her, but pointed out that not much was actually known about her. The man continued, explaining that Lady Adora Bannister had fought the evil greater dragons with the 4 heroes a decade ago. This led to the creation of Upper Draconium, an organization that watched the greater dragons. He added that if she were still alive, she would have received the blessing of the goddesses. Atise snapped, telling the man to stop talking about her just to get his attention. He demanded that he get to the point. The man with glasses apologized to Sir Atase. He explained that he was worried about the rumors he'd heard about the Bannister family, head living in seclusion after his sister's death. But seeing Atise in person made him feel better. Atise looked absolutely confused, wondering what the man was talking about. The wheel of the carriage came to a stop. The man with glasses announced that they had arrived at their destination. The man with glasses explained that he'd picked a spot with hardly any people around. He invited Atise to head inside so they could talk about the details in private. Atise stared at the building, clearly surprised by what he was seeing. He didn't expect this. The house stood proudly in the sunlight. It was a large, well-kept building. It seemed to be our house. The man with glasses looked around, his eyes wide with fear. He stammered, wondering why they were suddenly in this place. The man with glasses stared at Atise in disbelief, yelling that he seemed to have a natural talent for driving carriages. He demanded to know what Atise had done. Ryu Hanbin scoffed, calling the man a savage. He explained that the driver was going the wrong way, so he thought he should take a nice break. The man with glasses accused Atise of orchestrating this whole thing as part of their fame strategy. He added that having a stalker was definitely not part of the plan. Atise quickly denied the accusation, insisting that he had gotten it all wrong. The man with glasses looked up, his expression serious. He wanted to know what was going on, demanding that they tell him everything. The man with glasses started yelling for them to stop, his voice filled with panic. Atise stared intensely at the emblem. He could feel a subtle holy energy coming from it, a genuine sign of Altea, the goddess of light. Ryu Hanbin looked at the emblem, realizing what Atise was implying. The man with glasses pointed at the tied-up man and revealed that he was a priest from the Order of Light. He demanded if Ryu Hanbin understood now. The tied-up man introduced himself as Emil Otto, a high priest who worshipped Altea, the goddess of light. The system showed his level as level 45 spiritualist. Atise apologized, explaining that getting kidnapped by a priest was not something he had ever considered. He insisted that he wasn't trying to kidnap Emil Otto, but rather secretly take him away to talk. Emil Otto snapped back, saying that even though he understood where Atise was coming from, he couldn't forgive that savage for resorting to violence before hearing his explanation. He shouted at Ryu Hanbin, demanding that he say something. Ryu Hanbin feigned ignorance, pretending he couldn't understand what Emil Otto was saying. The system flashed a notification, revealing that he was using the skill language translation to appear as a foreigner. Emil Otto saw through the act and told him to stop pretending that he didn't understand. Atise appeared surprised, commenting that it was unexpected that the Order would be looking for him rather than the powerful Valterra. He seemed genuinely caught off guard by this turn of events. Emil Otto considered Atise's words and wondered if the Order was trying to come looking for him in secret. He asked if that meant this was a confidential mission. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Emil Otto admitted that Atise was indeed quite sharp. He had been underestimating the situation, it seemed. Atise realized that he had made a mistake by looking down on the young dragon. He couldn't believe Ryu Hanbin was only 17 years old and already leading that savage Valterra. Emil Otto decided to trust Sir Atise and formally asked for his cooperation with the Order of Light. He asked him to pay close attention to the information he was about to reveal, as it was classified as top secret. Emil Otto explained that he was currently investigating a man named Alejandro. Apparently, this was happening in the refugee villages surrounding Crater Valley. Atise admitted that he had never heard of Alejandro before. He wondered if the man was running a criminal organization, using the refugee villages as his base of operations. Emil Otto looked serious. He said it would be a lot simpler if things were different. To really understand what was going on, he needed to explain about the refugee villages. The refugees weren't citizens of the city, turns out. They had a different status. The refugee villages were located outside the city walls. The thing is, the appearance of the crater dungeon and the sudden rush of hunters led to the ruling lord sharply increasing resident taxes, forcing them to live outside. A kid ran down the street, calling for their mom. Dad was home. The mom sighed in relief as her husband came home. The little girl hugged his leg, asking how his day in the city went and if he sold a lot. The man thought he wasn't getting any customers because of his looks. His wife told him not to worry. He just started, so it would get better once he got his footing. The woman asked if he had found the person that helped him in the city. The man said he hadn't, but he had seen someone similar while out making a request for the monster subjugation quest. Turns out, it was that famous Valterra. The man wished that the Valterra warrior would also come to their village. He looked absolutely desperate. Suddenly, a man came running towards them. He was shouting for Hyungnim. The woman looked shocked. "Oh my, Mr. Joseph?" she said. She told her husband to run towards the middle of the village. She then asked Joseph what was wrong and what happened. Joseph ran towards the village, his face full of panic. He shouted for everyone to run because the monster was here. Suddenly, a giant, slimy monster fell from above. It was heading straight for a villager. The monster sat there, looking like a giant, disgusting toad. Its presence was terrifying. Joseph kept shouting, warning everyone that it was a monster. He looked absolutely terrified. The man shouted to his wife to get out of there. The monster was supposed to be nocturnal. She was desperately looking for their child, but couldn't find them. The monster was leaping over the spiked fence, heading right for the village. One of the villagers yelled for the other to hurry, warning him not to make the monster angry. He couldn't believe that Joseph had gone after it alone. One of the villagers couldn't believe that Joseph had charged right into the monster's nest after saying he'd hunt it. He had no idea he'd actually go. He had told him that he'd make a request to the Hunters Guild, but Joseph just couldn't wait. One of the villagers scoffed, saying that no one at the guild would accept their request for such a small reward. He reminded the other that this wasn't their first time making the request either. If they were going to come, they'd already be here by now. He cursed the hunters. The villager continued, saying that they were all just waiting for the poor folks to kick the bucket. He suddenly stopped when he saw someone in the house below. He called out for his dad. The villager explained that a normal person, who isn't a hunter, can train all they want, but will still only be below level 10. The monster loomed above, ready to strike. The man's face was etched with worry as he spoke about the monsters. He explained that these monsters, the ones that hunters kill so easily, are what normal people fear more than earthquakes and storms. The man with the glasses explained the situation. He said that the order couldn't interfere with the management of territories, so they had to ask hunters to help those in need. Sir Atis was practically bouncing in her seat. She offered to increase the level of their contribution, hoping it would increase their chances of meeting the goddess. She was ready to start immediately, but then seemed to think better of it. Ryu Hanbin looked at them suspiciously. He told them that they should stop trying to sound so righteous. If what they were saying was true, there would be no reason for them to seek out a dragon hunter. The man with the glasses nodded. He admitted that Ryu Hanbin was right. He revealed that the real goal of their mission was the base of Alejandro. Sir Atise mentioned the Dragon's Nest, a place any dragon hunter would know. Turns out, if you're a dragon hunter, you've most likely heard of it before. Sir Atise looked absolutely furious. She said it was impossible that the Dragon's Nest still existed, since it should have been destroyed. She insisted this wasn't a matter for hunters, but for the Order or Brotherhood themselves. The man with the glasses explained that they couldn't find anything wrong with Ryu Hanbin. He added that the actions that Ryu Hanbin had been doing weren't criminal at all. Suddenly, a blade flashed through the air. The force of the swing was so intense, it created a visible shockwave. On the contrary, the refugees saw him as a hero. A beam of light shot into the sky, a symbol of hope for the people below. The little girl sobbed, tears streaming down her face. A man reassured her that it was okay, that the monster was gone now. The man looked at the people who had saved them, his eyes wide with shock. He wondered who in the world they were. The armored woman stood protectively, holding a child close. More villagers stared at her, wondering who she was. The woman with black hair looked at them with a serious expression. She told them they were safe now, explaining that they came from the Dragon's Nest. A man's face appeared, his mouth twisted into a sinister smile. He added that they were sent by Alejandro. They looked up, her eyes still closed. She asked if she and Effer were supposed to assist the refugee town. Sir Alejandro grinned, explaining that it was just a small effort on his part for those refugees. He added that all Elijah needed to do was hunt the monsters prowling around the town. Sir Alejandro turned to Mr. Hendy and asked if he could handle the rest. Mr. Hendy eagerly replied that he could, adding that he had no idea he'd be given such a huge opportunity, given that he hadn't joined for long. Mr. Hendy declared that he would do his utmost to not disappoint Sir Alejandro. Elijah frowned, wondering to herself why he would send a refugee support team out with her and Effer. Elijah wondered what in the world Sir Alejandro was planning. Sir Alejandro then told Mr. Hendy that he wanted him to check on that wyvern every day. Sir Alejandro grinned, reminding Elijah that the wyvern had tried to run away before. He then asked her if that was right, Elijah. Elijah confirmed that she had been warning her continuously. She realized that if she let her go, the support team would have to take responsibility. Sir Alejandro explained that up until now, they had been moving secretly for the sake of justice, but he added that if many refugees wished to migrate there, Sir Alejandro declared that after hearing of Dragon's Nest, they would be accepted to come in through evaluation. Elijah listened, trying to understand the bigger picture. Elijah wondered what in the world Sir Alejandro was talking about. She questioned the point of minimizing the number of residents while strictly keeping this place a secret. Elijah frowned. Why was Sir Alejandro suddenly so eager to tell everyone about Dragon's Nest? Something felt off about this whole thing. Suddenly, Effer's voice cut through the air, yelling for Elijah. She was in trouble, and she needed help right away. A massive, grotesque monster lunged at Effer, its jaws wide open, ready to swallow her whole. She was in serious danger. Effer screamed as a bird-like monster dove down, screeching and clawing at her. The situation had gone from bad to worse in a heartbeat. Effer cried out for Elijah, her voice filled with terror. She was completely surrounded and desperately needed help. Elijah knelt on the ground, trying to catch her breath, clearly shaken. The dragon-like creature hovered nearby, asking if she was okay and if she was hurt, stammering slightly. Elijah was now covered in some kind of green slime, looking less than thrilled. The dragon-like creature insisted they should clean her up for now, trying to wipe some of the gunk off her face. The lake shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting the distant mountains. For a brief moment, the chaos faded away, leaving only the quiet beauty of nature. Elijah's expression hardened, and she told Effer that it was quite enough. She clearly wasn't enjoying the attention. Effer, completely oblivious to Elijah's discomfort, insisted that they should fully dry her beautiful hair. Elijah, trying to escape the situation, pointed out that there might still be some monsters left to hunt. Effer wondered if Elijah was planning on wiping out all the wild monsters. Doing that much would definitely let the monsters know that humans were around, he pointed out. Elijah wondered if that was really the case, but Effer insisted that he knew what he was talking about, since he had lived as a wild monster. Effer then asked Elijah if she ever used her sword without the guidelines' help. Elijah admitted that she did sometimes, explaining that she didn't think it was a good idea to rely on it too much. Effer wondered if Elijah had noticed something too. Effer explained that he'd ended up memorizing the movements of her swordsmanship when she was using the guideline because he'd seen it so many times. He had noticed that the rhythm became unstable once in a while, which was why he had asked. Elijah wondered about the magic swordsmanship of the guideline, noting that it was accurate for sure, but she really wanted to get used to the magic swordsmanship that she had seen when she was younger. Elijah said that she never knew about hunters when she was a child. She remembered her mother, who would brush her hair every morning. Elijah admitted that her mother never showed that side to her. It was later that she found out that her mother was a magic swordsman. The revelation hung heavy in the air. At that time, Elijah thought her mom was a dancer. She remembered her younger self being so naive. Whenever Elijah saw her practice every morning, she thought it was quite beautiful. She was sure that morning was also the same as always, a peaceful start to the day. But her mother, who went out to hunt, never came back. The memory cast a long shadow over her, and the one to come looking for her a few days later was Alejandro. His face held a strange, unsettling smile. Elijah remembered being brought to Dragon's Nest. She remembered the pain as Alejandro forcibly implanted the guideline device into her body, and she lost her eyesight. Now, whenever Elijah practiced her mother's swordsmanship, she ended up relying on the artificial guideline. It scared her to think she might end up becoming nothing more than that person's pawn. The thought made her feel trapped. Effer spoke up, his voice full of worry. He told her to just run away. Effer said that she could get on his back and they could fly to the west where no one could follow. He was desperate to help her escape this nightmare. Elijah told Effer that she was thankful for the offer, but she couldn't run. She explained that if she did, Alejandro would probably kill someone else in her place. The thought of that happening made her feel sick. Effer asked why she didn't just report Alejandro to the heresy inquisitors. Elijah shook her head sadly, telling him that it was impossible. There was no one she could trust. Elijah remembered trying to get help from a villager a long time ago, but the next day, he was discovered as a corpse. It was a message, clear as day. She recalled when she refused to train or participate in a test. Alejandro would say a person's life was cheap and would force her to obey him. He was a monster. Elijah explained that in the end, there was only one way to escape from that man and the otherworlders. It was to have the Dragon's Nest absorb all life force and render it useless. It was a gamble, but she saw no other way. Elijah thought about what would happen once that plan was set in motion. She knew it was a gamble, but she felt like she had no other choice. Elijah LJ looked at Effer, her expression serious. She explained that they needed his dragon core to make their plan work. Effer looked down, a troubled expression on his face. He admitted that he still didn't know how to absorb life force, which was a big problem. LJ placed a hand on Effer's arm, offering a reassuring smile. She told him not to force himself, saying he was a genius and would figure it out soon. She wondered what would happen when he did. LJ continued, joking about him becoming a legendary wyvern. She wondered if she would even get a title if that happened. Maybe something like Genius Wyvern. Effer pointed out that they needed to hurry before another dragon showed up. He wondered if that was even possible. Effer continued, asking if spreading rumors about the dragon's nest would attract other dragons. LJ realized that was exactly what was happening. LJ explained that Alejandro was using the dragon's nest as bait for a greater dragon. Effer was shocked, wondering how Alejandro could even beat such a massive monster. Meanwhile, Alejandro sat at his desk, confident in his plan. He knew he never took risky moves. Alejandro stared at the dragon core in his hand. He was sure he had a way to extract the core once he found a greater dragon, no matter how dangerous it was. Suratise looked shocked. This request called for him to infiltrate that place alone. He didn't like the sound of that. Alejandro explained that it might be called an infiltration, but they would provide the information so that Atise would pass the evaluation test. Thankfully, Alejandro was looking for proficient mages, so they'd be more welcoming towards him. Alejandro added that the spies from their side that had already infiltrated the place would be assisting Atise. Then, another person spoke up, saying he was going too. Falad Bene interrupted, stating that going into an enemy's hideout alone was suicide. He demanded that they arrange it so he could enter as well. Alejandro countered that a person like Bene would always be noticeable. Alejandro added that he would be suspicious of a Valterra warrior. Alejandro stated that they had nothing further to discuss. He declared that they would not be accepting this request. Atise looked down and told them to find someone else. She seemed determined to end the conversation. Then, Atise looked up and announced that she would accept the cooperation request from the Order of Light. She told them that they could leave it to her. Alejandro looked absolutely shocked. He couldn't believe that Atise had accepted the request. Falad Bene reminded Atise that she was a personal guard. He stated that the person who decided to accept or decline a request was the master. The man adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. He then announced that the request had been officially accepted. Meanwhile, a cart sat outside the eastern gate. They would be waiting there with all the documents and items needed for the mission. Falad Bene looked at Atise in disbelief. He couldn't believe she had accepted the request without even knowing the details. Falad Bene was worried that she might have to go alone. He said that if she didn't tell them she wouldn't do it, he would do it for her. Atise looked down, her expression firm. She stated that she had already accepted the request, swearing on the Bannister name, and that it was something only their family could handle. Ryu Han Bin was looking absolutely furious as he yelled. He was saying that unrelated people should just get lost, and that if they wanted to get technical, she was also a dragon. Atise stared back, her expression sharp. She pointed out that the Bannisters were a human family, so she shouldn't even be related to them. Ryu Han Bin and Atise faced each other, the tension rising between them. He demanded that she take back what she said and cancel the request, questioning what the hell was so important about the Bannister name. Atise's voice rose with emotion as she spoke. She explained that she might be a dragon, but she had a debt to pay to the Bannister family. She asked if he truly expected her to ignore the fact that a dragon's nest still existed after that person sacrificed her life to destroy them all. Ryu Han Bin looked completely stunned. He wondered if otherworlders even knew what honor was. Ryu Han Bin looked absolutely furious as he yelled. Honor didn't mean a thing if she ended up dead, he argued, his voice echoing through the room. Atise stared back, her expression softening. She seemed to be considering his words, a hint of doubt flickering across her face. Ryu Han Bin looked determined as he spoke. He thought he'd gotten a bit stronger after leveling up, he said, his eyes filled with a newfound confidence. Ryu Han Bin looked at Atise, trying to reassure her, so she shouldn't worry, he said. He wasn't gonna die. Ryu Han Bin turned his gaze away, his face hardening with resolve. He was ready to face whatever was coming, no matter the cost. The horse carriage trotted along the road, kicking up dust with each step. The journey ahead was long, but they were finally on their way. A briefcase and some papers were handed over. Inside was Ryu Han Bin's disguise, along with the identification papers he'd need. The man with with glasses explained that they'd even included an official document that lowered his level. This was to make sure people wouldn't be on their guard around him. Atis looked at the documents with intense focus. She snapped at the man to stop talking so she could concentrate. The man with the glasses apologized quickly. He mumbled that it felt like they'd just had a fight. Sir Atis looked at the document and felt a chill run down her spine. She told the priest that there must have been a mistake. The man with the glasses checked the document closely. He said that the gender was checked as female, so there was no mistake about it. The man asked Atis if she knew how to put on makeup. Atis looked absolutely shocked and asked what he meant. The caravan was ready to leave. The wagons packed and lined up. The people were gathered, waiting for the signal to start their journey. The line of travelers stretched out before them. Each person carried what they could, ready for a long walk. The man hugged his child tightly, promising to bring her something nice when he returned. The little girl, tears streaming down her face, told her dad that she hated him. The woman watched them, smiling sadly. She told the man to have a safe trip and not to worry about them. She would keep herself and the child safe. Mr. Carlindor stared at the long line. The journey ahead was going to be a tough one. The man turned, greeting Miss Elijah. He asked her what brought her to this place. Miss Elijah explained that she was there to escort the people heading to Dragon's Nest. She wondered if he was planning on going too. The man smiled, explaining that he was going to work as a construction worker. He said that doing physical labor was the only thing he knew how to do. Miss Elijah looked concerned. She asked the man if he knew that he couldn't go home until the work was complete. She then asked about his family. Miss Elijah admitted she was worried about the monsters, but she added that Sir Alejandro would be hiring some hunters, which would help. The people hoping to go to Dragon's Nest waited in a long line. The selector checked each person carefully, making sure they were up to the task. He wanted to be sure that everyone who went was ready. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the man's face. He looked absolutely stunned, his eyes wide with pain. The man fell to the ground with a thud. The selector just stood there, watching him fall. Hunter number 57 raised his fist in victory, a grin on his face. He shouted that he had won and told his opponent not to take it personally. The recruiter smiled and told the new hunter that he had passed. He welcomed him to Dragon's Nest as he handed him the paperwork. The recruiter seemed excited as he called out the next numbers. He announced that it was time for numbers 56 and 60 to step forward and get ready. The girl watched the hunters, thinking about how much money they would make. It seemed like everyone was thinking the same thing. She thought that the levels of the participants were lower than she expected, averaging between 25 and 30. The girl pointed out that going to the dungeon was better for those with higher levels. She asked Effort to take her up so she could see the fight better from above. The girl was lifted into the sky by Effort. She thanked Effort for taking her up. The recruiter scanned the crowd, looking for the next hunter. He called out, asking where number 59 was. Ariane Stia walked forward, looking down. Two knights stood on either side of her, watching to make sure she didn't cause any trouble. Ariane Stia looked up, her face clear. She announced that her name was Ariane Stia, and her number was 59. Far away from the crowd, a wagon stood waiting. A man with glasses leaned against it, looking calm. The man with glasses told Sir Atis that he needed to hurry. Atis seemed annoyed, saying it was too bad because the man with glasses was the one who told him to cross-dress. The man with glasses asked if Atis needed help putting on the top. Atis quickly refused, saying he was almost done. Atis looked down, thinking hard. He asked what the reason was for the Order of Light to make such a decision. He also wondered what the other 5 religious groups thought about it. The man with glasses explained that the other water, fire, wind, and earthly orders strictly stayed out of affairs that didn't involve them. He added that the Dark Brotherhood would only send out their heresy inquisitors, who'd end up burning everything to the ground if they asked them for help. The man with glasses continued, saying that they wanted to deal with this carefully. Atis stepped out, looking nervous. He asked if he looked weird. He then mumbled about the light. The man with glasses quickly offered Atis some glasses. He insisted that these glasses would match his disguise perfectly. Atis adjusted his glasses, looking hopeful. He asked the others what they thought, and nervously wondered if he looked different. The man with glasses looked up at Atis, tears welling in his eyes. He said that there was nothing else he wished to see. The man with glasses explained that Sir Atis's mission was to find out whether Dragon's Nest was the real thing. So, the first goal was to pass the selection round. The man with glasses continued, mentioning that all Atis needed to do was use the documents they'd prepared for him. He asked to see the papers. Atis looked around nervously, clutching the papers. He mumbled that he was used to hiding his identity, but this was the first time he was so nervous about it. He felt like everyone was looking his way. 2 men approached Ariane Stia, offering to escort her. They grinned, mentioning that they were pretty dangerous fellas who did jobs outside of the Hunters Guild, hinting at unseen threats. The man laughed, adding that you could even die while taking the test. Ariane Stia and Ryu Han-bin stared at him, unimpressed. Ariane Stia looked out at the crowd, a determined glint in her eyes. She needed to prove that she could fulfill commissions alone, no matter what. A woman on horseback watched the scene unfold, a look of disgust on her face. She muttered that there were always annoying jerks like that wherever you went. The woman turned to the man and whispered that something was strange about Ariane Stia. Why would a level 45 mage hide their level and come here? Ryu Han-bin looked down at the book in his hands. He seemed to be enjoying what he was reading. Ariane Stia stared intently. Her eyes narrowed behind her glasses. She was focused on something. Ariane Stia handed Ryu Han-bin the book. The system welcomed them to Dragon's Nest. Ariane Stia looked shocked. She wondered what was going on. The crowd erupted in anger, accusing them of favoritism. They pointed out that Ariane Stia didn't even take the test. Someone laughed, telling everyone to settle down. The man explained that Dragon's Nest needed a mage. He added that since mages were used in research, their tests were different from the start. The man hesitated, worried that others might think Sir Alejandro was being unfair by not telling them about the special cases. The man declared that he, a level 35, would test her out. He then turned to Miss Elijah, but she looked a bit shocked by the sudden request. Miss Elijah drew her sword and ordered him to step aside. She had a bad feeling about what was happening. The man admitted he didn't know what was going on, but he needed to make sure Alejandro didn't get any stronger people on his side. The ice sword shattered into a million pieces. Ariane Stia stared at the remains, realizing the force of the blow. Miss Elijah hovered above Ariane Stia. She was surprised that Ariane had managed to destroy one of her swords with a single attack. She remarked that Ariane Stia seemed used to fighting, even though she had applied for the research team. Ariane Stia replied that it was just a lucky shot. She knew she needed to be careful not to use advanced magic, or she would reveal her real identity. Ariane Stia wondered if she should stick to ice magic. It would be safer. Miss Elijah realized Ariane Stia had abandoned one of her swords. She thought that a magic swordsman wouldn't be able to do anything with just one sword, though. Polypork swung his massive weapon with incredible force. Ariane Stia was sent flying through the air, unable to stop her fall. Below, the other recruits scattered to avoid getting hit. Ariane Stia braced herself for the inevitable impact. The force of the blow had knocked the wind out of her. She could only hope the others had managed to get out of the way. The weapon slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force, creating a massive crater. Dirt and debris exploded outwards, scattering the remaining recruits. The ground trembled from the impact. One of the recruits pointed at Polypork, stammering. Polypork didn't seem to notice, drool dripping from his mouth. He wondered if he had passed the test by killing both of them. The recruit stared at Polypork in horror. He realized that it was the freak eater, Polypork, who had been discharged from Crater Asylum. He couldn't believe that someone like that was here. Polypork grinned, introducing himself as level 45. He mentioned that human meat didn't taste good, so he was here looking for something tastier to eat. The guy was clearly a few screws loose. Polypork stared down at the ground where Ariane Stia had been standing. He tilted his head, wondering if he had accidentally killed the judge too. He didn't seem too concerned about it, though. Polypork hefted his massive weapon, looking around at the scattered recruits. The end of the weapon was glowing red, still hot from the impact. He wondered what was going to happen next. The weapon was embedded deep in the ground, a testament to its destructive power. Dust and debris still floated in the air, settling slowly. The test area was a mess. Suratisi stepped forward, holding up her hand. She announced that it seemed like they should postpone the test. The situation had gotten way out of hand. Ariane Stia stared at the ground, her eyes narrowed. She wondered aloud if his last hit had been another lucky shot, or if he was actually skilled. Atis scoffed, shaking her head. She insisted that it was just luck. She added that Ryu Han-bin was using a bad weapon that relied on weight alone. Ryu Han-bin swung his massive weapon, hitting Polypork square in the face. The impact sent shockwaves through the air as Ryu Han-bin declared that even that thing was dead weight. Polypork's voice boomed out, his words laced with boredom. He said he'd lost interest in this meet and demanded that Ryu Han-bin hurry up and finish the fight. Polypork's face twisted into a grotesque grin. He finished his sentence with a simple, chilling command to die. Polypork drew back his fist, preparing to strike. Ariane Stia and the other girl braced themselves, knowing what was coming. Polypork's fist shot forward, a blur of motion. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Polypork's eyes widened in disbelief. Instead of connecting with flesh, his fist slammed into a wooden carriage, splintering it apart. The man looked up with a wide grin. He wondered if the guy was the judge, surprised to see him still alive. He laughed, thanking him for his concern. The man's smile didn't waver as he spoke. He announced that they wouldn't be accepting any more applicants that day, his words cutting like a knife. The man looked up, his face stretched into a hopeful grin. He wondered if this meant he had passed the test. The man burst out laughing, his eyes wide with amusement. He admitted that he hadn't informed him of something important beforehand. The man raised his fist, his smile turning sinister. He asked how someone could pass the test if they were dead. The woman with glasses looked on, her eyes widening in shock. She realized what was about to happen, and she didn't like it one bit. The man's fist connected with a sickening thud. The force of the blow sent his opponent flying through the air. The punch landed with a sickening crunch, the force of it visible in the way the flesh rippled. It was a brutal display of power. The man stood there for a moment, a gaping hole where his heart should be. Then he finally collapsed, defeated. The man with glasses checked his notes, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He scoffed, saying there was one accidental death, and the victim was weak, and he had lied about his level. The woman with glasses looked shocked, her eyes wide. She realized that the pig wasn't weak, and she had seen a flash of red energy, as red as blood. The man with glasses grinned, holding up the paper. He announced that the dead man was an aura user, and asked if everyone was ready to depart for Dragon's Nest. Time later, they had found a place to stay. Ryu Hanbin was trying to learn how to use aura. It's a red energy that comes from pushing your body and life force to the absolute limit. He gritted his teeth, focusing all his strength, sure that he could feel it. He felt a burning energy rising up inside him and threw a punch with everything he had, but nothing happened. He just stood there, disappointed. He was confused, swearing he felt something burning. Turns out, he was right. Suddenly, Atis ran in and tried to help, blasting Hanbin's back with a freezing spell. Hanbin started screaming from the heat, then immediately from the intense cold. He yelled at Atise, saying that even with his high defense, it still burned. Atis just laughed and apologized, explaining he was just practicing some new magic spells he'd gotten. Hanbin was shocked, reminding him that the scroll cost as much as a house, but Atise thought it was worth it. The scroll taught advanced mana control, though it required the user to be at least level 45. Hanbin let out a sigh. He was getting frustrated. He turned to Atis and asked if there were any secret books that could teach him aura. Atis just laughed and told him there were no shortcuts. Atis started to explain the basics. He said there are 4 main energies in the world: aura, mana, life force, and prana. These energies are what determine a person's natural talents. Based on which energy a person is good with, they learn skills and pick a job, like a warrior or a mage. He said everyone is born with life force, but the other energies have to be learned. But aura was the hardest of them all. It could only be learned through extreme physical training. Atis said some people train for over 40 years and still never get it. That's why no one questions Hanbin yet, despite his incredible strength. Hanbin caught that word, yet. He realized it meant his cover wouldn't last forever. Atis confirmed his fear, saying that eventually, people would start asking questions. He explained that the monsters in harder dungeons are impossible to hunt without using one of those 4 energies. Sooner or later, they'd face problems that pure muscle couldn't solve, and that would expose Hanbin for sure. Hanbin felt a wave of frustration. If his guideline wasn't broken, he could have learned aura in a second. Now, he was starting to wonder if it was even possible for him to learn it on his own. Suddenly, Atis shattered a bottle with his bare hand. He looked at Hanbin and promised that if they ever ran into an enemy he couldn't beat, he would handle it with his magic. Atis smiled, trying to calm Hanbin down. He promised he'd work hard to raise his own level, so Hanbin shouldn't worry so much. Hanbin didn't seem to hear him. He was just getting more and more frustrated. He started pulling at his hair, angry at how stubborn Atis was being. He was seriously worried something bad was going to happen. But then, he tried to calm himself down. He remembered that Atis had been hiding his identity as a dragon for a long time. Plus, his level was so high that no one should be able to see through his disguise. As they finally arrived, an official was waiting for them. He smiled and announced that Miss Stia was the last successful applicant. He began to welcome them to Dragon's Nest, but stopped when he saw the scene behind him. A woman was rushing toward a huge person lying on the ground. The woman, Stia, was furious. She confronted the man in charge, the judge, and demanded to know what he'd done. She accused him of trying to report the incident as an accident when the person was clearly still alive. Hanbin was stunned. Apparently, the man he'd punched was so fat that he was going to survive. The woman with the glasses just stared, already thinking about what to do next. The woman with the glasses turned to Stia, holding up a potion. She called her the black-haired magic swordsman and asked for her help. She explained they were running out of time. Stia reluctantly agreed to help her out. The woman told Stia to pry open the man's mouth for a potion. As Stia struggled, the woman made a decision. They couldn't just leave him here. They would take him to Dragon's Nest. Her expression was dead serious. Hanbin, on the other hand, was horrified by the idea. So this was Dragon's Nest. It was a massive settlement built inside a huge crater. Their carriages rolled into the settlement, a strange city carved right out of the rock. Inside the settlement, it was clear this place was built on hard work. People were everywhere, moving supplies, and operating strange machines. It was a busy place, with people coming and going, loading up their carts for the next job. Effer, the dragon, finally collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. They had made it. Stia knelt down and comforted the tired dragon. She apologized for making Effer carry the heavy man all this way. Hendy watched them, knowing they only did this because it was a favor to the one who'd saved them. She looked around, thinking about the name of the place. She had expected a natural cave, something that looked like a real dragon's nest, but that wasn't it at all. The pipes and devices running along the walls proved it was built by people. She also noticed something else was wrong. A real dragon's nest would be filled with life force, but she couldn't feel any. She wondered if this place was just built on top of old ruins. Hendy noticed Stia was completely lost in thought. She leaned in and asked what she was doing. Stia snapped out of it, a little surprised. She just told Hendy she was looking at all the pipes on the walls. Suddenly, Hendy's expression changed. She looked worried and asked what was wrong. Stia thanked Hendy for saving her life, but said she had been incredibly reckless. Hendy agreed, thinking Stia was talking about Hanbin's wild fighting style. But Stia corrected her. She wasn't talking about the fight. She was talking about when Hendy tried to save the man who was crushed moments ago. Stia pointed toward the man who had dealt with the thief. Hendy recognized him as the judge, but Stia explained that wasn't his real job. Turns out, he was the head of security for all of Dragon's Nest. Stia warned Hendy that this was the dangerous man she had just made an enemy of. Hendy argued that she couldn't just stand by and watch someone die, but Stia's reply was cold. She told Hendy that in a place like this, good people don't survive. Stia explained that while people on the outside think this is a hidden castle, it's missing the most important things: food, water, and space. She told Hendy it wasn't a dragon's nest at all. It was an isolated island. Because of that, rules and order were everything here. The stone walls themselves were constantly being chipped away, day by day. Hendy listened, her face grim. She closed her eyes and decided there was no other choice. Suddenly, Hendy pointed a flaming stick forward. A blast of fire shot out, setting the body of the crushed man ablaze. Stia was stunned, watching what Hendy had just done. She lunged forward and grabbed Hendy's arm, yelling for her to stop. Stia couldn't believe what she was seeing and demanded to know what Hendy was thinking. But Hendy just calmly explained that warmth is very important for a patient. Then she leaned in with a sly smile, adding that it seems people are just as important to Stia. Stia didn't know what to say. Her face turned red. She stammered that Hendy had done that on purpose. Suddenly, a man walked up behind them, laughing. He joked that it looked like the two of them were already getting along. Hendy quickly changed the subject. She told him she was just explaining the rules and then asked why he was there, since he must be busy with the newcomers. The man told Stia that Sir Alejandro wanted to see her, but she had to leave all her wands behind before following him. Stia's expression tightened. Being summoned by Sir Alejandro was not good news. They were brought to a massive, cold fortress. It looked more like a prison than a nest. The man led Hendy deep into the fortress. She felt like she was just getting over one problem, only to face another. She was relieved to have made it inside, but this was happening too soon. She was about to meet the leader, and she had no weapons. The man turned to her and asked what she thought of the real dragon's nest. Hendy played along, saying it was just as magnificent as people said, but the man just laughed. He told her that wasn't what he was asking at all, which left Hendy confused. His expression turned serious. He clarified that he was asking if she believed this place was actually a real dragon's nest. Meanwhile, the leader they were about to meet was busy at his desk. Hendy's eyes narrowed. She had to be sure. She told him that Priest Emil had mentioned other spies. Introducing herself as Hendy, she demanded to know what proof he had that they were on the same side. The man pointed out that her glasses, a gift from the priest, were all the proof he needed, but Hendy wasn't convinced. She asked why he'd make her leave her wands behind if they were truly allies. Meanwhile, the man they were about to meet, Alejandro, was busy with his work. Her escort explained that Alejandro would be unarmed too. He told her not to worry, since he was an aura user, but admitted he was more concerned about her behavior. He warned her not to do anything useless if she wanted the job done quickly, reminding her of her reckless actions earlier. He stressed that they were both hiding their real levels. Hendy looked worried. The man added that someone named Alije might be quick to notice if something was off. She realized that they could be the ones walking into a trap. He told her that if she wanted to stop more people from getting hurt, she needed to do her best. Her job was to get as much information as possible from this interview, no matter what. As her escort was giving her a final warning, a glowing weapon suddenly appeared right in front of his face. He collapsed to the ground instantly. The man they were supposed to meet, Alejandro, stood over the body. He casually addressed the fallen escort. In his last moments, the escort could only look on in shock, asking why Alejandro was doing this. Alejandro just smiled, saying he didn't like bugs. With a blast of energy, he lifted the man off his feet, finishing him. Hendy could only watch, completely stunned. The meeting was a trap. Alejandro sat down calmly, holding up a medallion he'd taken. He admitted he knew they were from the Order of Light ever since a level 50 showed up. He even thanked them for helping him advertise himself. A dark smile spread across his face as he thought about what this meant. With the escort gone, Alejandro turned his attention to Hendy. He calmly asked who she was. Miles away, in a dark cave, two others were having a very different conversation. Lenny let out a groan. She was sore all over from flying and decided she needed to take a break. She turned to her friend, Effer, and offered to fly them the rest of the way way to their room. Effer just quietly agreed, seeming lost in thought. Lunny noticed her staring and asked if she'd gotten something on her hand. Effer shook her head, explaining that it just felt weird. She started to explain that she usually feels a kind of static on her hands when she touches someone. It's an ability that lets her feel what kind of person they are. But the woman she had just touched, she felt different from anyone else. She wondered aloud if it was just because the woman was a high-level mage. The feeling was familiar, but at the same time, it was completely wrong. Then, her eyes shot open. She suddenly realized what that feeling reminded her of. It was a feeling she couldn't mistake. Lunny saw the look on her face and tried to stop her, telling her not to say it. But Lunny had to know. She looked at Effer and asked if that person was actually a dragon. Effer's expression said it all. She told Lunny that they were probably already too late. Back at the meeting place, a sudden blast of energy erupted from the building. The magic was powerful and uncontrolled. Hendy was thrown down the stairs, completely caught off guard. She looked up, realizing the terrible truth. Without her magic stones, she couldn't use her powers properly. Alejandro just stood there, completely calm. He said it made sense that the Order of Light would be curious about him and whether the dragon's nest was real. Alejandro laid out his thinking. He knew the Order of Light needed a good reason to make a move against him, so he figured they'd send an expert to confirm if the dragon's nest was real. He looked right at Hendy and called her the expert. He said that by taking out one of his priests, she had made everything perfectly clear. A dark smile spread across his face. He said it wouldn't matter what she did, because there wouldn't be any witnesses. Then he unleashed a massive blast of lightning. The attack sent Hendy flying down the stairs. From a distance, someone else was watching the whole thing unfold. Lunny started to panic, shouting that the fight had already started. She asked Effer how Alejandro could have found out she was a dragon, since he wasn't supposed to be able to see her core. Effer agreed that he couldn't have known for sure. She realized he had used the dragon's nest as bait to lure her in. He knew she was a level 45 mage. For someone that powerful, there was only one way to find out if she was a dragon or not: force her into a fight she couldn't hide from. Effer understood his plan. Alejandro was going to push Hendy to the very edge, forcing her to transform into a dragon just to survive. Lunny was horrified. She realized that if Hendy wasn't a dragon, she would just be gone. Effer grimly agreed, saying that's exactly the kind of person Alejandro was. She knew if they just kept watching, it would be too late to do anything. Effer came to a grim conclusion. She would have to take Hendy out herself before her dragon identity was exposed to the world. Back in the fight, Hendy knew her magic was weak. She used a crystal to try and block his attacks, shouting at Alejandro and demanding to know why he'd created a fake dragon's nest. Alejandro just smirked. He told her she could ask him anything she wanted, after she managed to take him down. Then he added a chilling condition, if she could even stay alive that long. With that, he unleashed a storm of lightning bolts, firing them all at once. Hendy braced herself, but she was shocked. The attack wasn't magic, it was physical. The lightning bolts slammed into her crystal barrier with incredible force. She could feel the crystal cracking under the pressure. It wasn't going to hold. A moment later, the barrier shattered and the lightning blasted her off her feet. But Alejandro wasn't done. He sent another attack flying right at her. Hendy looked up, completely defenseless, as the weapon closed in. The attack hit her head on, sending her flying backwards. Her glasses shattered as she hit the ground hard. Alejandro stood over the shattered crystals with a smug smile. He thought the fight was already over. He started to wonder if she was already out of the fight. But before he could finish, a fireball erupted right in front of him. It was Hendy. She wasn't down yet. She unleashed a massive pillar of fire straight at him. With a furious look, she threw everything she had into the attack. Her flaming fist slammed right into his face. For a second, she wondered if she'd actually managed to hurt him, but her hope vanished instantly. She couldn't believe it. The blast sent Alejandro flying, but he just kicked off the wall and sent a wave of force right back at her. He landed back where he started, completely unfazed. He looked down at her, asking if she was really this weak, or if she was just a human, pretending to be something more. Hendy lay on the ground, completely defeated. She figured she'd find out what he really wanted soon enough. Far away, Lunny was furious. She demanded to know why Effer was flying in the opposite direction. She insisted they had to get to Alejandro, but Effer just asked what they were supposed to do once they got there. Lunny explained that Alejandro was going to force the mage to change into a dragon. Before that could happen, she decided she had to be the one to act first. Her plan was to take out the mage herself. She believed that if they didn't stop Alejandro's plan, everyone in the area would be in danger. Effer let out a frustrated roar. The sudden outburst caught Lunny completely by surprise. Effer didn't get it. She asked Lunny why she always felt like she had to look out for other people, no matter the cost. Lunny finally admitted that she was just a coward. She confessed that even if the mage didn't make it, she wanted to pretend she knew nothing. After all, she didn't even know the woman, who must have understood the risks. Effer screamed that what she really hated was seeing Lunny have to get her hands dirty for other people. She knew that's a memory a person can't just forget. Lunny clenched her fist, her voice full of frustration. She asked Effer what she was supposed to do instead. A memory flashed through her mind. She remembered a time when she was just a child, forced to be an onlooker while someone lay dying. She remembered being terrified, completely unable to do anything. She swore to herself that she would never be that helpless again. Back in the present, she yelled that this was the only thing she could do. She desperately asked Effer what other choice she had. Effer had heard enough. She looked at Lunny and made a decision. This time, she would be the one to deal with it. Miles away, the mage was already captured. She was pinned to a wall, electricity sparking from her restraints. Alejandro leaned in, looking bored. He told the captured mage he was tired of the games and wanted to know her real reason for being there. Even with cuts on her face, she was defiant. She told him this place shouldn't exist and that he would get nothing from it. He smirked, asking why she thought so. He then dropped a heavy hint, saying that only dragons can handle a dragon's nest. Then he accused her directly, suggesting that maybe she was the dragon. After all, you need a dragon's core to collect life force. She stared back at him, refusing to break. She told him the nest was still incomplete and that his goal wouldn't be easy to reach. Suddenly, the magic around her neck tightened. Alejandro lifted her into the air with his power. He told her that wasn't something she needed to worry about. He clenched his fist, the energy crackling around it. This was his last warning. He could crush her neck with just a little more strength. Alejandro gave her a choice: show him her trump card or fall to her death. He told her this was her last chance. He stared at her coldly and began to count. 3. The magic tightened around her throat. 2. Her eyes snapped open. 1. Just as the countdown finished, Alejandro started laughing. He asked if she was planning on using the dragon's nest to level up. Then he told her it was too bad because there was a problem. It wouldn't work. He grinned, telling the greater dragon that she wouldn't be able to level up. She was completely confused. He called her the greater dragon, but she wasn't the one gathering life force right now. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy exploded in the distance. The woman knew immediately. The life force was gathering somewhere else. Alejandro whipped his head around, staring at the light. He wondered if the real dragon was over there. She couldn't believe it. There was another dragon here, but she was thankful because its presence had kept her own identity safe. It all clicked into place. This whole thing was an elaborate trap designed to bait a dragon. She knew she had to get out and warn the order about this dangerous man, but she couldn't even lift a finger. One of Alejandro's assistants cried out his name as the other was thrown back by the blast, but she was okay. She smiled, relieved that he was safe. She explained that it seemed another dragon had snuck into the other side of the building. Alejandro looked down at the captured mage. He admitted that he thought she was the dragon, but it looked like he was wrong. He casually suggested they go check on the real one. Then he started laughing. He explained that it didn't matter because the real dragon wouldn't be able to level up in a broken nest anyway. He'd already made sure all the escape bridges would explode, trapping it inside. His assistant finally understood. He had isolated this location from the very beginning. Alejandro confirmed that if the captured woman had been the dragon, he would have taken her right away. But since the nest was broken, he decided it was too much trouble to go after the real one. It would just make repairs more difficult later. In any case, he was satisfied. He grabbed the captured mage's face, a cruel grin spreading across his own. He told her he had still managed to get something good to experiment on. Alejandro grinned cruelly. He told her not to get her hopes up about being kept alive, explaining that it would be a waste of resources. But then his assistant, Ellie, spoke up, saying it was a shame. She claimed she had no idea the dragon's nest was broken, and Alejandro looked at her, confused by her strange comment. Ellie explained that she felt something was off ever since the mage arrived, and she had hoped the girl might be the one to fix the nest. The captured mage looked shocked, wondering if Ellie was actually trying to help her, but Alejandro was skeptical, questioning why he'd ever trust a spy from the Order with such a task. A slow smile spread across Alejandro's face. He decided he liked the idea. Since the spy couldn't escape anyway, they might as well make her useful. He put Ellie in charge of her. As he walked away, Alejandro told Ellie he was counting on her. She simply agreed, her head lowered. He walked away, laughing to himself about his clever new plan. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, things were taking a different turn. The captured mage looked nervous as she tried to get the magic swordsman's attention. The woman introduced herself as Elijah. She said that since they'd be working together and the mage's cover was blown, she might as well tell her real name. She hesitantly replied that her name was Atis Benister. To Atis's surprise, Elijah was carrying her on her back. Elijah asked if she was heavy, explaining that her powers made it easy. Atis was completely flustered. She insisted she could walk, saying it didn't feel right for another woman to carry her. As Elijah led her to a room, Atis felt a pang of guilt. She thought Elijah seemed like a nice person and felt bad for lying to her. Atis tried to thank her for what she did earlier, but Elijah simply told her she shouldn't be thanking her at all. Elijah looked straight at Atis and made a confession. She admitted that when she first found out Atis was a dragon, she seriously thought about taking her out herself. Atis was stunned. She argued that they both saw the dragon was somewhere else, but Elijah wasn't buying it. She accused Atis of recently gathering a huge amount of life force. She guessed it wasn't done by normal means. She realized it had to have come from the dungeon. She explained that she could feel the flow of life force, and carrying Atis earlier had confirmed her suspicions. Before she would agree to help, she needed to know who was giving the orders. Elijah laid out the situation. They were alone. The walls were thick, and she was only level 35 while Atis was 45. She reminded her that a magic swordsman is just a regular person without a weapon. She pointed out that she was completely unarmed. She told Atis that a powerful mage like her could easily deal with her right now. But then, Atis suddenly grabbed her. She shook Elijah, telling her to snap out of it. She accused her of working for Alejandro, demanding to know if he had sent her to reveal her identity. Elijah struggled, trying to make Atise see the truth. She insisted that the dragon's nest was evil and that Atise was being tricked by Alejandro. But Atise wasn't listening. She was furious, revealing her full name and that she was a descendant of the fire dragons. She couldn't believe Elijah would threaten her instead of helping keep her secret. Atise yelled that they needed to face Alejandro together. But before she could finish, something slammed right into her. Elijah screamed, completely caught off guard by the sudden chaos. It was Efer. The wyvern roared at Atise, telling her to stop bullying Elijah. Atise was already knocked out cold on the floor. Atise shot up, her eyes wide with shock. She immediately wondered if this was the dragon that had been operating the dragon's nest. Elijah was just as confused. She had told Efer to stay hidden. Then she noticed the creature's forelegs and realized it wasn't a dragon at all. It was a wyvern. That's when it clicked for Elijah. She realized Atise's threat was just a bluff. It seemed their goals were the same after all. So she decided it was time to talk. Elijah explained that Efer was the one who had been operating the dragon's nest. By pretending to be a dragon, she had drawn all of Alejandro's suspicion away from Atise. Efer puffed out her chest, proudly introducing herself as a genius, talking wyvern with a dragon core. Atise shouted her name in complete surprise. Atise's shock quickly turned to excitement. She grabbed Efer's hand, telling the wyvern she had heard so much about her. She went on, explaining how grateful Hanbin was that Efer helped hide his identity. Atise even brought up the huge amount of money Efer had loaned him. Efer's face fell. A memory of a grinning Ryu Hanbin flashed in her mind. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It was that other worlder. She had loaned all that money to him. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Ryu Hanbin was in agony. He gritted his teeth, trying to figure out where everything had gone so wrong. He squeezed his fist, screaming internally. He was desperately trying to force something down, to regain control. The reason for his agony was ridiculous. Even the high-tech toilet was too high level for him to use, causing him extreme pain. It had been 3 days since Atise left on his mission. For Hanbin, the house had turned into a living hell. Nothing was going his way. He couldn't even get a drink of water because the faucet required level 8. He was desperate for clean water, but with the refrigerator also locked behind a level requirement, he was basically living like a caveman. He couldn't even cook if he wanted to. The stove was also too high level, and he didn't have any money to go to a restaurant. All his cash was locked in a safe that required level 33. So if you don't have money, you have to go out and earn it. There was only one way out of this mess. He had to take on a mission. He went to the Hunters Guild to find a mission, but he was immediately shut down. The receptionist explained that as a personal guard, he couldn't take on any jobs without his master's permission. She nervously tried to explain the situation, calling him Mr. Falad. She told him the guild's policy was just very strict. Suddenly, the whole building started to shake. The receptionist screamed, thinking it was an earthquake, but it wasn't an earthquake. She looked up and realized all that pressure was coming from him. Completely terrified, she begged him to calm down and promised to give him a mission herself. She said it would just be a personal favor with a small reward, but Hanbin didn't care. She let out a sigh, then leaned in close. She warned him not to tell anyone about this, explaining that the whole thing happened about a week ago. She explained that she'd bought some new clothes for a party, but just a few days before the event, she couldn't find them anywhere. After searching her room, she found a single piece of evidence. She held out a strand of hair, guessing it belonged to the person who took her clothes, and admitted it wasn't much to go on. She slammed a photo down, stabbing it with a knife. She was furious, yelling that there was only one person who would steal her clothes, her older brother. She explained the man in the picture was Priest Emil. Apparently, he was on some secret undercover mission and had even messed with her makeup. Her voice was full of rage as she gave him the mission. She wanted him to track Emil down, get her clothes back, and then deal with him. Hanbin just agreed, happy to finally have a job. But as he thought about it, he realized it wouldn't be easy. The guy was undercover, so finding him would be almost impossible without some kind of lead. That's when the system popped up. It asked if he wanted to use his tracking skill with the hair she gave him. Hanbin stared at the message, completely surprised. He had a tracking skill? This changed everything.